Yo Shinobi fam, welcome back to Just a Shinobi. Today, we're diving into one of the wildest what-ifs. What if neglected Naruto has sealed legacy? Part 4. Hope you love previous parts. If you're new here, smash that subscribe button for more mind-blowing Naruto scenarios. Check out the other videos on the channel, share them with your ninja squad, and don't forget to drop your thoughts in the comments. Your support keeps this shinobi going strong. Chapter 22. The Fox and Lamb Skin. In another sector of the Forest of Death, Hinata and her teammates were at the designated tower with the Heaven and Earth scrolls in hand when they suddenly felt a massive chakra spike. Do you guys feel that? Kiba asked aloud. That chakra, Shino acknowledged. It's Naruto-kun's. Hinata exclaimed in alert. Something terribly must have happened to force him to drop his seals to such a level. Hinata ran out of the tower with her teammates, following behind her. Running out of the building and past a few trees, Hinata stopped and focused her chakra into her eyes and activated her bloodline limit. She zoomed in on the area where Naruto's chakra was coming from. She took a good look at what was going on, and gasped when she saw what it was that Naruto and his team were up against, though she couldn't identify who the unknown girl with them was. What do you see, Hinata? Kiba inquired. Naruto-kun is up against a powerful ninja standing on top of the head of a gigantic viper of some sort. Hinata explained. What about Sasuke and Sakura? Shino asked. They're alright, but it looks like Naruto-kun is taking on the ninja. And that monster snake on his own. Hinata continued. That's suicide. They ought to try to escape while they can. Kiba stated. I think they would have done so if that option was available to them, Shino remarked in monotone, though he was just as concerned. We can't just stand by and let Naruto-kun face this threat alone. Hinata said with urgency, then continued, we have to head over there and don't. A voice warned. Teammate looked and saw a Naruto Kage Bunshin appear in front of them. This is not your everyday ninja that the boss is fighting against. It's the snake Sannin, Orochimaru. The clone warned. Well, that explains the giant snake, Shino remarked. But why is Orochimaru in the forest, and why is he after Naruto and Team 7? I don't know the details right now, but I've been sent here by the boss to make sure that none of you do anything reckless, like jumping into this battle to supposedly help him. For your own safety, he told me to tell you guys not to get involved, the clone said. You can't be serious, Kiba argued. Does he really think he could take on a Sannin on his own? Don't underestimate the boss, Kiba. By now I'm sure everyone, including you, suspects that he's more than he appears to be. He can't stop Orochimaru while worrying about the safety of you guys at the same time. Please, I understand that accepting what boss is asking of you three is difficult, but if you have confidence in him, then please do what I say. Kiba was about to argue further when he felt a hand grab him lightly on his shoulder. He turned to see Hinata shake her head at him. Don't argue further, Kiba-kun, Hinata advised. As hard as it is for us to submit to this, I'm confident that Naruto-kun knows what he's doing, and the last thing I want is for any of us is to be an additional burden to him. But Hinata, please Kiba-kun, Hinata insisted. I know he's your friend and Shino-kun's, and my boyfriend, and none of us want anything bad to happen to him or the rest of his team. But we can't jump into a battle against an enemy who can easily kill us. Naruto-kun is protecting us in his own way, and if we want to help, then it would be best that we listen to him, even if it's difficult to do so. Shino and Kiba looked at Hinata in amazement and wonder. The two boys saw that she wasn't the same shy, insecure girl they were used to. Instead, she was displaying a level of maturity and assurance that was almost on par with their sensei. Reluctantly, Kiba complied. All right. I'll listen. Thank you, the Naruto clone said. I would have hated to have to knock you unconscious, even if it was to protect you. Don't get cocky. Kiba snorted, while Shino simply shrugged. In the background, away from Team 8, Temari was in hiding behind one of the trees, listening to their conversation. She heard every word of what they were talking about. So that was Naruto's chakra we felt just now, and he's taking on the Sannin, Orochimaru, on his own. I understand that he's the Jinchuriki of Kyuubi, but to go up against the Sannin. Then again, Kabuto did report the other day that Naruto single-handedly defeated the Hokage and an entire platoon simultaneously when he was 9. There's no telling how strong Naruto has become since then, Temari deduced quietly. But the more she thought about it, the more she realized that Naruto's academy records and his true character didn't add up. She heard from word of mouth about him, but that wasn't enough for her. She had to find a way to see Naruto in action against Orochimaru. As soon as she saw a chance, she headed off to watch the battle. Meanwhile, Shikamaru, Chuji, and Ino were facing off against the Genin team from Otogakure. This team consisted of the trio who attacked Kabuto a few days earlier at the Ninja Academy building before the start of the Chunin exams. They were Dosu, Kin, and Zaku. Both teams were about to continue fighting when they suddenly felt a huge spike of power appear out of nowhere. It wasn't like anything they felt before. Do you guys feel that? Dosu asked his teammates. I do, Kin confirmed. But who's it coming from? I don't know, but whoever is generating that potent chakra is someone dangerous, Dosu stated. I say we investigate and find out what's going on, Zaku suggested. You think that's a wise idea? Kin asked. We've wasted enough time on these idiots as it is, and we have yet to find who we're looking for. Zaku added. Agreed. Everyone pull out, Dosu said as he and his two teammates took off and headed to where the source of the chakra was coming from. Team 10 was left alone after the Odo Genin left. Whoever it is that drew those Odo Genin from us has my gratitude, Ino remarked. It's Naruto, Shikamaru replied. It's his chakra, Chuji asked incredulously. Are you serious? Sure, that Kabuto guy said how strong Naruto is, but to put out chakra of this scale, I don't know how he's able to do it either. His clansmen were said to have massive chakra reserves, but I wouldn't have thought it would be on this level, Shikamaru commented. My question is what could have happened to trigger this? Well, Naruto is a Jinchuriki and all, Ino noted. I just said that it was Naruto's chakra we felt, not Kyuubi's. From what my father told me, Kyuubi's chakra carried a great deal of hatred and malice. I didn't feel any of that just now, Shikamaru remarked. No, you didn't, a voice said. The group looked and found a Naruto clone approaching them. Naruto? Chuji asked. Not quite, but close, the clone remarked. A Kage Bunshin, Shikamaru realized. Mind telling us what's happening? Ino asked, getting straight to point. A deadly enemy just crossed our path, and we're being forced to take him on, the clone explained. Who is this enemy? Chuji asked. The traitorous snake Sannin, the clone replied. Shikamaru, Ino, and Chuji's eyes widened upon realizing who Team 7 was up against. Orochimaru is here in the forest. And he's after you guys? Shikamaru asked, realizing the danger that Naruto and the others were in. What about Sasuke-kun and Sakura? Are they alright? Ino inquired. Though Ino and Sakura were rivals for Sasuke's affection, Ino didn't want to win Sasuke over through Sakura's demise. They're fine. They're still alive, the clone replied. But clearly, the real you is the one battling against Orochimaru, Shikamaru deduced. That would depend on what you mean by the real me, Naruto remarked and continued. Anyway, I have to request that none of you three get involved in this fight. Boss has everything under control. You expect us to turn a blind eye to the fact that Naruto and the others have to face Orochimaru alone? Chuji asked indignantly. That's crazy. What about Sasuke-kun and the rest there? You want us to do nothing about what's going on? Ino retorted. No. I want you three to take my advice. Survive this ordeal in this already deadly forest, and head over to the tower where Team 8 already is, the clone replied. How do you know Team 8 is already at the tower? Shikamaru asked. I have eyes in many places. Just ask Ino, Naruto remarked, causing Ino to blush and lower her head. Damn him. Ino mentally wailed. But that's beside the point. Head to the tower and wait there until boss and his team arrive there after he's through with Orochimaru, the clone replied. You sound so confident that you can actually defeat a Sannin, Ino shot back after calming herself down. Naruto can honestly believe that he can easily beat Orochimaru by himself, Chuji added. This is so troublesome, Shikamaru remarked. After everything we learned about Naruto the other day from Kabuto and from everything else we learned, do you both honestly expect Naruto to be beaten that easily? If anything, I say Orochimaru and Naruto will be battling on almost equal grounds. Naruto isn't someone we should take lightly after everything we found out recently. Be that as it may, there's no telling what Orochimaru is capable of now after he left Konoha years ago. There's a high possibility that he'll give the boss a difficult time, the clone remarked. Not to mention that those Oto Genin are heading to where Naruto and the others are, Chuji reminded. Never mind them. My fellow clones will intercept them and stop them from foolishly crossing paths with the boss. Anyway, did you guys find an Earth Scroll? The clone asked. No, and the Oto ninja almost stole our Heaven Scroll, Ino replied. In that case, the clone said, and he took out an authentic Earth Scroll from inside his jacket. I'll give you guys this extra Earth Scroll I came across and found the other day in exchange for your cooperation, the Naruto clone said as his threw the scroll for Shikamaru to catch. Shikamaru examined the scroll and saw it to be genuine. You stole this from who, exactly? Shikamaru asked. From the hand of an aimed genin, literally. His hand seemed to be all that was left. Anyway, take it and head to the tower now, the clone instructed and continued. Boss and the others will catch up when they can. The clone dispelled itself, leaving Team 10 where they were. We might as well follow Naruto's advice and make our way to the tower, Shikamaru suggested. Are you seriously going to listen to that Kage Bunshin? Chuji asked. Naruto did us a huge favor finding and giving us this Earth Scroll, Chuji. It's clear he doesn't want anything to happen to us. As much as I hate doing this, it would be too troublesome to not follow his directions. Plus, there's an important fact you both are overlooking, Shikamaru pointed out. And what would that be? Ino inquired. You ought to know, Ino, Shikamaru replied. Know what, exactly? Ino asked. Shikamaru elaborated. Naruto said he has eyes in many places. In other words, he has his clones spying and surveying everything in this forest. Naruto knows exactly what's going on in this forest, and where everyone is, and he'll know if we listen to him or not before we arrive. That's why it would be foolish to underestimate him now. By way, Ino, Chuji cut in. I have to ask, how are you involved in what Naruto said? Ino growled with a blush of deep embarrassment, and barked angrily. That's none of your goddamn business. Chuji jumped back and exclaimed, sorry. Don't bite off my head, damn it. Let's just head to the tower like Shikamaru said, Ino grumbled as she stomped off. Whatever dark secret it is that Naruto knows about Ino, it's clear she doesn't want us or anyone else for that matter to know. By telling us to ask Ino about having eyes in many places, Naruto was clearly blackmailing her, and was using that to help ensure our cooperation. Mean, but effective and clever, Shikamaru thought as he and Chuji followed after Ino. Elsewhere, Team 9 was trekking through the forest, making their way to the tower, when they felt a strong spike of chakra from a distance. The team stopped on a tree branch upon feeling that chakra. That chakra, Neji said. It can't be. I never felt such a powerful chakra like this before, Tenten commented. Who do you suppose is generating this chakra, Neji? Neji had a strong idea as to who it was, but he didn't want to believe it. Byakugan, Neji said as he activated his bloodline limit. He zoomed in to see who was putting out that chakra. Upon seeing Naruto, Neji couldn't believe how massive a chakra Naruto was generating. His facial expression spoke volumes, especially after seeing what it was that Naruto and his team were up against. Neji, what it is? Tenten inquired. Naruto, Neji confirmed. It's Naruto who's doing this. He and his teammates are up against a giant serpent with someone standing on top of it, but I can't identify who that person is as I've never seen him before. Our youthful comrade's zealous flames have led him to unleash a powerful burning force. Surely it would be in our best interests to go and provide assistance to them, Lee suggested. No. Neji countered, causing Tenten and Lee to look at him in disbelief. This is their battle, let them handle it on their own. This is what fate has decreed for them. But Neji, they're comrades of ours. Tenten reasoned. Lee added, we ought to be providing them with. This is the second part of the Chunin exams, correct? And we were clearly told what fatal dangers we were to expect during this part of the test. I'm sure by now that many who took the first part of the exam with us have died in this forest. If Naruto and his team should meet their ends in this forest, then that was the future fate decided for them when they entered this forest, Neji countered. There was another factor that Neji was holding back from telling them, and that was that he knew that neither his teammates nor himself would stand a chance against the enemy Naruto, and his team were up against, judging from the chakra he saw. Most of what you said is true, Neji, though I don't agree with you about fate, Lee said before his resolve became sure still. It would be most unforgivably unyouthful on my part to just abandon Naruto-kun, who has proven to be a most youthful comrade and friend of mine. Lee didn't give Neji time to argue as he headed off in the direction where Naruto and his teammates were. Damn it! Neji growled in frustration. We have to go after him, Tenten stated. I know, Neji said. I just wish he'd listened for once. Neji and Tenten followed after Lee. It didn't take long to catch up with the green-clad taijutsu user. After another 3 minutes of running, they were intercepted by one of Naruto's clones. Naruto-kun, Lee greeted. No, but close, the clone replied. I know what you're trying to do, and I must request that you don't, and that you guys turn back now. What? How can you ask such an unyouthful request of us? Lee retorted indignantly. You and Sakura-chan and Sasuke-san are up against a mighty foe with a giant snake of some sort from what Neji-san told us. It's the snake Sannin, Orochimaru, the clone clarified. The three now saw how grave the situation was. I should have known from that giant snake alone, Neji said lowly. Trust me, you three will die if you challenge Orochimaru now, the clone warned. But if we come to provide assistance, we can surely tip the odds in our favor, Lee insisted. Before the clone could argue, Zaku, Dosu and Kin appeared. Great more Konoha trash in our way, Sakura remarked. The Naruto clone and Team 9 turned to look at the Oto genin that arrived on the scene. You four are in our way. Step aside, Dosu ordered. That was when an idea came to the clone's mind. You want to help Lee? All right then, help me keep these Oto genin from going beyond this point and adding to the problem the boss is dealing with while trying to protect your angel, Sakura. Your youthful assistance will add to her protection. Those few words involving protecting Sakura were all that the clone needed to gain Lee's total cooperation. Yash. I promised Sakura-chan that I'd protect her until I die. I will keep my promise by helping you, my burning comrade of youth," Lee declared as he assumed a taijutsu stance. "So it's a fight you want, huh?" Sakura remarked. "We're wasting time, Zaku. Quit this nonsense." "We'll deal with this Konoha trash later," Dosa said. "There is no later, only the present," the Naruto clone declared. "Ready, Lee?" "Yes, Naruto-kun. Let's show them the extent of our youth." Neji sighed in exasperation but knew that there was no escaping the situation now, as he and Tenten got ready to fight. Perhaps fate deemed this situation unavoidable. "Nothing good will come out of this," Neji remarked. "Get out of our way, and we might let you live," Kin said snidely. "Enough talk." Tenten shot back as she threw a smoke bomb, blanking the area and thus commencing the fight. Meanwhile, with Team 7, Naruto was still powering up with a mighty aura of chakra that took on the form of a flame around him. Pebbles and rocks rose off the ground as dirt was blown away from him in dust clouds, with his clothes and hair flowing with his chakra. His steel gaze was locked onto Orochimaru, not dropping his guard against him for a second. Sasuke, Sakura, and Karen looked on in absolute awe at what was happening. Where was Naruto hiding this power and strength? "It's unlike anything I've ever felt, and none of it is Kyuubi's." Sasuke wondered with a disbelieving expression. Karen had an expression of amazement and admiration of Naruto. The sensations she was experiencing from the presence of his mighty chakra were overwhelming and intoxicating, considering how close in proximity she was. "I can't believe how powerful a fighter Naruto-kun is. How exactly did he become your class's dead last with Sasuke as the Rookie of the Year? It doesn't make any sense," Karen asked out loud. Sakura had no answer for Karen, but she had no argument for her either. "You're quite the spectacle, Naruto. Do you honestly think that such a show of bravado will be enough to intimidate and stop me?" Orochimaru asked mockingly. "You're not the first person I've faced with such power." "You're right. Tell me, what was it like when Hanzo the Salamander beat the crap out of you, Jiraiya, and Tsunade during the Shinobi War before naming you three the Sannin?" Naruto retorted, gaining the reaction he was seeking as Orochimaru snarled menacingly at him. "I don't know how you know that, but I know this. I'll have you dead before the end of the day," Orochimaru declared. Using wind manipulation, Naruto lifted himself off the ground and levitated up into the air with the same flaming chakra surrounding his body. "Since when could Naruto fly?" Sakura asked in shock. "How much more about the real Naruto-kun don't you two know?" Karen asked. "The real Naruto?" Sakura asked. "That's right, the real Naruto, who you both clearly don't know," Karen replied. Sasuke stayed silent as he watched the events play out. The gigantic black viper hissed venomously at Naruto as it prepared to attack him. "Come on!" Naruto roared as he blasted off through the air using wind manipulation in Orochimaru's direction. The viper rushed at Naruto in an attempt to swallow him. Upon reaching Naruto, however, the orange-clad genin seemingly split into two and went in two different directions as the snake charged forward. While both Naruto and his clone were in the air, "Deal with the snake." "I'll handle Orochimaru," Naruto said as he activated a seal on the palm of his left hand. The kanji for katana appeared on his palm, and focusing chakra into it, the hilt of his katana appeared from out of it. Grabbing it with his right hand, Naruto pulled out his custom-made katana and focused wind chakra around the blade, intensifying its sharpness. "So it's a sword fight you want, huh?" Orochimaru smirked before raising his head and opening his mouth. What came out of his mouth was a snake that opened its mouth, and a sword appeared from out of it, the Kusanagi. The sword popped out of the snake's mouth, allowing Orochimaru to grab the sword as the snake was swallowed back into its summoner. Naruto flew over to where Orochimaru was, while the clone headed for the snake. Orochimaru jumped down off the snake's head and over to one of the trees. The Sannin jumped from branch to branch until he landed down on the ground. Naruto followed and landed a couple of feet from Orochimaru. Both fighters looked at each other with their weapons of choice in their hands. As soon as the ground started shaking from the giant snake's rapid movements, both ninja raced forward and began their battle. Once he was close enough, Naruto attempted a diagonal slash with his katana, but before it could cut the Sannin, Orochimaru raised his sword and blocked the slash. Undeterred, Naruto then spun around to the left and attempted to slash at him again, but like before, Orochimaru was able to block the slash by pushing Naruto's katana away. The snake user then went on the offensive, forcing the genin to go on the defensive. As the fight continued, Naruto found an opening in Orochimaru's attacks, allowing him to slash at his side. Seeing this, Orochimaru was forced to jump away, which allowed Naruto to go on the offensive. Not wanting to give Naruto too much of an advantage, Orochimaru also went on the offensive, where for the next few minutes, both ninja clashed in a fury of blades. After a little while, Naruto gained the upper hand and started forcing the Sannin back towards the large tree behind him. But before Naruto could push Orochimaru back into the tree, The Sannin ducked under one of Naruto's horizontal slashes and attempted to slash the young genin's left leg. Naruto was able to react swiftly and evade the slash by leaping into the air. But when he landed, Orochimaru was able to roll away from him and put some distance between himself and the genin. I'm impressed, boy. You're more than I expected, Orochimaru said. You survived longer than I thought you would. Living my life will do that to you, Naruto remarked. Perhaps, but I think I've wasted enough with you. I'll finish you now, Orochimaru said firmly as he suddenly moved and reappeared behind Naruto. Not wishing to give Naruto any time to react, Orochimaru quickly attempted a vertical slash down on Naruto's head with his kusanagi. The blade of the sword struck Naruto's head dead center, and as soon as it did, Naruto detonated in a large explosion, blowing off Orochimaru's sword arm while blasting Orochimaru himself into a nearly tree, hard, resulting in him sticking to it, with burns all over his body. Naruto's body flickered some distance from Orochimaru. Seconds later, the injured Sannin grinned as he opened his mouth wide. Naruto watched as another Orochimaru came from out of his mouth, fully healed and with his new arm in place. This time, Orochimaru was now in his true masculine appearance, like shedding old skin. It'll take more than what you got to kill me, Orochimaru remarked with a sinister smile. Why Jizan didn't kill you when he had the chance all those years ago is beyond me, Naruto retorted. Don't worry. You won't be around long enough to ponder about it, Orochimaru replied. This guy is going to be a serious problem, and I know he's capable of anything. If I miscalculate him, I'm done for. I know some things about him and his skills, but from the look of things I don't know enough about him. What I do know is that he's very skilled in kenjutsu, ninjutsu, and I'm sure he has knowledge in fuinjutsu, has the snake summoning contract. I wonder if I missed anything. Regardless, I'm going to require more than what I know and what I've seen, since I'm sure Orochimaru has more than enough chakra to pose as more than just a mere threat, Naruto planned as his flaming chakra flared. Kagebushin no Jutsu, Naruto said before creating 30 clones of himself. Then forming different hand seal, he made 10 more clones. Impressive, boy. The fact that you can produce this many clones is proof of your Uzumaki heritage. But tell me something, what's 0 times 40? Orochimaru asked with a mocking tone. Neither Naruto nor his clones bothered to reply as the clones in pairs of 2 charged at Orochimaru, all having their respective katana in hand. Grinning, Orochimaru summoned his Kusanagi sword to him and engaged the clones in kenjutsu combat. Meanwhile, the other Kagebunshin that Naruto summoned earlier was doing what he could to inflict serious damage to the massive viper, but found that task more of an annoyance than he'd anticipated. He managed to inflict some damage and wounds to the snake, but the resilient serpent just kept on coming. That damn snake is fast, and it won't stand still long enough for me to inflict serious damage to it, the clone said while he was still levitating in the air, and his scales are like armor, slowing down whatever attacks I throw at him. The snake went on the offensive and charged at the clone. As it dashed, it spat a large stream of venom at the clone. The clone managed to evade the attack, and the venom missed him and splashed down on the trees and leaves. The result was that the trees and the leaves started dissolving fast from the acidic properties of the venom. I'm happy we weren't standing over there, Sakura remarked after seeing that result of the snake's attack. We have to do something about that monster, Karen said. Do what exactly? Sakura asked. What weapon or plan do you have to stop that thing? Well, we can't just stand around and do nothing, Sasuke retorted. That was when a loud explosion was heard, followed by Orochimaru being seen flying backwards before regaining his bearings and flipping in time for his feet to meet the ground as he slid backwards from the force of the momentum. While holding his Kusanagi blade, Orochimaru looked in time to see Naruto's clones rush at him, katana in hand. They didn't give Orochimaru time to conjure up seals as they moved at the speed of the wind in his direction. The Sannin again engaged the clones in pairs of 2 at a time in an intense sword fight as they clashed blades with each other. So far Orochimaru managed to dispel 14 of the clones, but as the number decreased the Sannin found that they were becoming increasingly difficult to defeat. It didn't help that hidden among the clones were exploding clones, and the snake's Sannin couldn't distinguish between the regular clones and the exploding ones. At the same time though, the clones weren't having a pleasant time with the Sannin either, as they found him more elusive and stronger than they were expecting. Every time they managed to hurt or wound him in some form or other, it turned out to be either a kawarimi of mud, wood, or some other escape jutsu. Damn, he's fast and hard to pin down, one of the clones remarked. Well, no one said he was going to be an easy-to-hit target, another clone added. No one did indeed, Orochimaru said as he appeared suddenly behind them. The first clone leaped away backwards as the Orochimaru's sword came down on the other clone. Before the sword could hit, the clone exploded and blasted Orochimaru off the ground and away from where he was previously. The same clone from before the leaped away shunshined over to Orochimaru and attempted to ram him katana straight into his skull. However, Orochimaru twisted his neck and shot out his elongated tongue and wrapped it around the clone's right leg, using him as leverage to regain his balance. Once that was done, he pulled his tongue and flipped the clone into the air before hurling him down to the ground with his tongue still wrapped out his leg. The clone used Kawarimi and switched with a rock that brought the Sannin's tongue down into the dirt. After that happened, Orochimaru retracted and whipped the dirt off his tongue. The next thing that happened was Sasuke jumping into the air and throwing 2 kunai and several shuriken at the Sannin. Karen leaped in with 6 Saban needles while Sakura had a kunai in hand. Karen threw 2 Saban at Orochimaru's arms while the 6 shurikens Sasuke threw from earlier struck Orochimaru in the back. Unaffected by the ambush, Orochimaru raced forward toward Karen and Sakura at a speed neither of the genin could see. Orochimaru launched Karen backwards with a hard kick towards the river. Despite the attack, Karen still managed to throw her 2 other Saban straight into Orochimaru's thigh before she fell into the large running river. Sakura was about to react, but she was suddenly punched in the face, which was followed up with a roundhouse kick that flipped her to the ground face down with Orochimaru standing over her. Sasuke reappeared behind Orochimaru with 3 of Naruto clones racing at the Sannin. Orochimaru smiled as he saw the 4 of them hurrying over to fight him. Before they could reach him, the same giant viper came down and attempted a tail whip attack at them. Sasuke managed to flip away and dodge the attack while the clones, using wind element, flew off the ground and evading being dispelled. The clone fighting the viper drew its attention away from the others by crashing a Rasengan into the snake's side, blowing off several large scales off the snake's body. The massive reptile hissed loudly and angrily from the injury before charging at its attacker. Orochimaru turned to Sasuke and pulled out one of the shuriken from his back that Sasuke impaled into him. He threw it back at the uchiha and racing through a set of hand signs, Orochimaru said, "Shuriken Kaigebushin no jutsu." The next thing Sasuke saw was 1 shuriken being multiplied into 200 shuriken. Seeing the danger, Sasuke immediately hid behind a large tree just a second before the shuriken impaled into the trees around him. The 3 clones from before reappeared and stabbed Orochimaru all at once, their katana being stabbed right through him. "I'll ask the question again, Naruto. What's 0 times 40? Orochimaru mocked before opening his mouth wide as another Orochimaru came forth from it, slithered away fast from his old and wounded skin and now having a new and healed appearance with the bottom half of his body being like that of a snake. "This is getting tiring," one of the clones said as they removed their katana out of the body and made their way over to the Sannin. Orochimaru dodged their assaults one after another, though several times they came close to landing hits on him. After another couple of minutes 2 of the clones were dispelled, with Orochimaru managing to grab and stab the 3rd clone with his own katana. "Now that's just wrong," the clone said before dispelling. The Sannin reverted the lower half of his body back to normal legs and stood upright. He was getting annoyed with the clones as more of them just kept coming. So far 18 were gone and he had another 22 to go, and he didn't know which among them were possibly walking bombs. "Are your clones the only show of bravado you can dish out to me, Naruto?" Orochimaru sneered. He was given no answer as the clones again in pairs of 2 engaged him in combat. As he battled with the clones, the Sannin again found that they were becoming more difficult to fight as now they were starting to anticipate his next moves and keep from being destroyed. Karen suddenly came leaping in with a flying kick at Orochimaru's head. The Sannin however bent backwards, allowing the female Uzumaki to soar over him as she landed down on her feet. Sasuke appeared again behind him and performed a set of hand seals before shooting a stream of fire at the man. The next thing Sakura knew was that she was about to be on the receiving end of Sasuke's fire stream attack after Orochimaru used Kawarimi and switched places with her. Sasuke was unable to stop the attack, and before she was struck, Karen ran and tackled Sakura to the ground, saving her from being burned by accident. "Thanks," Sakura thanked. "Don't thank her yet," Orochimaru remarked with his Kusanagi sword in hand. The girls turned to see the Sannin ready to slice them in 2 as his sword came down at them. 2 of Naruto's clones appeared and stopped the sword with their katana. A 3rd clone came rushing in and roundhouse kicked Orochimaru hard and into the air as a 4th clone shunshined and delivered a swift flying kick to his chest. The timed attack sent the older ninja flying through the air away from the girls before hitting the ground. As he got up, the 4 clones wasted no time going after the traitor Sannin. "I'm started to get really tired of these clones," Orochimaru muttered as he charged and decapitated one of the clones, only for it to be replaced with a log that was cut in 2. The same clone suddenly reappeared next to Orochimaru and detonated. The Sannin, learning from his previous ambush, shunshined and appeared behind the other 3 clones. With his sword in hand, he didn't give them time to calculate what happened as he hurriedly swung his sword at the sides of their necks, dispelling the 3 of them. "That leaves 18 of them left," Orochimaru acknowledged. With their remaining number, the clones evenly divided into 6 groups of 3s. One of the clones, hinged into Sandaime, only without the Hokage robe and hat but only his battle garb, Imitating Hiruzen's voice and character, the clone said, Orochimaru, you were my prized student but also my most unforgivable failure. I was foolish to believe at one point in time you'd aspire to greatness for Konoha. Orochimaru chuckled at the clone's attempt to mock and provoke him. I admire your ingenuity. But it'll take more than copying Sarutobi-sensei's appearance and voice to hurt me in any shape or form. Undeterred, Hiruzen continued, Orochimaru, I couldn't choose you to become my successor because of your corrupt and twisted ideals and crimes in experimenting on the villagers and ninja you kidnapped. That was why I chose Naruto's father instead of you to become Yondaime. Hearing that actually got the Sannin to snarl angrily, and he replied, I don't know how you know what you know, but you're really proving to be a thorn at my side. The clone dropped the henge and stated, will prove to be more than that. The clones all charged at Orochimaru, forcing the Sannin to fight them. Sasuke and the others appeared and looked for an opportunity to jump in, but they didn't find the right moment to do so as the clones and Orochimaru were moving too fast for them to keep up. After another 8 minutes of sword fighting against the clones, Orochimaru managed to take out the first 6, leaving 12 of them to go. The clones were fighting Orochimaru much more in a strategized formation than before, giving the older man a more difficult time in their battle as he found it harder to get rid of them. He resorted to using fire, water and earth jutsu to counter them, and after destroying 8 more clones, he was forced to shed skin again after 2 more clone bombs blew up on him, leaving 2 Narutos behind. The 2 of them took on the Sannin in a fierce taijutsu fight which lasted for 10 minutes. It looked like a stalemate until Orochimaru whipped his tongue out and wrapped it around the clone's leg, lifted him up off the ground. With a strong force he slammed the clone hard into the ground, dispelling it on contact, leaving 1 orange-clad genin with his teammates and Karen behind. Smirking, Orochimaru asked mockingly, I'll ask you a third time. What's 0 times 40? Before Naruto could give his reply, Orochimaru moved so fast behind him and slashed his sword down on the genin's back. Naruto screamed from the assault before Orochimaru kicked him to the ground and stomped on his wounded, bleeding back. The Sannin kicked Naruto hard enough to force the genin to turn over on this injured back to face him. It's 0, Orochimaru said darkly. In other words, all you can do is multiply trash, thus all that we're left with now is a pile of garbage. I'm sure you'd love to believe that, Naruto said, bursting into a cloud of smoke. What? Another clone? Orochimaru deduced as he looked around for the real Naruto. It dawned on the Sannin that he was fighting Naruto's clones and bombs the entire time. The next thing Orochimaru felt was a fist worthy of Tsunade impact on his face, effectively dislocating his jaw. The snake Sannin was hurled to the ground and rolled couple of times before stopping. He stood back up and saw 2 Narutos standing in front of him. Grabbing his jaw, Orochimaru snapped it back in place and remarked with an annoyed tone, More clones? No, only 1 this time, Naruto replied. You played with my clones long enough. Now you can face the real thing. I wasted enough time on you and your clones. I'll kill you now, Orochimaru declared as he summoned his Kusanagi sword and engaged Naruto and his clone in a fierce and deadly kenjutsu battle. Much to the Sannin's surprise, however, he was forced to take Naruto seriously, as they clashed blades with each other at blurring speeds for the next couple of minutes. The Sannin had to use his knowledge of kenjutsu to match and keep up with Naruto. After some time had elapsed, the clone handed Naruto his katana before he dashed at Orochimaru and detonated, revealing himself to be an exploding clone and temporarily knocking the Sannin off balance. But Orochimaru used Kawarimi and swapped himself with a pile of mud. Orochimaru reappeared at Naruto's side, swinging his sword at the boy's throat. Naruto, however, blocked the attack with one of his 2 katana, and pushed the sword away from him. Quickly, Naruto used his wind manipulation to push Orochimaru further from him, giving the genin a few seconds to attempt a double slash attack at the Sannin. Orochimaru avoided Naruto's double slash, but then Naruto moved forward and swung his right-hand katana at Orochimaru. The Sannin narrowly blocked the swing with his own sword and was then forced to jump back again to avoid Naruto's second katana, which was coming towards him. After Orochimaru had avoided Naruto's attack, the Sonk Sannin attempted to go on the offensive by slashing at Naruto's exposed left side. But before his attack could cut Naruto, the Jinchuriki brought his left katana down and blocked the slash, after which he pushed Orochimaru's sword away and attempted a double horizontal slash with his 2 katana. When Orochimaru saw what Naruto was doing, he swiftly took a step back to evade the double slash, exposing the blonde genin to an attack. Before the traitorous Sannin could exploit the opportunity that was present, Naruto leaped forward and attempted a double vertical slash. This forced Orochimaru to step back again to dodge it and open Naruto to another attack. Seeing a golden opportunity to conclude the fight, the Sannin raised his Kusanagi sword to slash at Naruto. However, before he could swing his sword down on Naruto, the genin fell backwards and preformed a chakra-enhanced double kick into Orochimaru's exposed chest, sending the Sannin flying into the tree behind him. The Sannin was hit so hard into the unforgiving tree that his body embedded an impression of his figure into it as the crash knocked the breath out of him before he fell down onto the ground and dropped his sword. Sasuke and Sakura watched the fight with stunned and stupefied expressions while Karen looked on dreamily at the blonde-haired Uzumaki. Naruto-kun is such a powerful fighter. And he's actually forcing Orochimaru back and really giving it to him this time around. Karen said excitedly, the way they're fighting it's unbelievable. Sakura marveled. Sasuke silently watched as he tried to visually keep up with Naruto and Orochimaru. Speaking of the Sannin, Orochimaru stood back, though he was clearly injured as he eyed Naruto carefully. From the look of things, Orochimaru was not happy with his current situation, the way he's fighting. It's much different than before, Orochimaru thought. What also added to my problem is that Naruto's clones forced me to use a lot of chakra and more than once I had to change skin, which diminished more of my chakra. Orochimaru was trying to figure out how Naruto's style of combat improved and upgraded so fast in the given time he had when from the beginning all Naruto did was send 40 of his clones to battle him and aid Karen and his 2 teammates. The Snake Sannin, however, didn't have more time to debate about his situation as Naruto's body flickered at a far faster speed than usual to him and attempted to drive the blade of his katana straight into his throat. Orochimaru clapped his 2 hands together, narrowly stopping the blade less than an inch away from his jugular. He grunted as he struggled with Naruto, who was pushing the katana closer to his throat while holding the second katana with his left hand. Orochimaru felt the sharp blade touch the skin of his throat. What the hell is this? No genin, hell, no ANBU could keep up with me like this. This is absolutely ridiculous. Orochimaru thought as Naruto stared back at him with narrowed, cold blue eyes. Snarling at the genin, the Sannin finally managed to push the blade away from him. However, Naruto swiftly swung the second katana in an attempt to decapitate the Sannin. Orochimaru evaded the slash and retrieved his Kusanagi before he leaped high and landed on a tree branch. That was when he felt it. A warm, thick liquid seeping down his neck. He grasped the right side of his neck and found blood coming down from it. He realized that Naruto's attack actually managed to wound his neck. I was sure I avoided his attack. How did he still manage to hurt me? Orochimaru contemplated while holding his bleeding wound. When a small breeze blew past him, that was when he realized what happened: wind chakra. He surrounded his blade with wind chakra. The blade never touched me, it was the wind chakra surrounding the blade of his katana. He'd have surely killed me had I moved a second too late. Taking advantage of Orochimaru's distraction, Naruto's body flickered and appeared upside down on a higher branch of the tree that the Sannin jumped to. Dispelling the second katana, Naruto extended his left hand and formed a concentrated orb of wind chakra in the center of his palm, and aimed it at the Sannin directly below him. Fujin Bakuhatsu Wind God Explosion. Naruto yelled as the wind chakra concentrated in his palm exploded in a mighty blast. Orochimaru barely had enough time to use Kawarimi before the deadly air pushed down on the branch he had been standing on. The tree branch seemed to implode in on itself before it collapsed to the earth at an alarming speed. When the dust cleared, the branch, which had been pretty thick, was mere splinters on the forest floor. Naruto turned in time to see Orochimaru raise his interlaced hands and bring them down. Since Naruto was standing upside down on a tree branch, the blow connected with his chin, sending him careening to ground below. Orochimaru landed on the ground just as Naruto exploded from the dust cloud he had created on impact. Wielding his katana, he again aimed to decapitate the snake Sannin. Orochimaru ducked under the blow, letting Naruto pass over him. He turned and threw 2 kunai, and each connected, digging deeply into Naruto's left shoulder and bicep. The missing nin capitalized on his new advantage and came up with a high kick, which connected, followed by an axe kick that sent the blonde tumbling down a small hill. The Sannin reappeared above him and stomped down on his chest repeatedly, making his back scrape against the forest floor. The tearing of clothes and the clattering of the kunai that fell out of Naruto's shoulder and arm could be heard among the ruckus. Orochimaru leapt up and formed hand seals in preparation for a fire attack. He finished the last seal and shouted Katan. Karyo Enden. The jutsu sent the fire dragon straight down. When it hit, the floor beneath him was blanketed with flames. He smirked, but it died almost as soon as it appeared as he felt the air leave his lungs, followed by another solid fist to the face. His jaw had been cracked before, now it was just downright broken. It was then followed by a hit to the ribs and again to his throat, then finally, a backhand across the face sent him reeling. His back hit a tree with a loud crack. He opened his eyes as Naruto appeared in front of him in a blur of movement. Fujin Bakuhatsu. Naruto yelled, his palm just a few inches from Orochimaru's face. The Sannin barely had enough time to put a haphazard defense in the form of a chakra barrier before the pressure hit him. It was intense, as if he had hundreds of pounds pushing entirely against his skull and the rest of his upper body. He felt his ribs snap. 1, 2, 3, 4, 4 ribs snapped before the tree behind him finally gave way and was broken in two like a massive twig. Orochimaru's body hit the ground hard, skipping across it like a stone above a lake. Finally, after 5 skips, he fell still. Orochimaru coughed up blood as he picked himself up. He looked and glared at the genin with loathing as he saw that both his shoulder and bicep were fully healed after the 2 kunai thrown and embedded into him were unwittingly removed. Naruto-kun is so hot and kick-ass. Karen marveled while looking at him dreamily. You are aware that he has a girlfriend, right? Sakura remarked, though she was just as amazed at how the battle was going. Sasuke continued looking on in disbelieving silence as Orochimaru was pushed back by the Jinchuriki. Orochimaru thought fast about what he could do to leave Naruto vulnerable and open to an ambush. After a short moment of planning, an idea came to mind. Spitting blood out of his mouth and wiping the blood off his mouth while ignoring the pain from his ribs, a devious smile formed on his lips. Let's end this, Orochimaru suggested as he gripped his Kusanagi sword and dashed at Naruto. The blonde gripped his katana and ready to meet the Sannin as he headed towards him. However, Orochimaru changed directions and charged at the genin standing at the side. He thrust his arm out and shot a boa constrictor which rushed at Karen. The girl didn't have a chance to run as the snake appeared and wrapped around her tightly. Karen, Naruto said before cursing himself for dropping his guard around them. Orochimaru pulled Karen over to him through the use of the boa while squeezing her further. Na Naruto-ke. Kun, Karen choked between breaths while feeling the life being constricted out of her. Holding her up in the air, the Sannin smiled darkly and asked, How much do you value her life, Naruto? An eternity in the belly of the Shinigami will pale in comparison for what I have in store for you if you don't release her, now. Naruto threatened as his hardened blue eyes turned red with his pupils changing into cat-like slits. He started growing fangs and claws, and his whisker marks became more feral as a result of Kyuubi's influence feeding off his anger. We'll see about that, boy, Orochimaru retorted as he had the snake constrict Karen further, because from where it stands, stopping me will be the least of your worries. Karen was in too much pain to scream. A second later, Orochimaru launched Karen high into the air above the trees. Before Naruto could react, the gigantic snake dashed at Karen with its mouth open and swallowed her whole. No! Screamed Naruto, and the remaining clone that had been battling the snake yelled simultaneously. He went after the snake while the clone that was fighting the snake earlier did what it could to stop the snake. However, a surprise tail whip attack from the snake struck the clone, sending him flying hard into the ground, dispelling him. Naruto, in the meantime, ran as fast as he could after the snake. However, Orochimaru intercepted him and, Gojyo Fuin! Orochimaru yelled with his fingertips glowing with a blue flame, each having a seal marking on them. He thrust his fingers into Naruto's gut. The clothing beneath the fingers burned away until they touched Naruto's hidden seal. Naruto gasped and shook, his blue chakra cloak twisted and stirred for an instant and then vanished, as did the effects of Kyuubi's influence. Naruto fell wordlessly to the ground on his knees. But rather than feeling weakened, something within Naruto exploded with power as a result of Orochimaru's attack. What is this? Orochimaru asked, sensing something developing within the Jinchuriki, only for lightning to suddenly shoot out of Naruto and blast him. Orochimaru was sent flying away from Naruto and into a boulder, with a burn on his left shoulder as a result of the unexpected burst of lightning. Using his katana as a crutch, Naruto struggled to stand back up, but Orochimaru's surprise attack with the Gojyo Fuin threw the blonde genin off balance and left him disoriented. Naruto lifted his shirt and saw the 5 seal markings that Orochimaru placed on his stomach, around the seal holding Kyuubi. Those seals, they're throwing my chakra and coordination off balance, Naruto realized as he tried to focus chakra into his right fingers to undo the effects of the foreign seals placed on him just moments ago. Before he could do that, however, the giant monster Black Viper abruptly came upon him and bit down on his extended right arm. Shit! Naruto cursed loudly in immense pain. The Viper pulled Naruto high off the ground and tossed him into the air before swallowing both him and his katana. Naruto! Sakura screamed in horror after seeing what became of the 2 Uzumaki. Well, children, I wasted enough time with your friend, so now I can handle the business I originally came to take care of, Orochimaru said sinisterly as he made his way over to Sasuke and Sakura. Orochimaru didn't give Sakura time to react when he suddenly appeared and kicked her square in the gut, sent her flying off the ground away from Sasuke before hitting the ground. The Uchiha retaliated with a fury of punches and kicks, all of which Orochimaru effectively blocked. This is just sad, Sasuke-kun. Your dead last teammate gave me a better fight, and actually got me to take him seriously. You're nowhere near Naruto's level of power, and deep down, you know that's the truth, Orochimaru mocked coldly. Sasuke felt cold anger course through him as he focused chakra into his eyes. Sakura slowly moved and stood back up off the ground. Shaking the dizziness out of her system, she looked over to see what was going on. Her eyes then fell on Sasuke and his opponent. She watched as Sasuke fought with the missing nin, his movements even faster than before. Not only was he moving with greater speed, he seemed to anticipate his opponent's actions by a fraction of a second. Sakura then saw the gleam of red in his eyes, which indicated that the proclaimed Rookie of the Year had managed to activate his bloodline, the Sharingan. After flipping backwards to escape his opponent's counter, the Uchiha raced through a series of hand signs. Katan. Gokakyu no Jutsu Fire Release. Great Fireball Technique. Sasuke shot a large ball of fire from his mouth at Orochimaru, enveloping the man in flames. However, Sasuke's victory was short-lived as the Sannin burst into a cloud of smoke. Kagebunshin? Sasuke realized. It shouldn't surprise you by now, Sasuke-kun, Orochimaru said as he appeared behind him and tried to grab Sasuke by the throat. Sasuke, at the last second, ducked and attempted a spin kick with his right leg. Orochimaru flexed his body backwards with inhuman flexibility and flipped away. Wasting no time, Sasuke raced through a set of hand signs and fired a series of fireballs from his mouth at Orochimaru. The Sannin managed to sidestep the worst of the fireballs as Sasuke ran and flipped overhead and shot another fireball at him, this one hitting his left hand. Sasuke landed to face his enemy. Not deterred from what happened, Orochimaru rushed at him and threw several punches at the Uchiha. Sasuke noticed that the ninja's left hand was badly burned, with the skin falling off in places, but it didn't seem to slow the twisted man down at all. Good, the Sannin murmured as he watched Sasuke block another attack. Your skills have progressed nicely, all things considered. As soon as Sasuke hurriedly moved back to give himself some distance between himself and his opponent, Sakura appeared and threw a kunai at the Sannin's back. Orochimaru's neck extended in length, shot out his tongue and caught the kunai with it. The sight of Orochimaru's neck and tongue both shocked and horrified Sakura, while Sasuke had a look of disgust while quickly preparing for his next attack. Orochimaru stared back at the female genin with narrowed eyes. I don't need you interrupting my test on Sasuke, Orochimaru said darkly before he threw the kunai back at Sakura with his tongue. She screamed and dropped to the ground fast, just barely missed being stabbed directly in her heart as the kunai was embedded into the tree trunk behind her. His attack ready, Sasuke ran forward at the Sannin and flung a double handful of shuriken. They arced out in a seemingly random pattern, none of them coming close to their target. However, nobody noticed the wires trailing behind them. Before Orochimaru knew what was happening, he'd been bound to an adjacent tree trunk and Sasuke fired off a massive stream of flames that raced down the wires to consume his enemy. Sakura felt her eyebrows widen at the sight. The fire attack had actually burned a hole completely through the 4-meter-thick trunk, leaving their enemy little more than a smoldering carcass. And then the carcass darkened and slumped into a pile of mud. Sasuke didn't have to contemplate what happened as Orochimaru took advantage of the distraction to ambush him. A huge snake shot out of his right sleeve and wrapped around Sasuke's torso, trapping his arms. Sasuke-kun! Sakura cried out in horror. Then the snake flexed and constricted, forcing Sasuke to his knees as the air was forced out of his lungs. The Uchiha was getting red in the face as the serpent continued to squeeze. Sakura, Sasuke gasped. Get out of here. Just go, he said in a breathless voice. Sakura's eyes widened. Did Sasuke think she'd just leave him like this? Who did he think she was? Did he think she was a coward? But his voice didn't appear angry or disillusioned, just worried, afraid. Not of the snake either, but perhaps for her? On one hand, such a realization warmed her slightly as it gave her hopes for the future. On the other hand, inner Sakura was outraged. Did he think she was that useless? Seeing Sasuke in Orochimaru's grip, Sakura hurried over to Sasuke to provide whatever help she could as she pulled out another kunai. She aimed the weapon directly at the snake, hoping it would force it to release Sasuke. Seeing her approaching them from the corner of his eye, Orochimaru thrust out his free left arm and Sanaijushu hid in shadow snake hands. Orochimaru called out before two constrictors came forth speedily and wrapped up Sakura. The girl screamed upon seeing the surprise attack as the snakes wrapped and constricted tightly around her before she fell to the ground. You need not worry, girl, I'll make your demise quite painless after I'm through with Sasuke-kun, Orochimaru said menacingly, then turned his attention back to the Uchiha. Sakura felt worse than useless, as not only did she not last anywhere near as long as either Naruto or Sasuke, but she was unable to do anything else but watch helplessly as Orochimaru stalked closer to Sasuke. Orochimaru smirked at the Uchiha's helpless glare. Now where were we? Sakura could only stare in horror at the Sannin's exposed his fangs. He extended his neck and reached down towards Sasuke, dipping down to bite at his neck like some creature from folktales. After his fangs pierced Sasuke's neck, the Sannin backed away, but then was surprised when he felt a mighty punch delivered to the side of his face. The attack forced him to not only release Sasuke but the Heaven Scroll which he still had in his possession, which was taken by the clone and thrown to the ground next to Sasuke, who dropped and collapsed to the ground, twitching violently. Orochimaru flew past the trees, and before being allowed to hit the ground, the Naruto clone body flickered into the snake Sannin's path and drove his right fist into Orochimaru, sending him in the opposing direction, knocking him to the ground and cratering it effectively. While Orochimaru was down, the clone shouted, "I didn't know you were into giving boys hickeys." Freak. Wasting no time, the clone detonated, blowing himself up on the Sannin, adding more damage to the missing Nin. Meanwhile, the gigantic viper started expanding larger and larger. It hissed loudly, as it was unable to stop what was happening to it as it continued getting bigger and bigger. After a couple of seconds, its mouth burst wide open and out from it was Naruto, carrying the half-unconscious Karen bridal style with what looked to be thousands of Naruto clones inside the gigantic black viper, just taking up space. The viper was neither able to move nor close its mouth with all of those clones inside its body, and it was clearly in pain. All of the clones inside the snake started gathering and concentrating massive amounts of chakra inside their bodies. Uzumaki Jutsu. Legion. Naruto said before he body flickered to where Sakura and Sasuke were with Karen still in his arms. Setting her down carefully, he made a Kage Bunshin and had him retrieve the weakened Sasuke and the Heaven Scroll, while he used his katana to free Sakura of the snakes. Remembering the large running river close by, Naruto readied himself for his next attack after gathering his team and Karen together around him. Taju Kage Bunshin Debakuhatsu Mass Shadow Clone Great Explosion. The clones inside the gigantic snake chorused simultaneously. Suddenly, all of the clones glowed white, causing the snake to glow white also before a massive, ground-shaking explosion occurred with a brilliant towering wall of white fire destroying the surrounding area. Though partly conscious, both Karen and Sasuke, along with Sakura, felt the tremendous heat coming at them with the intense white light racing very fast to consume them. "We're gonna die!" Sakura shrieked in a panic. Naruto quickly formed a few hand seals and Suetun. Suijin Hiki water release. Water wall, Naruto yelled out before blasting water out of his mouth which he was taking from the nearby river, creating a giant protective tornado of water around the five of them, countering and dousing the intense white flames blasting at them and neutralizing the extreme heat made from his exploding clone's attack. "What the?" was all Sakura could say while watching the spinning water cyclone completely countering Naruto's attack. The geyser tornado lasted for 3 minutes with his clone using wind element to strengthen the cold temperature of the spiraling water, while at the same time pushing the towering spinning wall of water further out, thus pushing the intense white flames back and away from them. The white flames were evaporating the outer barrier of the water tornado as soon as they made contact, thus the wind chakra of the clone was adding to the barrier, aided in dropping the temperature of the spiraling water to near freezing. When the attack ended, the clone pushed the waters all the way away from them and into the remaining flames around them, blanking the nearby vicinity in a mixed cloud of smoke and steam, denying visibility to everyone. Seeking to find safety for the others, Naruto, with Karen, his katana and the Heaven Scroll in hand, and the clone who was holding onto to Sakura and Sasuke body flickered to another location, while the large region of the forest they were in was still completely engulfed in fire with black smoke reaching high into the skies. Meanwhile, amidst the blazing fire and burning rubble, Orochimaru appeared out of the burning debris, and from the looks of things, he had seen better days. The ambush by the clone caught Orochimaru completely off guard and effectively wounded him further on top of the earlier external and internal injuries Naruto inflicted on him. That giant white fire bomb attack triggered by Naruto's army of clones from inside the giant viper didn't help either. That attack burned sections of Orochimaru's body and clothes just moments before his Rashomon summoning jutsu took effect. The intense heat that was still present in the forest only added to the pain the Sannin was feeling. A trickle of blood came down both ends of Orochimaru's mouth as he fell down to his left knee. "That damn Naruto is more than I thought, and I would be lying if I didn't admit that he give me a real scare," the wounded Orochimaru said with hoarse voice while holding his bleeding, broken left arm. His right arm was only faring slightly better, though his right eye was closed from the burn. Half of his face suffered from the white fire attack. "I made a costly error not keeping careful tabs on that Jinchuriki, and he killed 2 of my favorite pets, and almost me in the process. I'll learn from this mistake." Standing back up, Orochimaru flinched from the pain of his injuries. After it passed, he formed a twisted smile and remarked, "Regardless, I still managed to give Sasuke a little goodbye present, thus the loss of my pets and my current condition wasn't a waste in the end. Sasuke will seek me out someday. He will come to me for power." He smirked as he began to sink down into the ground. "I haven't fought a battle this hard in a long time. I won't forget this. Naruto. With that, Orochimaru disappeared from sight, leaving the burning forest behind. Chapter 23. Fakers. 2 minutes earlier, Temari was racing through the forest while avoiding the large predators lurking around. She was still in search of Naruto, wanting to see him in action. She told herself that it was for the sake of the plan, but deep down, she knew that she had her own personal reasons, and she was happy that Hinata wasn't going to get in her way. She traveled a far distance from where the tower was when suddenly, a huge explosion was heard from a distance with a tremor that shook the ground momentarily. The wind mistress stopped the moment the tremor occurred. She looked up and saw many birds flying from the direction the explosion took place. What was that? Temari asked aloud before taking to the trees and walking to the top to see what was going on. She looked out into the distance, and saw a huge blaze of bright white fire spreading wide as it consumed the trees and greenery all around it. All of the animals living in that area were completely vaporized by the extreme heat of the white flames. A few minutes later, after the flames stopped spreading like spilled water, thick black smoke ascended high into the air as the white flames calmed into yellow fire, leaving a massive section of the forest on fire. What the hell happened? Temari wondered, as could only imagine what kind of battle took place. She thought about going further, but then decided against it. Having no other choice, the Suna Kunoichi turned and retreated back to the tower. Elsewhere, several Nbu, Anko, and Anoka, with the Sandame's permission, were making their way through the forest, jumping from tree to tree after it was discovered and reported that Orochimaru was present and had infiltrated the forest. Anoka had no trouble keeping up and making her way through the forest, despite what Anko told her about the creatures that lived in the woods. However, it was Anoka's special chakra that made Hiruzen decide to add her to the team. I still find it hard to believe that Sandame-sama allowed you to be part of this team, Anko remarked. Don't underestimate me. I'm more than capable of getting by and surviving in this forest by myself regardless of what lives in here, Anoka replied. You've never seen the animals that live here, and you've certainly never seen what Orochimaru is capable of, Anko stated. I've heard stories about this Orochimaru and his crimes against Konoha. I'm not ignorant of his actions, if that's what you're saying, Anoka shot back. The group stopped and took to the surface momentarily to catch their breaths. A few minutes later, 2 tigers that were twice the size of normal tigers appeared and began approaching them. Anko and the Nbu with her were about to deal with them until Anoka calmly walked over to the 2 animals. Have you lost your mind? What the hell are you doing? Anko asked. Anoka gave her no reply as she went over to the large tigers that, to the shock and surprise of the Konoha ninja, docilely purred and cuddled up against her as they licked her hands as though they were gentle house cats. Anoka petted and ruffled the furry heads of the tigers as they lied down at her feet. This can't be happening. I've seen those tigers before and they're anything but kind and gentle. The last group that ran into them were eaten and torn apart by them. Anko said in disbelief. I told you not to underestimate me. Animals and insects of all sorts happen to have a thing for me. Even the dogs of the Inuzuka clan and the Kikai bugs of the Aburame clan submit to me. So long as I'm here, the creatures in this forest will not attack us, Anoka replied. I heard rumors about your special insect and animal taming chakra, but I didn't know it was this potent, Uzumaki-san. I understand now why Sandame-sama allowed you to come along with us, the ANBU with the coyote mask said. Anoka dismissed the tigers, having them leave and go about their business as they speedily ran past the other Konoha ninja without giving them a second glance. You surprised me, I'll admit that much. Maybe I ought to let you work here as my assistant, Anko remarked with a smirk on her face. That's something I might consider, though I doubt I'd work as your assistant if all the creatures and animals living here submit to me, Anoka replied with a bright smile. Whatever, Anko snorted upon seeing the underlying meaning of Anoka's words. Just then, a very loud explosion was heard. What was that? One of the ANBU asked. Trouble. No doubt it's my former bastard sensei, Anko replied before running up to the top of one of the trees while being followed by Anoka and the others present. Upon reaching the top, they spotted a huge white ball of fire consuming and wiping out a massive portion of the forest. A mushroom cloud of thick black smoke and flames ascended high into the skies seconds later. What the hell? Was all Anko could yell. What caused that to happen? I don't know, but that fire will have to be put out before it destroys the rest of the forest, an ANBU wearing a hawk mask said. Anko nodded. Naruto-kun, please be okay, Anoka mumbled to herself. I don't want to lose you like I did my other Uzumaki brethren. Let's go. The lead ANBU commanded as he and the others with him continued to the epicenter of the explosion. Meanwhile, Naruto teleported both himself and the rest of the crew with him to another location in the forest. They were situated on top of one of the trees as a stampede of animals fled from the fire caused by the explosion. Looking around, he found no one else in sight. Turning to the clone, Naruto instructed, That explosion and forest fire will no doubt draw Konoha ninja to it. Find them. The clone nodded and body flickered away from them. Naruto focused chakra into his left palm where the seal that was holding the katana was. The sheath for the katana appeared from out of it as Naruto took it, and sheathed his katana back into it before tying the sheath to the left side of his waist, and hid it under his orange jacket that was still tied around his waist. Naruto formed a hand seal which caused the chakra restraint and gravity seals around his entire body to energize and return back to their original levels. The Jinchuriki flinched slightly as the full exerted strength of the seals was forced back onto his exhausted body and chakra coils. He was already feeling fatigue settling in on him as a result of his body and chakra coils being forced to readjust to the seal's full restoration. He breathed hard as the effects of the seals and his fierce battle with Orochimaru kicked in. His injuries from the snake's Sannin were being quickly taken care of by Kyubi, who watched the entire battle from start to finish. Though sealed within the Uzumaki, Kyubi liked that his host wasn't a talentless ninja. Then again, Kyubi never came across a weak-willed Uzumaki before in the first place. "Naruto-kun, are you alright?" Karen asked weakly as she looked at her blonde clansman. Naruto turned to Karen and reassured her, "I'm good. I'm just exhausted and in need of some rest and food. But you don't have to worry about me. That's twice in one day you saved me. You even went as far as to let yourself get eaten just to rescue me." "Thank you, though that was wild and crazy," Karen said with a smile. "I lived my life never knowing anything about my clan for many years. Knowing now that I have scattered brethren who are lost and need to be found, I'm not about to let anything happen to you and the others I find so long I'm breathing. But I'm affiliated with Kusugakure. Surely this will lead to some problems," Karen replied. "Not too many. I'll make sure of that," Naruto reassured. After the group saw that the stampede had passed, they descended down to the ground. Naruto made sure that both scrolls were in his possession and in good condition before placing them both inside the pouch that he was using to carry the Earth Scroll earlier. "Sweet. We got 2 scrolls," kicked Orochimaru's pale ass, "and blew something up, all in one day. We're great." Naruto cheered loudly. It was clear to Sakura and Sasuke that Naruto had reverted back to his other persona while Karen had an expression of confusion after seeing a complete change in Naruto's personality. But Naruto's sudden change in character caused a built-up dam of frustration and exasperation within Sakura to break. "Why do you act like such an imposter?" Sakura asked. Naruto turned to Sakura and replied, "Excuse me? What are you talking about? Why are you such a damn pretentious phony?" Sakura replied as she became further incensed, "You give off the impression of being the worst dead last of our village, but the truth says otherwise. You go off acting like some idiotic, shameless, flirtatious pervert who reads smut, peeps in bathhouses, fails exams and everything else at the academy and cuts class. Yet at the same time, you've proven to be far smarter, faster, and stronger than anyone thought. Your caliber and expertise are that of an S-class elite jounin, if not higher, considering your fight with Orochimaru. Kakashi-sensei, Sasuke-kun, and I have been at a total loss trying to figure you out, but all we got from you is that you're a walking contradiction. We don't know who you really are, and it's sad that even Karen, a total stranger and foreigner, was able to see this. Really, which one is the real Naruto, the flirty pervert or the one that fought Orochimaru?" Naruto saw the look on Sakura's face and saw clearly that she wanted answers. Naruto wanted to talk less and keep moving, but the strain the seals were putting on his exhausted body and chakra coils left him weakened and in need of a full recuperation. "You have a funny way of thanking Naruto-kun for saving your life, Sakura," Karen remarked. "Don't humor me and don't act like you know Naruto better than any of us," Sakura retorted. Karen was about to reply, but Naruto shot her a gesture that told her not to say anything further. "Who's the real Uzumaki Naruto, you asked?" Naruto calmly stated. "I can't really blame you for asking me this after everything that's transpired up till now. I will honestly admit that there was a time I wanted to share that and everything else about myself with you, Sakura, but that changed." "What do you mean?" Sakura asked. Naruto sighed and replied. "Tell me, Sakura, truthfully, was there ever a time while at the Ninja Academy you wanted to know who I truly was?" Sakura was about to give an answer, but before she could she thought hard about it and found that the answer was a 2-letter word. "No," was Sakura's reply. Naruto nodded and continued, "That's right. There wasn't ever an occasion. In the early days of the academy, you and everyone else knew I had a huge crush on you, and I used to refer to you as Sakura-chan, which you thought was both disgusting and annoying. You ignored me, slapped me or punched me whenever I came near you or asked if you'd like to hang out or have lunch with me. Hell, even the thought of being my friend sickened you because you looked at me as an obstacle between you and Sasuke. Back then, I never knew or understood what it meant to be appreciated, cherished, or loved until Hinata-chan showed up and expressed it to me. She was the only person at the Ninja Academy who truly wanted to know me. She saved me, and filled the hole in my heart that I, at one time, thought you would do, Sakura. Sakura visibly flinched before lowering her head, unable to give a verbal reply. Seeing her silence, Naruto went on, "You already know my life story, Sakura, so I won't waste time and breath repeating it. The fact of the matter is that you never wanted to know me. You and everyone else only saw me as a talentless, useless orphan who would never measure up to Uchiha Sasuke, the proclaimed prodigy and rookie of the year. So I decided to live with that image as my illusion, and allowed everyone to believe what they wanted to about me since they never sought to learn the truth. It was my best disguise, as no enemy would suspect me. I grew and matured as I became more than I let on underneath everyone's noses, leaving no one suspecting anything. Even the Hokage, the civilian council, and the shinobi council were deceived by my illusion. All they saw when they looked at me was a weakened Kyuubi. All the while, everyone looked to Sasuke and others like him as tomorrow's ninja of promise. Sasuke, Sakura and Karen saw the sarcasm in Naruto's last words, but understood entirely what he was saying throughout his speech. I knew it. From everything I heard from that Kabuto guy the other day to everything that happened up till now, you became the dead last on purpose when in fact you're the true rookie of the year. It makes perfect sense now. What a brilliant and ingenious deception to throw all of your enemies off. You're so cool, Naruto-kun. Karen realized. Naruto grinned and replied, I wouldn't really call myself cool, Karen. But I will say that the only reason Sasuke became the rookie of the year of our class was because I allowed it. Something within Sasuke triggered upon hearing those words. You don't know Naruto. You know only what he wants you to know. Though you graduated as the rookie of the year, the truth of the matter is that you don't deserve the title. Your performance and actions over the past weeks certainly hasn't been rookie of the year material. Those were Kakashi's cryptic words to him a few days ago, the night before the Chunin exams began. Sasuke's anger rose as he thought hard about it until he finally understood what Kakashi was saying to him. He knew. Kakashi knew all this time. Sasuke thought furiously, I'm the only one who truly knows Naruto-kun. Everyone else knows what he wants them to know about him. You don't know Naruto-kun as well as you think. Those were Hinata's words to him, and that added to the fire as Sasuke's rage boiled. You bastard. Sasuke growled as he looked back at Naruto with loathing. The spot where Orochimaru had bit him started spreading dark markings about Sasuke's body and face. You used me. And you deceived and manipulated Hinata into playing a role in all this, Sasuke said with his bloodlust rising as his Sharingan reactivated. Despite the situation, Naruto maintained a cool demeanor and said, Don't lie to yourself to soothe your wounded pride, Sasuke. You and I both know that I never deceived or manipulated Hinata. And there's more to why I willingly became the dead last. Tell me something, Sasuke. Haven't you ever stopped to truly wonder how I knew Hinata would never be on either of our genin teams before the process of team formation started? I did a little investigating, and learned how the ninja system of our village formulates new teams of ninja based on their skills, knowledge, expertise, and sometimes bloodline limits. But most importantly, they always pair the rookie of the year with the top kunoichi and the dead last. So I allowed you to assume my role as the rookie of the year while I played the role of the dead last, waiting to see whether it would be Sakura or Ino who would be the girl assigned to our team. The fact was that Naruto knowingly left out that he instructed Hinata not to score high on any subject or become the top kunoichi of their class. Though she wanted to be on his team, Naruto advised against it, since both of them being the top ninja of their class would draw unwanted focus on them too early on, especially from enemy ninja. Plus, he didn't want to risk having Hinata being placed on Sasuke's team because she wanted to be their class top kunoichi. You mean to say you planned this team formation, Naruto? Sakura realized with a shocked yet amazed expression, but didn't you try to graduate a year early? I did try, which was a careless mistake on my part that I had to correct by formulating our team. That was why I couldn't afford you guys failing Kakashi's bell test, as I had to persuade you both to cooperate and work together with me. Me being on the same team as Sasuke was the best way to keep him away from Hinata and allow me to keep an eye on him as he repeatedly went behind my back in an attempt to try and seduce my girlfriend after graduating. I also know that Sasuke here tried to persuade Jizan to have Hinata placed on this team instead of you, Sakura, as he claimed that the Sharingan and the Byakugan would make a formidable team. But deep down, Sasuke was trying to use that ploy as a means to get close to Hinata while not knowing that a team with the Sharingan and the Byakugan was attempted before, and it failed horribly with major financial consequences to Konoha. It was made clear that the Sharingan and the Byakugan don't mix. How did you learn about that? Sasuke snarled venomously as the curse seal continued to influence him. I have my sources, Naruto replied before turning back to Sakura and adding, just so you know, I punished Sasuke for his latest attempts at Hinata a few days ago, before he went to the hospital for medical treatment, making it clear that if he learns to behave and not cross certain lines again, he won't end up as a casualty under my care, Naruto explained. Sasuke recalled that day and everything that happened to him, from his clothes being tampered with, the incidents at the restaurant and bathhouse, the kids with the hostile cat, and the fangirls that made his injuries from the same cat worse. Sasuke realized that all of those bad events happened because Naruto staged those incidents. Sasuke's growing anger at Naruto rose to higher levels as the curse seal intensified his negative emotions. You son of a bitch! Sasuke yelled as he flared with chakra. The Uchiha felt strength and power suddenly rising within him fast. He felt far stronger than he ever felt before, and he was getting a kick out of it. Karen felt the chakra and found that it was corrupted and filled with huge amounts of hatred and darkness. Sasuke-kun. Sakura called to him worriedly as she and the others saw dark glowing markings continue spreading around Sasuke's body. Shut up. I don't have time for you. I have an issue to settle with this trash here. Sasuke replied harshly as he stared back at Naruto, who didn't look the least bit intimidated. Wow, you're ungrateful. You honestly want to fight me, after I saved you from Orochimaru and his pet snakes? Naruto remarked. Sasuke didn't reply as he and the others heard the sounds of a fight taking place nearby. Sounds like something is happening, Karen deduced as she and the others hurried to where the sounds of the skirmish were taking place. They came to see Team 9 and one of Naruto's clones dealing with the Oto Genin. Sasuke saw Rock Lee fighting the Oto ninja, and Lee used the primary Lotus on Dosu, who was saved by Zaka but admitted that the Lotus had still almost killed him. Dosu Kinuta, the leader of Team Dosu, mentioned that Neji could see through them, but before Neji could attack, Sasuke, under the seal's influence, intervened. The curse seal had started to take a stronger effect on Sasuke since he heard Naruto's words moments ago. And in a state of insanity and bloodlust, Sasuke battled and defeated Zaku Abumi, going as far as to dislocate Zaku's shoulders for no other reason than to cause him pain and to vent his rage from earlier. Before Sasuke could do any more damage to anyone else, however, Sakura hugged Sasuke, crying and begging him to stop, allowing Sasuke to regain control of the seal. The tainted chakra vanished, as did the dark markings on his body. Dosu left with his teammates, wondering why Orochimaru had sent them to kill Sasuke if Sasuke had the cursed seal. Naruto's clone, after seeing that Dosu and his team had retreated, dispelled and merged all of his knowledge and experience with Naruto's. Naruto-kun. You and your team made it back safely. But who's this Kusa Genin with you and why is she in your company? Lee asked. She's an Uzumaki like me and Anokane. I found her today just hours ago, Naruto said briefly. Yash. How splendid, that after a youth testing battle, your effort was rewarded with the finding of a fellow clansman. Lee shouted enthusiastically. What a weirdo, Karen mentally remarked. You guys fought against Orochimaru, but we also heard a huge explosion. What was up with that? Tenten inquired. It's a long story, and frankly we really don't have much time to explain it. I'm just happy that we came out alive, as you all can see, Naruto replied. Clearly, it was fate's decree that it wasn't time for any of you to die, Neji remarked offhandedly. Your belief in fate can kiss my ass. That's my decree, Naruto retorted before he went over to a tree and relaxed as he sat on the ground up against it. Exhaustion and fatigue caught up to the now weakened Naruto, which left him vulnerable. Tenten, Lee, let's be on our way. We still have the Chunin exams to continue, and Team 7 is of no need of our assistance, as the previous threat is over, Neji said casually. Reluctantly, Lee and Tenten complied, following after Neji and leaving Team 7 and Karen by themselves. There was an awkward silence among the four of them. Sakura had nothing to say after listening to Naruto's speech and seeing what Sasuke did while under the cursed seal's influence. While processing everything that happened, Sakura stayed by Sasuke, who had calmed down and was meditating on everything Naruto had revealed to him. Karen, in the meantime, went over and knelt next to Naruto. Are you hurt? Karen asked, concerned. My fight with Orochimaru and that damn giant viper took a toll on me. But I'll manage, Naruto replied with a reassuring smile. Karen saw his condition and saw that he would be vulnerable to an ambush. Wanting nothing to happen to him, she moved closer and offered in a low tone for only Naruto to hear. I have a special ability that no one knows about yet. I can help heal you faster, Naruto-kun. Please let me heal you. It's the very least I can do. Naruto looked at her and replied, You're a medic, Nin? Not exactly. But my chakra allows anyone who utilizes it to be completely healed, regardless of the severity of the injury or exhaustion of chakra, she explained. You're the third Uzumaki woman, besides my late mother and Anokane, that I know possesses special chakra. I'm starting to believe that the men were singled out. Naruto snorted, then added, In any case, I'll appreciate the help. Nodding, Karen rolled up the left sleeve of her shirt and exposed her arm before she extended it toward Naruto's mouth. Bite me, Karen instructed. What? Naruto asked incredulously. This is the only way my special healing chakra can be utilized. You have to literally bite me in order to use it, Karen explained. Naruto looked at her with a bewildered expression and remarked, your special chakra makes you look like a masochist. There's gotta be another way. If there was, Naruto-kun, I'd have resorted to it. Please, trust me, just bite me, Karen insisted. Naruto was skeptical and wondered whether or not to go through with it. Naruto-kun, after everything we went through in less than a few hours, are you seriously going to start doubting me now? Karen asked. Embarrassed by Karen's words and seeing the look in her eyes that told him that she was being sincere, Naruto, after taking a breath, went and bit down on Karen's arm. Karen winced with a muffled moan as chakra left her and traveled into Naruto. True to her word, he felt his body and chakra coils being healed and completely restored back to normal. Before long, Naruto felt good and revived. Incredible. You were telling the truth. I feel totally better. Sorry for doubting you, and thanks. Though the method is pretty weird, Naruto remarked. Karen rolled the arm sleeve on her shirt back down and replied, don't worry. I'm sure Hinata won't mind that you tasted another girl besides her. Naruto blushed darkly and clasped his hands over his mouth after hearing Karen's flirtatious reply to him. I'm gonna have to remember that line. I'll definitely use that line in my new book, Naruto mentally giggled lecherously. Karen moved her lips to Naruto's right ear and whispered, my chakra and body will be available whenever you're in need of my attention for your physical needs and private healing, Naruto-kun. This girl is a total pervert. This is a first. Naruto thought as a lecherous giggle escaped his mouth. Sakura turned to look at the two Uzumaki and saw that Karen had told him something that led Naruto to laugh lecherously. What are you two talking about over there? Sakura asked. Nothing. Naruto and Karen said simultaneously. Just private clan affairs, Karen joked, causing Naruto to heartily laugh. After his laughter died down, Naruto carefully meditated over everything that happened with regards to the Kirichunin that asked for his help in finding Zabuza and Haku, and his battle with Orochimaru. Needless to say, Naruto learned a great deal from that fight, as it helped him gauge his abilities. Having 40 clones take on Orochimaru served to not only help weaken and tire out the Sannin, but all of the knowledge and battle experience the clones acquired better prepared Naruto for his fight. Even the information from the lone clone that fought the giant viper helped Naruto calculate how to properly deal with that monstrous reptile. Orochimaru's Gogyo Fuin was a hindrance that knocked his chakra and coordination off balance until he was able to undo the problem while inside the snake. However, what puzzled Naruto was that lightning bolt that shot out of his body and struck Orochimaru. He made a mental note to look into that later. Meanwhile, in another part of the forest, Anokane. The clone greeted after having found them. With Anoka and company were additional water-type ninja that were instructed to use their water jutsu to put out the blazing fire that was burning the forest. So far, most of the fire was extinguished, leaving behind thick clouds and debris. Naruto-kun. Anoka called out as she and the others hurried over to him. I'm happy to see that you guys made it, Anokane. I was sent to find you guys and bring you to where my boss is, the clone said. Your boss? Anko asked with raised eyebrows. I'm a Kage Bunshin, the clone clarified. We got a report from one of the Jounin that Orochimaru infiltrated the forest, Anko replied. He did, and he got his ass royally kicked. But I'm sorry to say that he survived my boss's last attack, the clone replied. Anko sneered and replied, what nonsense are you talking about? Did I speak another language, hot lady? I said Orochimaru got his ass kicked. Boss had to fight him while protecting his teammates and a fellow Uzumaki he found in the forest, Naruto replied. Anoka's eyes widened after hearing that information. Anko was about to say something when Anoka abruptly moved past her. Where are they? Are Naruto-kun and our fellow Uzumaki alright? Lead us to them. Anoka replied, urgently wanting to get to Naruto and their fellow Uzumaki as soon as possible. No need to. I got a better idea. Wait here, the clone suggested before dispelling itself. After a minute, Naruto appeared after he body flickered with Karen, Sakura, and Sasuke and company. Anokane. I found and saved one of our lost kin, Naruto said as he took Karen by the hand and led her over to Anoka. A faint blush appeared on Karen's face after having her hand held by Naruto, but she kept herself in check considering the number of Konoha ninja present. Anoka went over to Karen and said, I'm happy to meet you. I'm Uzumaki Anoka. I'm sure Naruto-kun told you about me. He told me some things, but not a lot considering the circumstances. I'm Karen, Karen greeted. Look, as happy and emotional that this little family reunion must be, we still have a mission to do and the Chunin exams are still in effect with Orochimaru still on the loose, Anko reminded abruptly. Anoka was more than tempted to use her chakra chains on Anko to shut her up. But she decided to ignore the woman. By the way, would you happen to know what caused that fire that almost burned down my forest? Anko asked Naruto. An Uzumaki Kinjutsu I used in an effort to finish Orochimaru off. Unfortunately, he escaped, though not in one piece, Naruto said. After that explosion, I don't see how he could have survived, Sakura remarked. Don't underestimate the caliber of a Sannin, Sakura. I'm more than certain that Orochimaru resorted to some means to escape that attack, though I too wish that wasn't the case, Naruto replied. Regardless, we'll need a full report about the incident, Anko stated. Naruto made a clone and instructed, tell them just what they need to know. The clone nodded. Karen, stay with Anokane for the time being. We'll work something out with Jizan later about getting you to be registered as a member of Konoha, Naruto advised. Karen complied, considering that both of her teammates were already dead. Turning to Sakura and Sasuke, Naruto said, we'll head to the tower now. Naruto went over to them. Holding the both of them, Naruto's body flickered with them to their intended destination. You'd think the Gaki already knew where the tower was, Anko remarked. After everything I saw, I wouldn't be surprised if he did, Karen replied. Elsewhere, Naruto and his team arrived at the tower. It's about time you three showed up, a Naruto clone greeted. I didn't know how long I had to stand guard here after my partner, and I found this place before he sent you the information. Well, consider your job done, Naruto said before dispelling the clone. Karen fully reviving him made Naruto stronger than before, especially after his fierce battle with Orochimaru. Let's go inside already, Sasuke said plainly. Right now, Sasuke wasn't in the mood for talk, as a great deal was on his mind at the moment. The trio then entered the tower. They opened one of the numerous doors and walked in. What greeted them was an empty room with a board on the wall. Naruto read the writing on the board, a balanced person needs both heaven and earth. If you have heaven, but not earth, run in the fields and gain strength. If you have earth, but not heaven, go to a wise man and seek help. When you have gained them both, use them well. What does that mean? Sakura wondered aloud. We have both the heaven and earth scrolls, Sasuke said. I'm guessing that it means that we're supposed to open them here. It's worth a shot, Naruto said as he took out the scrolls and opened them simultaneously. Realizing that they were summoning scrolls, the Jinchuriki placed them on the floor across each other. A puff of smoke later revealed a smiling Irika. Excellent work, you three. Congratulations on passing, Irika said. Irika-sensei, Sakura asked, what are you doing here? To welcome you, and explain that, Irika said and pointed at the board. It's a poem that we use to explain, very simply, how you should train. The heaven it speaks of is skill and experience. The earth is strength, speed and stamina. If you have skill, then train your body. If you have strength, then seek help to train your skills. Naruto simply nodded. Irika then went on to explain the whole purpose of their time in the Forest of Death and the role that Chunin take in the shinobi world, as well as the responsibilities they carry as leaders, instructors, and soldiers in missions. After a brief talk with them, Irika saw that all three of them grew from the students they once were, but he especially knew that Naruto was far more than he appeared to be. All the while, in another room in the tower, it's hard to believe that Naruto caused this much trouble, Orochimaru-sama, Kabuto said as he healed Orochimaru's injuries. Orochimaru chuckled darkly and replied, that Gaki, combined with Sasuke's Sharingan, would have made the perfect host for me. But him being the Jinchuriki of Kyuubi makes having him as my vessel a dangerous risk I'd rather not chance. A pity, really. But something about that Uzumaki troubles me, besides the fact that he managed to go toe-to-toe with you. Kabuto figured. That, and the fact that he knew things about me that no one but Jiraiya, Tsunade, and myself knew, and used them against me. And twice, he could have ended me, and he would have succeeded if I hadn't escaped at the last second on both occasions. It disturbs me how he reminds me of Itachi, Orochimaru said. Would you want me to deal with him, Orochimaru-sama? Kabuto asked. Don't ask me such a thing. Your words imply that I don't have what it takes to do the job myself. Orochimaru growled with bloodlust seeping out of him. My apologies, I forgot my place, Kabuto said as he continued healing Orochimaru's injuries. Regardless, I still managed to mark Sasuke with my curse seal, so all is not lost. Sasuke's envy of Naruto will bring him to me without fail. After he tastes the power of that seal, he'll want more of it. And when he does, we'll be ready, Orochimaru stated. Kabuto spent another hour tending to Orochimaru's injuries. Before long he was done. That is ever so much better, Orochimaru remarked. I'm happy I was able to provide you with my services, Orochimaru-sama, Kabuto said. Just then, two of Orochimaru's ninja, Yoroi Akado and Misumi Tsurugi appeared. Akado said, Orochimaru-sama, we received word that the preliminaries for the third portion of the Chunin exams is about to begin. It's been 5 years since preliminaries had to be held. This ought to be interesting. Kabuto, you and these two here know what to do, Orochimaru replied before his body flickered and left the room. 15 minutes later, the genin teams that had managed to get both scrolls and made it to the tower stood in front of Hiruzen, the examiners, and their Jounin sensei. Behind the higher-ranked ninja stood a statue of 2 arms holding the ram seal. The genin team stood in an arena, and along the walls there was a heightened floor for spectators. All of the Konoha rookies were there, as well as Team Guy and the Oto and Suna genin. Hinata was happy to see Naruto was present, though she didn't get the chance to talk to him about what happened in the forest. Frankly, all of the genin, including the Suna genin, wanted to know what happened between Orochimaru and Naruto. You look totally refreshed and back up to speed, Naruto. Last time I checked you looked pretty worn out, Tenten observed. I'm happy to see that the sight of my restored health pleases you, Tenten. It's clear to me that all females desire to see a strong and healthy alpha male stand before them. Naruto replied. Aren't you full of yourself, Tenten remarked. Hiruzen gave Anko a look that told her to redirect everyone's attention to the real reason why they were all assembled. She nodded in understanding. Welcome, and congratulations on passing the second exam, Anko said, and stepped back as Sandaime prepared to speak. All of the genin turned to face the aged Hokage. Allow me explain to you the true purpose of this test, Hiruzen said. True purpose? Chuji asked. Hiruzen nodded and continued. This exam, the Chunin exam, is to show a village's power to potential customers. If a village shows it has a large number of talented and strong ninja, then missions will increase for that village. Also, instead of killing each other, the ninja villages compete under these exams, keeping relations good between allies, as well as showing off their power to enemies, keeping them from attacking. Likewise, if a village's representatives, the genin teams in this exam, show that they are weaker, the amount of missions will decrease, and the threat of invasion is greater. Therefore, it is very important that you take these exams very seriously. The next stage will be one-on-one fighting where many daimyo and other important people will come to see you fight. The selection on who becomes Chunin is made by several judges among those important people. A special Jounin then jumped in front of Hiruzen, kneeling in front of him. Sandaime-sama, allow me to explain. The special Jounin named Gecko Hate requested before Hiruzen nodded to him. Hate stood back up and faced the genin squads. As Sandaime-sama explained, for the third exam there will be a lot of important people and officials watching. However, since these important guests have limited time, we can't simply have so many matches. For this reason, we must have a preliminary round at this time. Before we commence with these preliminaries, could those that don't feel well and want to forfeit raise their hands? As it is individual fighting from now on, your decision won't affect your team. So, does anyone here wish to withdraw from the exam? We will begin the matches immediately, so you won't have time to rest. Hate said, and a murmur arose from the groups of genin. Naruto saw that Shikamaru was about to raise his hand when, I give up, Kabuto said with his hand raised. Naruto narrowed his eyes at the suspicious genin. Nobody would take these exams so many times and just forfeit when they're so close to winning. I'm sure he wasn't taking the exams for the fun of it, considering what he knows. I better keep an eye on him, Naruto thought. Your Konoha's Yakushi Kabuto? Very well, you may leave, Hate said and wrote something down on the clipboard he was carrying. Kabuto left, and once again Shikamaru was about to raise his hand when Ino shot him a glare. Half-heartedly, he conformed and lowered his hand, not wanting to deal with Ino yelling at him later for quitting because of his laziness. What should we do about the uchiha? Anko asked. Both she and Hiruzen could see something was bothering Sasuke, confirming Naruto's clone's explanation and report about what Orochimaru did after the snake Sannin bit him. The clone gave them only a brief summary of Naruto's battle with Orochimaru, but when asked again about the explosion, the clone told them that it was an Uzumaki Kenjutsu that would kill the user if attempted, since they don't have the required chakra to execute it. Although the fire was put out, the extent of the damage done was immense, as acres of the forest were completely destroyed. It would be decades before the forest was restored back to how it previously was. Hokage-sama, Anko started, I can practically smell Orochimaru's curse seal on Sasuke, and he did survive the ordeal of the curse seal. We have to stop that genin from competing. If he gives in, Sasuke isn't the type to just forfeit and listen to you. He's here to test his strength, Kakashi interjected. But, Anko began, I can place the containment seal on Sasuke. Don't worry, Kakashi stated. Kakashi was well informed by Hiruzen about the incident involving his genin team and Orochimaru, and the Jounin made it a note to watch Sasuke more carefully now. Well, if there is no one else withdrawing, then let's start the first match, Hate said, and a part of the wall behind the statue slid down, revealing a screen. There, names began to flash before they stopped. First match of the preliminaries. Uchiha Sasuke vs Yoroi Kado, Hate called. Before the fight started, Kakashi warned Sasuke, if your curse seal gets out of control, I will have to intervene and stop the match to control the seal. This barred Sasuke from using any jutsu, as the seal responded to flows of chakra. The match started with Yoroi stealing Sasuke's chakra with his chakra absorption. The match appeared hopeless for Sasuke, until he heard Naruto's taunts of him losing to a non-elite ninja. When he saw Lee next to Naruto, it gave Sasuke an idea. He used the lion combo, a partial copy of Lee's front lotus, which had been captured by Sasuke's Sharingan. Yoroi was knocked unconscious, and Sasuke advanced to the next round. After the fight, Kakashi took Sasuke away to seal the curse seal. As the preliminaries continued, events went as followed. Second match. Abumi Zaku vs. Aburame Shino. Zaku apparently only had one functional arm, but he bet that he could win regardless. But this despite his best efforts, he still lost with Shino rising as the victor. The third match. Kankuro vs. Masumi Tsurugi. After an intense battle, Kankuro came out the winner. The fourth match. Sakura vs. Ino. Both exhausted each other out until a duo knockout. Hate declared that their match ended in a draw, thus either of them was allowed to move on to the next round. The fifth match. Nara Shikamaru vs. Tsuchikin. Shikamaru was at a disadvantage at first, since Kin had seen him use his shadow imitation technique in the Forest of Death without showing her own fighting style. But Shikamaru managed to devise a plan to bind his shadow with hers and knock her unconscious, leaving him as the winner. The sixth match. Temari vs. Inuzuka Kiba. Kiba was certain that he would win against her, but Temari had another agenda in mind, proving her strength before the Konoha ninja watching, and if possible, gaining some of Naruto's attention and acknowledgement. The match was intense as Temari was forced to use her knowledge on stronger wind jutsu to keep Kiba and Akamaru at bay and from getting close to her, especially after Akamaru transformed into Kiba with the beast human clone technique. With her weapon of choice, her large fan, she combined that with her knowledge on wind jutsu at her disposal to block and counter all of their attacks. She warned them that their match would end once her fan reaches 3 stars. Before long, both Kiba and Akamaru ended up heavily battered and cut up by her wind jutsu attacks. After her fan reached the 2nd star, Akamaru was the first to lose consciousness and change back to normal after Temari performed another wind jutsu on him and threw him into a wall. In a rage, Kiba sought to avenge his partner, but Temari managed to take to the air momentarily through the use of her fan to avoid Kiba's attack. After her fan reached the 3rd star, Temari glided back to the ground and performed her futon Tatsu no Ashigoto wind release, severing pressure on Kiba, trapping and cutting him up in the process before having him land painfully on top of her large fan on his back and then tossing him to the floor in a heap next to his dog. Amazingly, Kiba managed to remain conscious despite his injuries. Hate examined Kiba and afterwards declared Temari the winner. Surprising, Naruto remarked, though Kiba and Akamaru really gave a good fight, that Tsunechik still managed to beat both of them without so much as having a scratch. Now that I respect. Temari shot Naruto a flirtatious smile and replied, I'm happy you expected nothing less of the daughter of the Kazekage, Naruto. I'm sure you can understand that I have a dignified image to maintain after all. The other Konoha genin couldn't believe that Temari was openly flirting with Naruto after beating one of their comrades in front of them. Meanwhile, Hinata went to check up on Kiba as he was being carried away on a stretcher. Hinata. Listen to me, Kiba pleased weakly. There's only you, Naruto, Lee, Chuji, Tenten, Neji, Gaara and some guy from Oto left. If your match is with Gaara, forfeit immediately. And if it's with Neji, forfeit your match with him also. Hinata was surprised at Kiba's words and replied, Be but Kiba-kun. Hinata. Neji will show you no mercy. He's cruel to you and will beat you to a pulp, Kiba warned. A moment the scene started flash names again, and after it stopped, 2 names appeared on it. 7th match. Hyuga Neji vs. Hyuga Hinata. Damn it. Kiba muttered. Hinata, Kurenai thought with concern and worry. What an interesting matchup, Hiruzen thought. Guy looked at the screen and wondered about the outcome. Kiba wasn't allowed to continue as he was carried away. Neji had a cold and hardened look as he looked over at Hinata. The 2 Hyuga members came forward onto the arena floor. As everyone watched, Sasuke returned and stood alongside his teammates. Kakashi followed close by from behind. You're back already? I didn't think I'd see you again so soon, Naruto remarked. I wanted to see the rest of the matches. I heard just now that Hinata has to battle against Neji, Sasuke said. She does. And unlike Kiba, I will not coach Hinata-chan to forfeit her match, Naruto replied. But aren't you worried about what might happen to Hinata? Sakura asked. I have confidence in my girlfriend, as should all of you, Naruto answered. Don't get me wrong, Naruto, but Neji's a strong fighter and even Lee and I have a hard time with Neji whenever we spar. He is a genius and Hyuga prodigy after all, not to mention last year's Rookie of the Year, Tenten said. In that case, let's see what my genius girlfriend can do, Naruto replied. The Konoha ninja figured that Naruto referred to Hinata as a genius as a means of giving moral support to Hinata. Sasuke had no knowledge of Neji's skills, but he had seen Hinata's sparring matches at the academy from time to time. In the beginning, she barely won any of her matches, but towards the end of their time at the academy, she started showing signs of improvement. Hinata told me several days ago that she improved from how she used to be, though I don't know how that compares to Neji's skills, Sasuke said. What a troublesome matchup, Shikamaru remarked. Meanwhile on the arena floor, I never thought I'd be facing you, Neji stated. Nizan, Hinata said in return. I didn't know your girlfriend and Neji were siblings, Sakura said. They're not their cousins and they don't get along due to internal clan issues and traditions that strained and divided the members of their clan. There are two houses of their clan. The main house which Hinata-chan as the clan heiress is part of, and the cadet branch house which Neji is a part of that was established to protect and serve the main house, Naruto explained. Temari was staring down at Hinata who stood face to face with Neji. She doesn't look like much, Kankuro said. Baki and Gaara gave no comment as they simply looked on. Hinata looked over at Temari and saw the I wish I was the one fighting you instead expression the Suna Kunoichi was giving her. Hate stood between Neji and Hinata. The 7th match will now begin. Hate announced before stepping away. Before we begin this match, I'd like to say something, Hinata-sama, Neji said. Hinata meekly awaited his words. You don't make a good ninja, forfeit now. You're too kind. You wish for harmony and avoid conflict. You agree with others, never resisting. You have no self-confidence, and I always feel your sense of inferiority. That's why I thought it would be best for you to remain a genin. But the Chunin exams could only be taken as a team of 3. You couldn't turn down your team's requests, thus you entered unwilling. Am I correct? Neji spoke while carrying feelings of false concern. I joined this exam of my own free will. To test my skills and see how much I've changed, Hinata replied humbly. Everyone was watching the scene play out. Everyone knew that the fight would be tragically one-sided. However, only one saw whose favor the match was truly in. Kurenai, though, thought about her time with Hinata and how hard she worked to improve despite setbacks and difficulties. Hinata-sama, as I thought, you're a spoiled brat of the main house. People can't change themselves. Losers are losers. Their personality and strength will not change. Because people can't change, differences are born. Expressions like elite and loser are created. Looks, brains, ability, size, personality, all people judge and are judged based on these values. Based on their unchangeable factors, people discriminate and are discriminated against, and they suffer with what fate dealt them, just like how I'm from the cadet branch house and you're from the main house. I've seen many things with my Byakugan, so I know. You act like you're strong, but deep down you actually want to run away from here. Sakura turned to see Naruto's reaction to Neji's harsh and vicious words. Much to her surprise, Naruto silently watched while waiting to see Hinata's next choice of action. She couldn't tell if he was angry or passive about what was happening. Kakashi said, it's believed that the origin of the Uchiha clan lies with the Hyuga clan. The Byakugan is an advanced bloodline limit passed down in the Hyuga family. In terms of the ability of insight, the Byakugan surpasses the Sharingan. Sasuke stayed quiet after listening to Kakashi's words while watching the scene on the arena floor play out. Neji activated his Byakugan and continued his attempt to psychologically break Hinata down. You can't fool my eyes. Against my pressure just now you shifted your eyes to the upper left, a sign that you're remembering your past, your painful past. After that, you look to the lower right. That's a sign that you're imagining physical and mental pain. Basically, you're thinking about yourself. And from all the experiences you've had until now, you're imagining the results of this match. Imagining that you'll lose. Hinata lowered her head and took a deep breath and exhaled. After a short moment, she unzipped her jacket and removed it before tossing it away to the side. She then took her forehead protector around her neck and tied it around her forehead, allowing some of her hair to drape over it. Neji Nizan, Hinata said meekly as she activated her Byakugan. Without warning, Hinata charged at Neji at a fast speed and threw a right juken punch at him. Neji easily sidestepped and avoided the strike. Weak dash, Neji said, but was immediately cut off when Hinata in the same fluid motion spun on her right foot and swiftly brought her left leg up and swung it hard across Neji's face. The male Hyuga, caught off guard by the surprise attack, was sent spinning off the ground before hitting the floor with a thud. Tenten and Lee sported shocked facial expressions with their mouths gaping after seeing how Neji was so thoroughly humbled and knocked off his feet within seconds after speaking in abusive terms to Hinata. Guy was speechless at how his student was knocked to the floor so effortlessly. He was wondering what kind of training Kurenai was giving Hinata. And speaking of Kurenai, she too was totally caught by surprise at how the first attack was in her student's favor. Did you see that? Sakura exclaimed in sheer disbelief. No freaking way. She decoyed him right into her attack. Ino shouted after getting over the shock. Hinata-chan, you little copycat, Naruto snickered affectionately. She utterly humiliated him. Tenten managed to voice with a still shocked expression. Maybe that'll help keep his sharp tongue in its place, Asuma remarked with a grin. And yet I always thought I'd be the one to battle Neji like this, Lee said. Sasuke quietly looked at Hinata and saw that she was manifesting a spirit and character that he and clearly no one else except Naruto was familiar with. He didn't want to admit it, but it was starting to remind of Naruto, with the Suna ninja. It looks like this said to be inferior kunoichi has some hidden thorns to her. I wonder what more she can do, Temari commented. Considering what that guy said to her just moments ago, this fight ought to be interesting, Kankuro added. A moment later, Neji, momentarily dazed, gradually got back on his feet while rubbing his face, which now had a shocked expression and a most noticeable bruise. As much as he would have liked to deny it, Hinata's surprise attack hurt a lot and left him dizzy for a moment. He couldn't believe that Hinata not only managed to land a swift blow onto his face with her foot, but she made him look stupid in front of everyone after his demeaning speech. Feeling something warm with an iron-like taste seeping down his chin, Neji rubbed his lips only to find that he was now bleeding from a swollen and busted lip. The bruise in his jaw was even more painfully felt. That Nizen was the same move Naruto-kun, our class dead last, used against our class Rookie of the Year several years ago during the Academy Field Day event. And I thought it would be fitting that I use that very same move just as effectively against last year's Rookie of the Year, seeing as you consider me the dead last of our clan. I believe it's called Poetic Justice Nizen, Hinata explained. Neji looked back at Hinata with unadulterated hatred. I'll kill her. I'll kill her. Neji thought to himself as anger and bloodlust leak out of him. He's obviously mad now, Shikamaru remarked while stating the obvious. I wonder what'll come out of this. Don't worry so much. I'm more than sure that Hinata-chan will show that narrow-minded bastard who's truly weak, Naruto said. Neji charged at Hinata with his palm raised and extended. As his coordinated attacks came one after another, Hinata was able to evade and deflect every last one of them easily. But to the eyes of all the onlookers except Naruto, it was as though two prodigies were blurs. The speed they were moving at made it look like they were at a stalemate. The two Hyuga backed away and stood 10 yards away from each other. Neji looked at Hinata carefully and found her looking completely calm and confident with no trace of doubt, fear, or insecurity. She's always been weaker than me. I refuse to be defeated by her. No, fate will not allow it, Neji thought to himself as he gritted his teeth in frustration. He was the Hyuga prodigy, a genius, the one who was given the strongest Byakugan abilities in the Hyuga clan, and he wasn't going to be defeated by the one he regarded as the weakest link of the main house. Not bad, Hinata-sama, but it'll take more than just fancy dodging to stand against me in this fight, stated Neji, as he assumed his Juken stance and prepared for another round. At this Hinata replied, I didn't think we were getting serious yet. Snarling at the heiress while Hinata looked as composed as ever, the two combatants charged at each other. They met and began throwing open palm strikes at each other. Neji tried to palm Hinata's stomach, but the Hyuga heiress blocked and sent a palm towards Neji's chest. He dodged to the left and tried to strike back. Hinata evaded as well. This fast-paced sidestep block evade dance continued for a while as either landed a blow on the other. Did Hinata go through a complete personality change? It's like she's possessed. She was never like this when we were at the academy, Ino said while observing the match. I'll say, Shikamaru remarked as he watched with amazement. The only form of possession Hinata-san is dealing with is the possession of her youth, Lee said as he watched the match excitedly. Kurenai was watching Hinata carefully, and found that what she was seeing was nothing like how Hinata had always performed during her sparring matches. Shino, too, while not externally showing it, was baffled by what he was seeing. What is this I'm seeing? Kurenai wondered with bemusement. While watching with his team, Naruto was simply smiling with his arms crossed over his chest like a master watching his apprentice's excellent progress being demonstrated in front of onlookers. Sasuke, while seeing Naruto's expression, recalled Hinata's words to him in front of her clan's compound. Naruto-kun fully understood my pain, my suffering, and my loneliness. He changed and saved me from that life, and helped me become smarter, stronger, and faster than others believed I could become. What kind of training did Naruto have Hinata go through to make her excel this far? Sasuke wondered before turning back to look at the match again. Neji rushed forward again, and the two continued battling with their Juken. He tried going for her chakra points to strike and shut them down. Though Neji's raw skills were known for always making their mark, Hinata's agility and lithe figure allowed her to level the playing field as she swiftly moved around Neji and all of his attacks without getting hit even once. After 10 minutes and failing to hit even one of her chakra points, Neji and Hinata pulled back from each other. He was breathing a bit heavily while Hinata didn't even look warmed up yet. That served to infuriate Neji, though he stayed calm regardless. Is this the best your training did for you? Neji asked after catching his breath. No, I was merely getting an assessment of your fighting style and your pattern, Hinata answered calmly. I think I've seen enough. Don't talk big, Hinata-sama. The outcome of this match was already decided from the time you were set to fight me, and you're fated to lose disgracefully at my feet, Neji sneered. Hinata turned to look up at the spectator floor and looked directly at Naruto, as though she was asking something of him. Seeing the look in her eyes, Naruto grinned and gave her a particular nod of approval, which she clearly understood. She turned her attention back to the arena floor. You're only delaying the inevitable through that clown's moral support. You can't undo what fate has already predetermined for you. All you're doing is wasting time, Neji said coldly. Hinata stayed quiet momentarily as she gathered herself together while solidifying her resolve. A minute later, she was ready. Hinata looked directly at Neji with a polite expression and said meekly, I learned a lot from Naruto-kun over the years, and during my time with him, I also learned to properly utilize my time and develop from all that I've learned and all that I've experienced. What's also true is that a clock has nothing but time, Neji Nizan. But in terms of the duration of this match, as a result of the time I utilized to study you, Hinata balled her fists and held her arms in an upright position. She focused her chakra into her arms, and before long, her arms flared with chakra. She increased and strengthened the output of her chakra, which then took on the form of two large lion head-shaped shrouds of chakra with glowing white eyes around their hands. The intense roaring of her chakra gave the impression that the lion heads were truly roaring fiercely. Time has grown short, Hinata said with a determined expression. Chapter 24. Growth. Hinata stood on the arena floor with both of her hands and arms enshrouded with chakra in the form of twin lion heads with glowing white eyes. The expression on her face was one, not of haughtiness or contempt, but one of strength, confidence, and determination. Neji couldn't help but look shocked at what he was seeing. Juho Sasuken gentle step lion fists, Hinata said. Juho Sasuken? I wasn't aware that such a juken exists. Neji thought to himself while looking at the amount of chakra Hinata was putting out. Yeah baby. This fight just got real. Naruto chorused. I've never seen that kind of juken jutsu before. Neji never used it whenever Lee or I sparred with him, Tenten said. That's because he can't use it. Naruto said proudly. It's an original juken that Hinata-chan herself invented. Hiruzen and everyone turned to Naruto on hearing what he said just a moment ago. She invented that. But how? Tenten asked in disbelief. My girlfriend is a genius, that's how. Juho Sasuken is a juken she was working on in secret for nearly a year. Only recently did she manage to master and complete it, from what she told me a few days ago. And the proclaimed prodigy is going to be shown what their lion-hearted clan heiress can do, Naruto explained. The group turned to look back at the arena floor. Neji doesn't look as cocky as before, Chuji noted. That's because he's being made to see how foolish he was to undermine Hinata the way he did earlier. So far Hinata made a total ass of him since she hasn't been hit once, Shikamaru replied. How much more about Hinata was I not aware of? Kurenai wondered to herself. She's about to go on the offense now, Sakura added. All eyes are on you now, Hinata-chan. Show them what a kick-ass Hyuga you are. Naruto shouted enthusiastically. Despite the seriousness of the situation, Hinata couldn't help but smile and blush at Naruto's words of encouragement. Seeing her momentary distraction, Neji charged at her and aimed to hit one of her chakra points. Upon reaching her, Neji thrust his right palm forward to strike. However, Hinata moved so fast it looked as though she completely vanished in front of him. What? Neji said, as he had never seen Hinata move that fast. Before he could fully process what just happened, Hinata reappeared next to him at his right and delivered a brute punch straight into his gut and lower ribs, effectively knocking the breath out of him. Neji doubled over and coughed up blood out of his mouth as the pain ripped through his body, as he seemingly lost his voice to let out the yell that wanted to escape his throat that was now spewing some blood from his mouth. Sandaime and all of the Konoha ninja with him except Naruto had expressions of shock and disbelief when they saw what just happened. Looks like Neji is being made to pay for his outright disrespect, Sasuke remarked. No further mockery to say? Hinata asked while still holding up his doubled-over form with her right fist that was still implanted into his gut. Accept a Nizan, your silent apology will suffice, Hinata remarked before she brought her left fist down just as hard on Neji, knocking him down harshly onto the solid ground. Neji grunted lowly while on the ground with blood still in his mouth as Hinata stepped away from him with her fists still flaring with her lion head chakra. When she was 20 feet away from him, she turned to him and waited patiently for Neji to pick himself off the ground. After a period of 3 minutes, Neji gathered his strength together and gradually stood back up to see Hinata staring at him. You yield? Hinata asked. Realizing that Hinata stood there and waited for him to stand and get back on his feet after knocking him down, Neji's anger grew hot. Hinata saw the look on his face, but she wasn't deterred, to say the least. I'm giving you the chance to surrender and to walk away from this peacefully with no further injuries being inflicted on you, Neji Nizan, Hinata warned. Don't speak to me as though I'm beneath you, Hinata-sama, Neji growled, And don't think that just because you managed to catch me off guard makes you better than me. I don't see you as beneath me, Nizan, and I acknowledge your developed skills and aptitude in our clan's junkin. But I will fight you seriously this time if you choose to continue, Hinata stated. You didn't back down when I told you to, Hinata-sama, so don't expect me to back down just because you asked me to, Neji replied. Pitiful. This arrogant ass can't see that he already lost. Sasuke remarked. Such hypocrisy, who are you to judge someone about arrogance, Sasuke? Naruto retorted. Before Sasuke could give a retort of his own, until the proctor calls the fight, then the match is not over, Sasuke, Kakashi replied. Neji still might have a shot at a comeback, Tenten said. Naruto said nothing and kept his eye on the match. As he did, he focused on Hinata and thought back to an event that changed her life. It was a critical trial Naruto put Hinata through that would have either strengthened or broken her. Flashback. 2 years ago, Hinata, age 11, was in the woods alone. She was patiently waiting for Naruto's age 11 arrival. After another minute, Hinata-chan. Hinata smiled and turned upon hearing her name being called out. Naruto-kun. Hinata said happily as she hurried over to him. She noticed, though, that he was carrying with him a small cage with what was clearly a full-grown light brown rabbit. She approached Naruto and asked, "Where did you get that cute bunny? I found and caught him yesterday before I went to a local pet store and bought a cage and some food to feed it," Naruto explained. "He's so cute and adorable." "What's his name?" Hinata asked as she smiled brightly while opening the caging and petting it. "I didn't name him," Naruto revealed without any special interest. "Why not?" Hinata asked as she picked up and held the rabbit in her arms. "To do so would be pointless, to tell you the truth, especially since this rabbit here is going to be used for your training and test," Naruto elaborated. Hinata looked at Naruto questionably and asked, "My training and test? How can this be done? I know from Kiba-kun that his clan specializes in having dogs as partners, but from what I heard from him it takes years of training to develop the necessary bond. And neither of us have that specialty." "True," Naruto spoke while looking at the rabbit in her hands. "But you won't need to worry about that, Hinata-chan, since you won't be doing that kind of training." "What did you have in mind then?" Hinata asked with a confused expression. "You'll understand tomorrow. Bring that rabbit with you back here after your juken lessons with your father and sister. And make sure no one knows about the rabbit, as it's crucial for your test tomorrow," Naruto advised. "And make sure to take good care of this rabbit and be sure to be discreet in how you hide him from others." "But how am I to hide him in the compound?" Hinata questioned. "Same way you hide your training from your father and fellow Hyuga." "I'm certain you'll think of something," Naruto replied. "Naruto-kun, what is it that you're planning for tomorrow's test?" Hinata asked. Naruto answered, "I can't tell you until tomorrow." "I'm sorry." Hinata frowned, but she decided not to press the matter further. "Okay. I'll trust you, Naruto-kun," Hinata conceded before placing the rabbit back in its cage. "How are you adjusting to the chakra and gravity seals?" Naruto asked. "I'm fine. I managed to increase the levels of my seals at least 2 notches, Hinata said proudly. "That's great. I'm glad that you're progressing well," Naruto smiled. Hinata lowered her head and commented, "At least you're aware of my progress. Father and others don't know that and still look at me as a failure. It's hard listening to them put me down, and Neji Nizan's ridicules only add to my grief. I understand that hiding your true abilities and posing as a disgrace and failure is difficult, but that's what makes you dangerous, since no one suspects you. They have Byakugan, yet they can't see the truth you hide from them, just as you'll hide that rabbit from them as part of your training and growth." "My growth?" Hinata asked. "Yes, your growth to become the strong kunoichi woman I already see you for, my little moon's eye spring rabbit," Naruto stated. Hinata blushed and squealed happily as she cupped her reddened face. "Naruto-kun." Naruto grinned, feeling satisfied with himself. "Well, I'll let you return home now," Naruto said. "You're leaving already?" Hinata asked. "I still have more preparations to do for our new training after tomorrow's test." "Until tomorrow, then," Naruto said before teleporting in gust of wind. Having no other choice, Hinata picked up the cage and started on her return home. While her mind kept trying to conjure up a plan of sneaking and hiding the rabbit within the compound without getting caught until tomorrow. With an estate filled with Byakugan-wielding ninja, it was going to be a formidable task for her to pull off. The following morning, Hinata arrived early in the afternoon just as Naruto asked her to. She had brought along the rabbit as instructed. At exactly 1 p.m. Naruto arrived in a wind gust. "Shunshin, you made it, Hinata-chan. Was there any trouble keeping the rabbit out of sight?" Naruto asked. "It was very difficult. I couldn't just walk into the compound with it in my hands. I actually had to scale the walls unnoticed, though I had a few close calls, and then hide him in the bushes by the garden and pond. Twice he was almost caught by the night patrol, as I had to move him around those 2 times without getting caught myself, since it took place in the middle of the night," Hinata explained. Very good, I'm happy to see you carried out that part of your training and followed instructions successfully, Naruto said. But haven't I always carried out and followed instructions from you since the time you started training me? Hinata asked. That's the purpose of this test, Hinata-chan, Naruto answered before he pulled out a kunai and tossed it to her. She caught the kunai and looked at him curiously. What am I to do with this? Hinata inquired. Your test is to take that kunai and use it to kill that rabbit, right now, Naruto stated. There was a momentary silence. Then a look of horror appeared on Hinata's face. Say what? Hinata cried. You can't mean that. Naruto gave Hinata a single nod. I do, Ho. How can you? Hinata asked with built-up hesitation. It's simple, because as your trainer and sensei, I gave you instructions to do so, which is the purpose of this test, Naruto stated. Understand that when we become ninja officially, we will be expected to carry out orders instantly and without any hesitation. If our lead ninja in charge tells us to kill someone, we will be expected to complete the job with no shed tears. If you can't even kill a rabbit, Hinata-chan, even if it's to serve as food, am I to believe you can kill a human being who would kill you in an instant if he or she was given the order to do so? But we're not up against an enemy ninja. Hinata argued with tears building up in her eyes as she looked down at the defenseless rabbit that was still in its cage. Do you think that slaying an enemy ninja or bandit will be easier? Naruto asked patiently. It will not, I assure you. This is the grim reality of the shinobi world that Konoha's Ninja Academy fails to expose their developing would-be genin to, and I want you to see it now before your mind is filled with unrealistic expectations and dreams. But I know ninja kill Naruto-kun. Hinata exclaimed. Well then, what's the problem? Naruto replied. Looking at the rabbit, Hinata pleaded. Why should I kill him though? It's completely defenseless. And harmless. How? How could you ask this of me? Naruto didn't get upset at all. He expected this reaction from Hinata. He knew it would be a hard and in some ways a cruel test, but it had a purpose he wanted his dear friend to understand and grow from. Let me share this unspoken truth with you, something Iruka-sensei and the other sensei at the academy are negligent in teaching us. Ninja don't just kill bad people, we kill whoever we're directed to regardless of age, social class, gender or rank. If the target to be killed happens to be an adult, we take him out. Sometimes the target will be an innocent woman or child. What do you mean? That's not true. Hinata bellowed through her tears. The Hokage would never give us a mission to do something so vile. You think Konoha, the other 3 Hokage, or even your father didn't have their share in killing mass numbers of people of various ages and gender, Hinata-chan? Naruto asked as he looked into her widened eyes. He could see she really didn't believe what he was saying. When we work on throwing kunai and shuriken at the academy, Iruka-sensei and the other teachers have us use human-shaped targets. Am I correct? Naruto asked knowingly. Yes. Hinata said lowly. And there are bullseyes for the head, throat, and heart, Naruto added. There are, Hinata said lowly. That's right. It's to teach us to aim for vitals on a human body meant for an instant kill. Didn't it ever occur to you once that the target you'd be assigned to kill one day wouldn't be a ninja, but perhaps an official, a businessman, a merchant, somebody's wife or son, or a civilian? We're being taught to kill both ninja and people. Hinata had a pained expression. Throwing shuriken and kunai at target dummies and poles was such a repetitive thing she had never considered. Still, Hinata argued, we were never taught that we'd have to kill unarmed people, Naruto-kun. It's just wrong. So if you were fighting an enemy ninja, you would kill him? Naruto asked. If I had to, Hinata managed to reply. But you won't kill a rabbit or the unarmed person who hired the enemy ninja to kill you, your friends, your sister or me perhaps? Naruto asked. Hinata was shocked by his question, as it was clear that she didn't think of the possibility that the unarmed person would be the employer of the enemy ninja. That's the thing, Hinata-chan. Our targets won't always be enemy ninja. They could be one of the people I pointed out earlier. As ninja, we're sometimes given missions with unfavorable objectives. Sometimes we have to complete missions involving assassinations, infiltration, and spying, which you're go at, and stealing. True, we occasionally will do other things such as provide protection services, security and interrogations, but basically spying, stealing and killing are dominant factors of the ninja life. And sometimes, a ninja is even given a secret mission that involves killing one of his or her own clansmen, if not wiping out their entire clan. That's horrible. Hinata retorted as she suddenly remembered how Sasuke's older brother turned traitor and genocide the entire Uchiha clan in one night. But she was sure that it wasn't on the order of the Hokage. She was sure that the Sandaime wouldn't order such a mass assassination of men, women and children to be carried out through Itachi. What do you think it's going to be like when your team captain orders you to kill someone? That's right, it's not going to be a nice feeling at all. In fact, it's going to feel 100% awful the first time you have to take a life. If you can't even stand killing a rabbit when necessary, do you think you can kill if ordered to or in the event you have to do so to protect someone precious to you? Do you remember the story you told me about that Kumo diplomat? Your father personally killed that Kumo diplomat who tried to kidnap you one night years ago. He did what he had to in order to protect you even in the face of consequences. Hinata wanted to give a reply but nothing came out of her mouth. 2 years ago, during our Academy Field Day event, I demonstrated in front of everyone my ability to not only kill Jizan but everyone else there effortlessly if I wanted to, if I was serious. I wasn't playing around when I did that, though I disguised it as if I was. But in end I made it audibly clear to all my targets that their lives would have been taken if I had chosen to go through with it. Naruto reminded, it would have been a bloody deed, but if that was a mission, it would have been successfully carried out. Would you have been proud of that? Hinata asked. As a ninja, Naruto expounded, there will be a lot of difficult and dirty deeds that we won't want people to ever know or hear about. What you must understand, Hinata-chan, is that many ninja before us have done things they didn't like or enjoyed, but it had to be done if it meant that preservation of the entire village or to stop a war or a rebellion from breaking out. But in spite of how they felt about whatever deed was done, the fact of the matter is that they were deeds that were important. Konoha has many ninja that had become chunin and jounin at ages younger than our own that were exposed to war-torn horrors and realities that those of our generation have never seen or experienced. As ninja of Konoha, we will be taking the oath to protect the village, provide financial revenue that makes the village run, fight for each other and protect each other no matter the danger. It's also true is that as ninja of Konoha, though we will do things worthwhile that we'll like to remember and talk about, we will also do a number of things we won't be proud of, and yes, we will make enemies as a result. But we carry out our missions to serve and protect our Hokage, our village, our teammates and families. Our ninja code of honor derives from our loyalty to our comrades and the ones we serve, not our actions. So long as we are loyal and obedient, then any act is acceptable, which is contingent on us never betraying those we are supposed to be loyal to. To be a ninja is to accept a hard life while making sacrifices, sometimes at personal cost. When the time comes for us to put on the head protector of Konoha, we will no longer be looked at as children or teenagers, but as adults, warriors to serve the village and the Hokage. Not everyone can do this, and not everyone lives through it. Hinata looked at the kunai in her hand and back at the rabbit that was staring up at her with his big blameless eyes. She thought about her life and about everything she had to endure through up till this point. Naruto was waiting to see what her decision would be, but he saw the inner struggle she was having as a few tears descended down her face. This was a harsh test, he admitted to himself, but he knew he had to have her go through it now instead of having her face a situation like this later and freezing up out of fear and doubt. Hinata-chan. Naruto called out as he looked directly at her with an intense and honest gaze and said, "You told me that you want change yourself and prove that you can become stronger and ultimately become a true ninja. You told me that you don't want to be considered or looked at as a weak and useless heiress or a burden to anyone. You told me that you don't want Hanabi being viewed as your promising replacement. I sincerely believe that you can do everything you told me and what you do will matter. But this is the price. The question is, are you willing to pay it or not?" Gulping audibly, Hinata looked up at Naruto and said with a sad but certain tone, "I do. You want to be a strong ninja, Naruto-kun. I want to be a confident and capable heiress, and I don't want to lose out in always being and staying at your side." Looking on, Naruto silently nodded his approval. It was acceptable if it was hard for her, so long as she actually went through with it. She reached down and retrieved the rabbit from its cage. She had started to care for the little rabbit, but she didn't care for him as much as she cared for Naruto. She couldn't let him down. With the kunai in hand, Hinata tried to make it a quick and clean slash across the neck. However, her shaking hand didn't allow the weapon to cut all the way through. Blood splattered onto her face, her black t-shirt and dark pants from the partially slashed neck. The rabbit let loose a series of high-pitched terrified squeals and was wildly trying to escape. Hinata was forced to get a firmer grip to hold on to him before she could try and finish the job. In his moments of terror and pain, he bit at her hand. Clenching her teeth, Hinata brought the knife down a second time. This time she kept her hand secured and the kunai's blade went clean through. The rabbit's struggle ceased before his body and the blood-stained kunai would drop to the ground, his blood pouring out onto the soil. Hinata looked at what she had done and the blood in her hands. She began sobbing lowly, allowing her tears to pour freely down her face as she fell to her hands and knees. Naruto stepped over and stood over her. "You pass, Hinata-chan. Congratulations," Naruto said plainly, but he offered no word of sympathy or comfort to her as he continued, "If you grow to hate me for what I made you go through today, I won't hold it against you. I know this was cruel, perhaps traumatic even, but understand that the shinobi world is also cruel and sheltering you from that reality would be dangerous. I promise to train and make you into a strong kunoichi. That's what I'm going to do, even if you grow to hate me for this. There was a brief silence between the two as no words were exchanged between them. After a lapse of 12 minutes, Hinata calmed herself down and wiped her tears away. A moment later she stood back up, looked at Naruto with a saddened but understanding look and said, I don't hate you, Naruto-kun. I know you would never have me do anything without a reason like you emphasized to me earlier. It hurts that you had me go through this. And I do feel guilty about it. But at the same time, you gave me a choice of accepting this or not. I could have refused if I wanted to. You didn't force this on me, I chose this path with its consequences. Naruto nodded. This is just one of many difficult roads of ninja to come, some of them being filled with adventures, others with trials and tribulations, and some worthwhile. Feelings of guilt after killing someone is a natural response that shows that we still have our humanity intact, though it can be controlled with practice. But if we ever start taking pleasuring in the art of killing and develop a taste for it, that's when we'd start losing our conscience and humanity, which would make us ruthless psychopaths. That's a line we never want to cross. Hinata took note that throughout Naruto's speech and explanations he included himself alongside her. She acknowledged that he placed himself in the same boat as her in spite of the fact that he was the one teaching and training her. This helped to strengthen her trust and confidence in Naruto, accepting that all of his efforts and work has been aimed to help both her and himself. What happens now? Hinata asked meekly. Well, I'll take care of this dead rabbit, and find some animal to feed with it. But I can't have you go home covered in animal blood, so you'll have to clean and bathe yourself here in that lake over there. Don't worry, I was smart enough to bring you a towel, soap and some change of clothes, knowing how messy this test was going to be, Naruto said before his clone that was hiding up in the trees the entire time descended down and gave Hinata the duffel bag filled with the items Naruto described. Naruto then pointed to the large body of running water nearby. But Naruto-kun. Hinata blushed darkly. Hinata-chan, it's not like I haven't seen you shirtless before, Naruto remarked. Though that's not the point. I mean, relax, I'll stand guard and make sure no one is around, but make it fast. Please keep in mind though that something like this you'll also have to anticipate in some of your future missions as a ninja, Naruto instructed. Hesitantly, Hinata went and hurriedly did as she was told. Naruto was tempted to peek at her while she was bathing, but after the ordeal he put her through he decided against it. After another 11 minutes, Hinata was done and returned back to Naruto in her change of clothes which matched what she was wearing earlier. Her blood-stained clothes were inside the duffel bag her change of clothes were in previously. There. No one will suspect a thing now, Naruto commented. Are you feeling better now? Hinata nodded a little. Naruto replied, it's a start. You can take the rest of the day to mentally recuperate and fully contemplate on everything I said and all that happened today. I know it was a lot for you to take in such a short time, but in the ninja world no one will wait till we're ready. Tomorrow after our class with Iruka-sensei, I'll bring some ninja gear and camping equipment for us. We'll meet at Training Ground 30 straight after class. For the next 3 weeks, we'll be doing survival training. By the time we're done with all of our training after graduating from the academy, we'll be ready to go and take on real missions, face enemies and take on any challenger. Databale. End flashback. Present time. Naruto closed his eyes and exhaled as he recalled that day and everything that followed afterwards. He admitted to himself that he put Hinata through the grind in some of his training. But the end results of her endurance and determination to prove herself far more than justified the means. He looked back down to see that the match was about to continue. You wish to continue, Nizan? Very well then, Hinata said as she clenched her fists and assumed a Juken stance, her fists still maintaining her Juho Sashuken. Neji wiped the blood away from his mouth and assumed his own stance. A few seconds later, Hinata charged at Neji and likewise Neji charged at her. Before they reached each other, Hinata disappeared and reappeared suddenly in front of her older cousin and punched him square in the face, effectively busting his nose as blood now came from out of it. He was left in a daze again, this time with his head throbbing and vision temporarily blurred. This was followed up with fast left kicks to his lower legs, stomach, the midsection of his chest, his lower abdominal, and then a high axe kick up to his bottom jaw and fast axe kick down to the top of his head. She kicked him several more times with her right foot before delivering 4 swing kicks with her right and left legs to both of his arms, which was followed with up a swift roundhouse kick that flipped Neji backwards off his feet and down onto his chest. Hinata backed away and stood her grounds after knocking Neji down for the 3rd time. By this time the battered Neji was covered in noticeable bruises around his body with several sections of his clothes and bandages stained with his blood. She's kicking his ass, literally, Naruto said loudly as he pointed at the scene. Kurenai-sensei must have been training Hinata hard to get her to improve like this, Tenten commented while not believing what she was seeing. I don't know what Kurenai did to get Hinata to come this far that managed to result in Neji being unable to even get one attack through. Whatever it was, I have to congratulate her accomplishment, Guy thought in admiration as he watched along with the others. Hinata-san is flaring with youth like no Hyuga I've ever seen. Lee shouted as he turned to Naruto. Hinata-san is very much like you, Naruto-san. There's no doubt about that. There shouldn't be at this point, Naruto replied. Hiruzen was looking at Hinata carefully. From what he remembered about her files stating about her skills and abilities, like with Naruto's, he was seeing that they don't add up as her match was proving. I had no idea that Naruto had this big of an influence on the Hyuga heiress. She really came a long way from how she used to be. I wonder what role Kurenai played in this, Hiruzen contemplated, with the Suna ninja. Damn. Did you see that? That Hyuga heiress isn't some pushover as she portrayed herself as. Kankuro acknowledged. This Hyuga Neji clearly had poor insight of his clan's heiress, and for his blatant insolence, he's paying for it with this humiliation, Baki noted. Very clever, Hinata, posing as a weakling kunoichi while hiding your true skills from everyone. Honestly, you would have been an even bigger problem were I to fight you. Not that my wind jutsu couldn't handle you, Temari thought smugly, and stole a glance at Naruto, who was watching the fight with enthusiasm and zest. She recalled his words about the kind of girls he takes interest in, and seeing Hinata's performance, made it clear to her that Naruto was true to his word. Then again, Temari recalled how Naruto acknowledged her and praised her performance against his Konoha comrade as well. I'm going to have to make a real effort to get his attention and learn more about him. I wonder what more I should do in order to appeal his taste and get him to open up to me. From what I also learned about him, he's also a shameless pervert who enjoys peeping in women's bathhouses and reading smut. I wonder if I can use that to draw him out after all he did praise me for my legs, appearance and character, Temari contemplated as a sly grin appeared on her face. What are you thinking about? Kankuro asked with a knowing smile. Temari blushed and snapped back to reality, realizing that she spaced out for a moment. Nothing really, I was just doing some re-evaluations on my methods and tactics in spying and information gathering, Temari said calmly in spite of the blush still present on her face. Sure you were, Kankuro said mischievously and then lowly, while staring at Naruto too for a whole 2 minutes. Shut up, Temari retorted while giving her brother death glare. Kankuro chuckled nervously and took a step back. Gaara ignored them while continuously watching the battle between the two Hyuga in silence. Stop bickering, you two. The matching is still in progress, Baki said, getting the two siblings to refocus their attention back to the arena floor. Everyone looked to see Neji struggle to get back on his feet. After a few coughs, he stood back up with a mixed expression of confusion and anger. This is impossible. There's no logical explanation for Hinata-sama's sudden power and strength. Fate had her future as a failure set from long ago, Neji thought. Once again, Neji Nizan yield? Hinata asked coolly. Never. Neji sneered as he summoned his strength and rushed straight at Hinata again. Despite how fast he was moving while ignoring the pain from his injuries, she sidestepped and jumped away with her hands moving together and getting ready for Neji. He turned and came at her. She evaded all of his attacks without bothering to block any of them. Soon, though, he found an opening and had delivered a juken punch there. Seeing that she was knocked off balance, he started attacking her chakra points directly around her arms, canceling out her Juho Sashiken. He then delivered a brute juken palm strike to the center of her breasts, leading her to cough up blood as she was thrown backwards to the floor with a thud. What just happened? Ino asked aloud. Hinata was doing great. How did she slip up like this? Shikamaru wondered also. Naruto frowned while trying to calculate at what point did Hinata mess up that allowed Neji to take advantage of the situation. Something about what I just saw doesn't add up, something is off here, Naruto contemplated, as he realized that he missed something that the others too didn't seem to pick up on. Didn't I say that Neji still had a chance at a comeback? Tenten remarked. Neji may have a chance to come out as the winner, Lee said. However, Asuma, Guy and Kakashi sensed that something was off. Hiruzen simply watched to see how things would play out. Back on the arena floor, you can try to defy fate all you like, Hinata-sama, but nothing will change the outcome of this match, Neji said, feeling confident that things returned back in his favor. Until he saw Hinata slowing getting back up off the ground. But then her body completely broke down and scattered into many spiraling floating rose petals. The petals floated and hovered around Neji, who looked on in confusion. What is this? What's happening? Neji asked himself. A moment later, he realized what happened. Kai! Neji yelled as he formed a seal and dispelled the genjutsu. He snapped out of the deception he was put under in time to see the unharmed Hinata elbow him hard to the face after she had already delivered several juken punches to his body while he was under her genjutsu. What the? Did I miss something? Tenten shouted in perplexity. What just happened? Lee asked. She put us and Neji under a genjutsu, Shikamaru answered. When did Hinata learn genjutsu? Sakura exclaimed. Shino too wasn't aware that Hinata developed an aptitude in the use of genjutsu, and Kiba was trying to coach Hinata into forfeiting. I wonder what else Hinata can do that she hid from us. Looks like Hinata-chan has been keeping secrets of her own from me. Secret training in genjutsu. No doubt with Kurenai, Naruto realized. But at what point did she use it against Neji? Naruto thought hard for a moment to rewind the chain of events. He mentally replayed the events a couple of times, trying to see at which point the genjutsu was executed. Once again, Neji knees and yield? Hinata asked coolly. Never. Neji sneered as he summoned his strength and rushed straight at Hinata again. Despite how fast he was moving while ignoring the pain from his injuries, she sidestepped and jumped away with her hands moving together and getting ready for Neji. He turned and came at her. She evaded all of his attacks without bothering to block any of them. That was when Naruto realized it. It was when she sidestepped and jumped away from Neji. She moved her hands so fast, forming the seals, that none of us or even Neji caught it. The Hinata we were all seeing was a genjutsu, while the real one was pummeling Neji's motionless form until he dispelled the genjutsu. She learned to hide things from the Byakugan in more ways than one. A mischievous smile formed on his face. This just makes things about my Hinata-chan even more interesting, considering that I keep secrets of my own from her also. I'll have to watch myself carefully when Hinata-chan and I spar again. Otherwise she might catch me off guard with one of her genjutsu. Wait a minute? Isn't the Byakugan supposed to have the capacity to see through genjutsu? Tenten asked. How was it that Neji wasn't able to see through a genjutsu when he has his Byakugan activated? Guy answered, that's because of Neji's state of anger. His mind and judgment was so clouded that he wasn't aware of his surroundings or himself, which was why he didn't notice the genjutsu until it was too late to dodge her attack. This just comes to show you that even with a strong dijutsu, a mind clouded with rage will leave you vulnerable and susceptible to your opponent's attacks and manipulations. Tenten had to agree with her sensei, since she and the others saw the truth to his words with their own eyes. Kurenai saw the genjutsu Hinata used. As proud as she was that her students' training in genjutsu proved effective in temporarily disabling Neji, Kurenai still wondered about everything else revolving around Hinata's sudden upgrade in her prowess. Before Neji could retaliate, Hinata grabbed him and quickly leaped and sat herself on top of his shoulders and wrapped her legs around his back tightly. What the? Neji said as he found Hinata piggyback riding on him. He tried pulling her legs off him but found that her hold on him was like a vice grip. What the hell is she doing? Tenten asked in confusion. As if to answer her question, Hinata, while holding Neji securely with her legs, back flipped with Neji being lifted completely off the ground with her. Everyone watched as Hinata's hands landed perfectly on the ground, and with the same momentum and strength, she swung Neji over her and down towards the ground. Neji's eyes widened as he saw that he was about to be slammed to the ground on his face and chest. A second later, an audible thud was heard as Hinata slammed her cousin into the ground. Hinata removed her legs from around his back and took a few steps away from her put-down cousin. No way. Chuji marveled, did you see that? I never thought of such an innovative move like that before. Guy praised, that move she did just now requires a great deal of balance, muscle strength and momentum. Your student is evidently eating his deplorable words about Hinata. I'm sure that this is more than embarrassing for him, Kakashi stated. With legs that strong I know Hinata-chan won't have trouble keeping them firmly wrapped around me, Naruto remarked lecherously. Kurenai shot Naruto a death glare after understanding the sexual implications of his statement. While Neji was disoriented, he gradually pulled himself together, picked himself off the floor. He charged at her, and aimed to strike her near the lungs. However, Hinata charged forward and smacked his left hand away. She followed up with several fierce Juken strikes to his chakra points around his body, which in effect did some damage to his internal organs and muscles. Hinata then clenched her fists, and in blurred motion, she rained down an 18-hit combo of Juken punches to his chest, abdominal, back and face, with the last punch being a swift right fist uppercut that sent Neji soaring straight into the air towards the ceiling. Before he could reach the ceiling, Neji opened his eyes to see Hinata suddenly appear in front of him. The next thing he saw was her lion-enshrouded right fist colliding into his chest, sending him plunging right into the ground on his back. The ground underneath him cratered on impact with a small dust cloud as Hinata landed gracefully on her feet to see Neji where he was. She thrust both of her fists into the air and intensified her chakra output, with the loud roaring of her chakra making it look as though the twin lion heads around her arms were roaring loudly with pride. Yeah, baby. That's my kick-ass girlfriend. Naruto shouted and applauded as he sported a smile of approval. Hinata lowered her arms down to her sides and dispelled her Juho Sashiken. Neji coughed up more blood as pain completely ripped through his entire body as he lied on his back in the crater with 4 cracked ribs and a concussion on top of the other external and internal injuries he already had. He found it difficult to breathe, but he willed himself not to stop. After a few minutes, Neji, with his Byakugan still activated, grunted as he turned and crawled out from the crater and faced Hinata, who stood calm and upright on the arena floor with her Byakugan still activated as she looked right back at him. Hade had yet to call the match even though he already knew who the victor was. "I can't believe this," Tenten said in absolute disbelief. "I've never seen Neji beaten before and made to look so broken." "Pride is before a crash," Naruto said, "a lesson that Neji is being made to learn here." Neji managed to summon up some strength to get on his hand and knee, though he was sweating hard, bleeding and coughing blood from his mouth, and struggling to catch his breath. "I will not ask you a third time, Nezen. This time, I'm telling you, yield," Hinata stated with a determined tone. All of the Konoha genin with their Jounin sensei inside the building were standing on the balcony and looking on at the arena floor in stunned silence. The Hokage himself was surprised at the unexpected turn of events. The Suna genin with their Jounin sensei Baki looked at what just happened with calculative eyes. Dosu and his Jounin sensei saw that Konoha still had promising ninja hidden under their shadow. Kurenai looked on in utter disbelief at what she thought was going to be a predictable one-sided match. Where did all of this power and strength come from? Neji wondered as he looked back at Hinata with anger, disdain and confusion. Hinata-sama has always been the weakest and the most disappointing heiress of the main house. She couldn't even win a fight against Hanabi-sama, and her Juken was always the poorest. How could she have changed so suddenly and hurt me, the prodigy of our clan, this bad? It doesn't make any sense. Fate had her future as a failure decided from long ago. Neji grew only angrier the more he thought about it. "I've never seen Hinata like this before," Shino remarked. "Her unexplainable change is indeed remarkable." "She's really pushing Neji to his limits," Guy said. "I honestly didn't expect this outcome considering how the match started with all the things Neji was saying to her." "All of you underestimated Hinata-chan," Naruto said with a grin. "I knew she had it in her to show that bastard a thing or two about who's truly weak." "But Neji was said to be a genius and Hyuga prodigy," Ino said. "When compared to each other, Hinata was said not to measure up to him." "The same was said of Sasuke team," Naruto remarked, "and yet Lee beat him in one fight." Sakura and Ino both snarled at Naruto, but they knew that he was telling the truth, as much as they didn't want to hear it. Sasuke looked at Naruto with disdain but decided not to say anything to him, as he just looked back at the arena floor. Kurenai was looking on at Hinata as thought she was trying to read her. "What happened to you, Hinata?" Kurenai wondered. Kakashi saw the look on Kurenai's face, and saw that she had a look that showed that she was trying to make sense of things. "I don't want to hurt you any more than I already have, Nezen," Hinata said composedly. "You're clearly in no condition to continue." "I don't need your pity, Hinata-sama," Neji spat disrespectfully as he finally got up and stood back up looking Hinata straight in the eyes. "You may have improved, but I can still fight and come out the victor as fate decreed since this match is beginning." This fool is delusional. He actually thinks he could still fight and win after being beaten this bad, Shikamaru thought. "I suffered in many ways, Nezen, and I know you're aware of that," Hinata said sympathetically. "But I have friends and a very special person in my life who acknowledged and helped me overcome my problems. And I can see that you're suffering too and have been for all these years by allowing yourself to be enslaved to your scapegoat, the illusion of fate. How dare you!" Neji yelled before he charged at Hinata with all of his remaining strength with the aim to kill her while again trying to ignore the pain his whole body and head was in. Hinata stood there and waited for Neji to reach her with his right arm extended out aiming to strike her heart directly. He won't yield. "I suppose it can't be helped," Hinata thought as she saw an opening, and at the last second, she rapidly sidestepped Neji and thrust her fingers into his back, hitting several spots on his back. This resulted in Neji falling forward past her with the same speed before crashing down on his face and chest, sliding across the floor for a few seconds before coming to a stop with his bloodline limit deactivating. Neji found that he was unable to move any part of his body. He was completely paralyzed. Defeated in front of his peers, Sensei, the Hokage and the rest of the other onlookers, Neji, the proclaimed genius and prodigy of the Hyuga clan, dropped his head to the ground, unable to bear his shame and disgrace. "No way," Tenten uttered lowly, trying to believe what just happened. "Neji lost, he lost bad." Lee, while shocked and astonished, noted, "Hinata-san has beaten my rival easily. I wonder if Hinata-san is a natural genius or a genius of hard work. She might be a fusion of both." What also impresses me is that unlike Neji, she didn't belittle him once about how he couldn't match her burning youth. Kurenai-san has trained her youthful student with magnificent fruitage of hard work and zealous determination, Guy remarked. Sasuke was speechless after seeing how strong Hinata was. "She's truly the only girl worth my time trying to get together with," Sasuke thought. "Naruto doesn't deserve her." He also thought about how Tamari was flirting with Naruto, which was no doubt because he flirted with her first. But what was also true was that Hinata became so strong and formidable because of her boyfriend Naruto, and she said so herself. Sasuke's jealousy grew as he was forced to accept that he wasn't the one that helped and trained Hinata to become the amazing fighter he saw just moments ago. Gecko Hate went over and examined Neji. Afterwards, he stood back up and announced, Neji can no longer continue. Winner, Hyuga Hinata. Yeah. Naruto cheered and shouted, way to go Hinata-chan. You kicked ass? You're the best. Hinata smiled and blushed from Naruto's praise and acknowledgement. She's strong, Gaara said after a long silence with a deadpan facial expression with his arms crossed over his chest. I wouldn't have expected such a feat from one who looked so fragile. Hearing Gaara compliment and acknowledge someone without contempt surprised his siblings and even Baki. I have to agree, Baki said. She was well trained and disciplined in her arts. Her battle was flawless. Looks like Konoha has at least one capable genin kunoichi in their ranks, Tamari said smugly. Her skills were that of a true ninja. I have to say she gave a good fight, Kankuro added. With the Konoha neens, Chuji was totally speechless after seeing how Hinata thrashed and beat Neji so brutally. Shino was silent as he thought about how her family would be proud to hear of his teammates' accomplishments. This can't be the same Hinata we went to the academy with, Sakura said in disbelief. I mean, that speed, her strength, her agility. It was uncanny. Ino added, yes. Lee cheered enthusiastically. Hinata's flames have reached peaks I myself will train hard to reach. She's radiating with the brightness of her youthfulness. Troublesome, Shikamaru said. She's really becoming more and more like Naruto. Well, I told Naruto earlier that Hinata is very much like him, Lee added, and her youthful display against Neji only served to prove my point. I wonder what kind of training regimen Kurenai-sensei put her though, Ino said. It must have been harsh if it got Hinata to come this far. Hinata's moves, timing and judgment in tactics against Neji were incredible. Asuma commented, she's truly improved a great deal from how she used to be from what I've heard. Hinata surprised us indeed, Shino said. I had no idea she was capable of such feats at her current level. Nor did I, Kurenai admitted, catching everyone's attention, even Kakashi's and the Hokage's. What do you mean? Kakashi asked. Wasn't Hinata's display against Neji the results of the training you gave her? I trained her, Kurenai said. That I did. But during those times she looked like she was having much difficulty reaching her goals of improvement despite her best effort. But what I saw just moments ago went beyond any kind of training I put her through and everything I thought I knew about her. I always thought I knew everything there was to Hinata. How could I have missed this? It was no secret that Kurenai was always like a mother figure to Hinata. The thing that bothered Kurenai was that the match clearly showed her that she didn't know Hinata as well as she thought. And that could be said of many others who were inside the building. Things just keep getting interesting, Hiruzen thought to himself. Hinata is more deceptive and cunning than she lets on. A true ninja indeed. Asuma went over to Kurenai and commented, regardless of that, you still got one tough kunoichi on your team. It was entertaining watching your student humble her presumptuous cousin. Hinata, with her Byakugan deactivated, went over to Neji, who was being placed on a carrying cot. As he was being raised up to be taken away, Hinata stood next to him and said, your paralysis isn't permanent. It'll wear off after you've been given healing and medical attention. Neji felt totally numb as he couldn't use a muscle in his body to raise even a finger. This can't be, Neji said with denial. Fate had this fight decided. It had your future as an unchanging failure decided. We're responsible for our own futures and the decisions we make in life, Nizan, Hinata said. It's time you start understanding that and start taking charge of your own future and free yourself of the hold the idea of fate has on you. Saying nothing more, Hinata stood there as Neji was taken away. Hinata, however, was caught by surprise when a pair of arms wrapped around her from behind in a tight hug. You did it, Hinata-chan, Naruto cheered. I knew you could win. No doubt about that. Databeo. Thank you, Naruto-kun, Hinata said with her blush growing darker from the close contact with Naruto. Shikamaru looked and saw the narrowed glare Temari was giving Hinata. Troublesome. I really don't want to be around for whatever catfight happens between those two, Shikamaru thought. Sakura looked at Hinata and Naruto as she recalled what Naruto told her in the Forest of Death after their ordeal with Orochimaru. Who's the real Uzumaki Naruto? I will honestly admit that there was a time I wanted to share that and everything else about myself with you, Sakura, but that changed. I had a huge crush on you, and I used to refer to you as Sakura-chan, which you thought was both disgusting and annoying. You ignored me, slapped me or punched me whenever I came near you or asked if you'd like to hang out or have lunch with me. Hell, even the thought of being my friend sickened you because you looked at me as an obstacle between you and Sasuke. I never knew or understood what it meant to be appreciated, cherished, or loved until Hinata-chan showed up and expressed it to me. She was the only person at the Ninja Academy who truly wanted to know me. She saved me and filled the hole in my heart that I, at one time, thought you would do, Sakura. Sakura saw firsthand what Hinata's time with Naruto have done for her in spite of everything said of Naruto. It was very clear that Naruto not only helped Hinata with her self-confidence, shyness, and stuttering, but he trained her vigorously to the point that she completely obliterated her prodigy cousin who was the previous Rookie of the Year. No one saw any of that coming as Hinata hid her vast improvements and achievements so well from everyone like how Naruto does. And the way they trusted each other testified to how strong their bond was. I'm nowhere as strong or capable as Hinata. For all these years Naruto was developing Hinata into the fearsome kunoichi she is now, and I'm sure that there's more to her than she lets on. If things had happened differently back then, if I hadn't mistreated Naruto like I did while at the academy like the follower that I was, then that would have been me in Hinata's place. Who knows how strong and capable Naruto could have made me, but I can't change the past and now I have to live with it as Naruto will never look at me the way he used to again, Sakura thought. Naruto moved his lips closer to Hinata's left ear and whispered, secret training in genjutsu. That was an interesting surprise. I wonder what more surprises you have in store, Just so you know, I've been doing some secret training of my own too, my little moon's eye spring rabbit. But I think I'll let my hands do more of the talking. Naruto-kun, everyone's watching, Hinata reminded. Let them watch, we're already giving them something to talk about, Naruto remarked mischievously. If you two are quite done we'd like for you both to step off the arena floor so we can continue with the preliminaries, Hate said. Whatever, Naruto replied, as he released his hold on Hinata and allowed her to retrieve her jacket that was still on the floor. She placed her jacket back on and tied her head protector back around her neck. After that, she took a deep breath and exhaled. When that was done, she turned back and went over to Naruto. Let's see who's up next, Naruto-kun, Hinata said with a meek tone after returning to her previous persona. Did she just switch personalities just now? Ino asked. It's just like with Naruto. She's imitating him in almost every way, Sakura remarked. Troublesome. I believe Lee and I already stated how much Hinata and Naruto act and think very much alike, Shikamaru stated with boredom as he looked to see the couple making their way to the spectators' floors where the other Konoha ninja were. When they got there, Ino was the first to speak. You were incredible, Hinata. You totally wiped the floor with Neji that time. Talk about girl power. Ino cheered. You defeated my rival with ease and like Temari-san, you never was hit even once. The springtime of your burning youth is awe-inspiring. Lee praised with zeal. Thank you, but I really didn't do much against Neji at all, Hinata replied modestly. I failed to see how that's plausible, Shino remarked as stoic as ever as he and Kurenai approached her. As your teammates, Kiba and I were led to believe that though you were making some progress that you were still dealing with personal difficulties and setbacks despite your best efforts. But what I saw moments ago went against everything I thought I knew about you, and the same can be said of what Kiba thought he knew about you. And seeing how you offered Neji the chance to yield more than once before paralyzing him, I'm led to believe that you were holding back against him the entire time when you could have done far worse. Neji was not at your level whatsoever. Hinata didn't show it, but within herself she was surprised at how Shino deduced that correctly. Hinata closed her eyes and confirmed I'm left with no room to dispute your words, Shino-kun. You mean that after everything we saw you were actually holding back? Choji asked with a stunned tone. Hinata opened her eyes and explained, I was trained to be a shrewd and discreet ninja, and after having some time to measure and gauge where Neji Nizan and I stood, I knew how much of my abilities I needed to use without the need to go all out. One of the skills Naruto-kun taught and ingrained into me. You came a very long way from how you used to be, Hinata, Kurenai spoke. As your friend, I'm happy to see the excellent progress and growth you made after all this time. But as your sensei, I'm upset that you hid this from me while faking your difficulties during your time with me. Hinata saw the hurt in Kurenai's tone, though the jounin kept her emotions in check. She felt bad that Kurenai was unhappy with her actions, but it couldn't be helped. Naruto said nothing as he saw that this was a matter Hinata had to settle herself. He knew about the mother-daughter type bond Hinata and Kurenai had with each other, and how protective and caring Kurenai had always been towards her. Perhaps to Kurenai-sensei, Naruto thought, a trust between sensei and disciple was breached. I'm sorry that my hiding my improvements and skills has displeased you greatly, Kurenai-sensei. But I have my reasons as to why I hid them from you and everyone. I'll explain myself in private after the preliminaries over, if that's alright with you, Hinata said respectfully. Kurenai nodded and decided not to press the matter further for now. Everyone turned to face the screen, and a moment later, names started flashing on it again. Before long, 2 names appeared on it. 8th match. Tenten vs Uzumaki Naruto. Hate announced. Chapter 25. Irony's cruel humor. Yay! I actually get to challenge Naruto. Tenten cheered loudly and happily, causing the others to stare back at her. Is she serious? Sasuke asked humorlessly. How many more people have taken an interest in Naruto, or have been looking for the chance to challenge him beside those foreigners from Suna and Kirigakure? I'm moved. I never thought I'd meet a girl that would be that enthusiastic about fighting me, Naruto remarked with a smile. Actually, she wanted to go at it with you for a while now, Naruto-kun, Hinata said. Is that right? Well then, if she's that excited about going at it with me, then I'll happily satisfy her in front of everyone, Naruto said with a lecherous tone as he made his way to the arena floor. Hinata shook her head side after hearing that, wondering what stunt Naruto was going to pull against Tenten. The rest of the Konoha ninja frowned at Naruto after hearing what he said. Though it was based on the match, it still carried a sexual innuendo. Tenten and Naruto soon stood face to face on the arena floor with Hate standing in the center between them. Guy and Lee were cheering loudly for Tenten while shouting proverbs of flames and youth. Quite the cheerleaders you have, Tenten, Naruto joked. I don't think they'll ever change. But never mind them, Tenten said. Whatever, Naruto shrugged. I heard many things about you, Naruto. I've been looking forward to an event like this between us for a while now, Tenten said. With a charismatic tone, Naruto replied, It's clear that you've never been gratified and yearn for an experience that Neji's impotence was never able to fulfill. I'm honored that you feel that I have the capacity to satisfy you in ways no one else can, Tenten. I promise you, I'll make your time with me an experience you'll never forget. Tenten blushed crimson and stuttered, being caught off guard by Naruto's words and not knowing in what way she was to take them. Kurenai frowned deeply. She didn't like how Naruto would so brazenly flirt with another girl right in front of Hinata and everyone else so shamelessly. Hinata though knew Naruto wouldn't do something without a reason, thus she wondered what he was up to. How could he flirt with Tenten in front of you, Hinata, as the match is about to begin? Sakura said. By now, Sakura, it shouldn't be a surprise to you anymore, Kakashi remarked dully, answering for Hinata. The 8th match will now begin. Hate said before he leaped away. Smiling, Naruto moved his jacket that was still tied around his waist out of the way to reveal his katana that was hidden underneath it. Grabbing the hilt, he pulled out and unsheathed his katana with such grace for Tenten and others to see. When she saw it, her eyes widened. No way. It couldn't be. That blade is made out of shaka metal. Tenten marveled with a mixture of shock and excitement. How did you manage to attain such a magnificent blade? Tenten had tried to acquire chakra metal for her weapons before, but its worth was far more than she was able to afford. Chakra metal? Chuji inquired. I never heard of such a thing. It's a most expensive alloy fused with titanium, chakra, and other expensive metals and minerals. Purchasing the needed amount to make one sword out of it is enough to leave you in a massive debt that would take a year to pay off, Asuma explained. Then how was Naruto able to afford such a katana? Shikamaru asked. He didn't buy it, I gave it to him after I recently had it custom made, Hinata answered. Tenten and the rest of the Konoha group turned to Hinata incredulously. You had money to buy chakra metal and have it made into a katana for Naruto? Tenten asked. It was my gift to him. I was certain he'd make great use of it, Hinata said. Indeed I will, Hinata-chan. It was exciting to knowing that you personally saw to it that I was properly endowed with such an instrument for all to behold and appreciate, Naruto said as he raised his right arm holding his katana and aimed it at Tenten, and seeing Tenten's excitement over this gifted extension of myself. There's no doubt that she'll have her gratification in being on the receiving end of my sword. Are you ready to be penetrated, Tenten? It's okay to be nervous, after all you're a first-timer who'll have her cherry popped. Again Tenten blushed at how Naruto was talking to her even though he was clearly talking about his katana. While she was distracted, Naruto moved at eye-popping speed and suddenly reappeared behind her. She barely blocked the forward strike to her neck that appeared to look like it would have stabbed her straight through should that attack had made contact had it not been for her quick reflexes and one of her trusty kunai. I wasn't ready. Tenten yelled while blocking and pushing against Naruto's katana. With a sultry and husky tone, Naruto replied, I'm sorry. I was so eager to penetrate you without giving regards to your feelings and the pain you'd have felt from my early entry into you. Let's try it again. I promise to make it as worthwhile as possible this time as I slide my sword into your warm body. Tenten blushed a dark shade of red as her right eye was twitching at how Naruto was using sensuality and sexual innuendos to describe the methods his attacks. It was rather clear that she was inexperienced being flirted with and didn't quite know how to respond. This whole conversation between Naruto and Tenten sounds like something I'd read in one of my favorite sagas. Kakashi giggled lowly and blushed, finding the whole scene between his and Guy's students entertaining. That Naruto has no shame, Sakura mumbled. I don't intend to allow myself to be stabbed or penetrated in any way, Naruto, Tenten said as she pushed back against his katana. That's understandable. My actions just moments ago would have turned this whole encounter into a 6-second quickie, and leave you disappointed and unsatisfied in not being given more as you expected from me. Therefore, before I can enter and be allowed to fully penetrate you, I have to slow the pace down with foreplay and hit you in all the right places first, Naruto said. Tenten was having difficulty staying focused while listening to Naruto use explicit innuendos to describe his methods of attacks. She quickly jumped away and made some distance between herself and Naruto. Sasuke looked on in boredom before backing away and leaning against the wall. "Sasuke-kun?" Sakura called out. "I already know who's going to come out the victor of this match, and that girl honestly doesn't have a fighting chance. And we both know that Naruto could have easily ended this fight just now if he really wanted to. It should be clear to everyone that he's toying with her. This matchup is so one-sided it's sad. Wake me after Naruto decides to win and end the match," Sasuke said, just as he leaned back and sat down on the ground against the wall and closed his eyes. The others just looked at Sasuke after hearing what he said, and sadly enough, they knew he was right. Regardless, they continued to watch to see what would happen next. Tenten pulled out one of her scrolls and released the sword sealed inside of it. She held and swung the swords a couple of times to get a feel for it. "As you can see, Naruto, I'm skilled in the way of the sword also, and I fully intend to show you firsthand," Tenten said confidently. Naruto took a kenjutsu fighting stance that neither Tenten nor the others were familiar with. "What's that?" Tenten asked curiously. "Don't worry, I'll show it to you," Naruto remarked. "Ooh." Tenten smirked as she took a fighting stance of her own. There was a tense moment between the two, and before another word was uttered, both combatants raced at each other. Tenten, not allowing herself to be caught off guard, quickly blocked a vertical slash that came her way. The two started their one-on-one sword battle, clashing their respective weapons of choice against each other. Tenten was being pushed hard as she had to calculate and maneuver herself fast around Naruto, whose skills with the sword wasn't to be laughed at. Several times she had to back away from him and again from a combo/stab attack that would have clearly wounded her had she took one misstep in her battle. Sakura, who had seen Naruto battle Orochimaru, saw that Naruto was clearly holding back when he could have long concluded the fight, and his earlier stunt at the commencement of the match testified to that. Then again, Naruto had stated that he was going to slow things down and not hurry things up just so he could entertain Tenten while allowing him to gauge her abilities. Tenten was sweating and catching her breath after a hard sword clash match with Naruto. Her hair was more of a mess, and she sustained a few small cuts from Naruto's attacks, but nothing serious. Naruto, on the other hand, didn't look the least bit tired or drained at all, as he hadn't been hit once. The look on her face truly revealed her true feelings about her situation concerning her match. "I heard he was talented with the sword and that it could rival that of the 7 swordsmen of Kirigakure," Tenten thought while taking deep breaths while trying to normalize her breathing. "I know he's holding back, and he even admitted that he would do so right as this battle started. Well then, I'm going to have to turn things up a notch. But I heard that he's also skilled in wind manipulation and A-class ninjutsu, so I'd better watch out for those kinds of attacks." "I would have never thought that Naruto would be this proficient with the sword," Asuma complimented. "I got to wonder what kind of practice sessions you gave him, Kakashi." "None of my training included kenjutsu. If it did, I'd have inquired of Hate for assistance, since he's more adept in kenjutsu than I am," Kakashi stated. "Then how do you explain Naruto's caliber with the use of his katana, my youthful rival?" "I heard about his encounter with Zabuza and Nami no Kuni, and from what I was told from Hayashi-san, it was truly astonishing," Guy interjected. "There's much about Naruto that I don't know. He has an excellent way to keeping his skills and true character under low radar from me and others, and it's rather clear that he taught that same skill to his girlfriend, seeing that her clan is just as unaware of Hinata's true caliber. It brings back to mind a particular conversation we had at the bar a little more than a year ago after I failed my last Genin team, as Guy was shouting about having his own Genin team," Kakashi said. "What conversation would that be?" Kurenai asked. "Let me refresh your memories, Kurenai. You were talking about trying to get Hinata as your disciple more than anything else," Kakashi reminded. "You stated how her clan viewed her as a burden for her inability to learn their clan's fighting style. Despite what the clan believed of her or were led to believe by her, you knew Hinata had potential to rise above her difficulties and prove wrong all those who thought little of her. But at the same time, I pointed things out to you that you were inattentive to at the time." Kurenai was quiet as she continued, hearing Kakashi out. Kakashi continued, "I remember telling you back then how I heard from others how Hinata was a mostly shy and timid girl. And then I told you how I had often questioned Hinata's shyness and timid nature because of her fondness and close bond with Naruto, and how she has been seen with Naruto almost everywhere he goes, regardless of what most of the villagers said or how she was viewed by them for doing so over the years. I stated how Hinata's courage to openly stand up against the villagers' senseless discrimination and prejudice toward Naruto was a most admirable trait that led me to see that there was something underneath her shy and timid character that she kept under a low profile. But in spite of what I told you, you made it very clear that Hinata had potential and that you were hoping to be given the chance to bring them out. Even though your time training Hinata isn't as long as Naruto's, her use in genjutsu to temporarily thwart the Byakugan, her clan's prized jutsu, demonstrated that you indeed helped bring out the potential you saw in Hinata, seeing how you saw her capacity to learn genjutsu. Naruto taught Hinata well in hiding and masking things from the Byakugan, but you, Kurenai, helped Hinata to not only upgrade that but to also manipulate the Byakugan through your teachings in genjutsu. That's quite a feat you accomplished if you asked me, considering that Naruto is not adept in genjutsu. You may be upset that Hinata hid things from you, but remember that as ninja, we don't always reveal and share everything about ourselves with everyone, even with those we're dearly fond of and close to. And with regards to myself and Naruto, my situation is far unlike yours because there isn't a thing I can rightfully say I taught Naruto in. The Konoha group and others listening to Kakashi's speech were surprised by what he admitted at the end of his speech. Kurenai started feeling better about herself after listening to Kakashi's words, especially after watching Hinata's performance against Neji. The female jounin felt so sad and angry with herself and Hinata, believing that as a sensei, and in some ways a mother figure, she failed to teach Hinata anything and that Naruto was the better teacher. Though Kurenai was made to acknowledge that Naruto taught and trained Hinata for a longer period of time, listening to Kakashi's speech helped soothe the negative emotions Kurenai was feeling towards herself and Hinata, since Kakashi's plight as a sensei was far worse in that the jounin openly admitted to not being able to claim credit in teaching Naruto anything. Thank you, Kurenai said with an appreciative tone. I really mean that, thank you. Kakashi gave Kurenai a nice smile and nodded to her. Kurenai then turned to Hinata and said, but don't think that lets you off the hook, young lady. We're still going to have that little chat after the preliminaries like you promised. I haven't forgotten, Kurenai-sensei, Hinata replied, not sensing the anger and sadness in her sensei's demeanor anymore. Hinata was happy that Kakashi helped build a foundation for her and Kurenai to start mending things on with each other. Things between her and Kurenai were not irreversibly damaged. But Kakashi-sensei, didn't you teach Sasuke-kun, Naruto and me tree walking? Sakura asked. Honestly, I'm pretty sure Naruto already knew that technique long before I taught it to both you and Sasuke, Kakashi revealed. If anything, Naruto just played the part that he didn't know anything about tree walking. Regardless of your circumstances concerning Naruto, my youthful rival, I'm sure that'll be something you can possibly pass down to Naruto, Guy encouraged. Oh, I'm sorry, did you say something, Guy? Kakashi asked in a mock tone of obliviousness. Arg. Curse you and your hip attitude, my eternal rival, Guy retorted. Everyone sighed and turned back to watching the match between Naruto and Tenten. Tenten, Naruto said soothingly with passionate tone as he held and aimed his shining katana at her. I know you're still in need of being made physically ready before I can penetrate and completely enter you, thus consummating this union I'm seeking to have with you. And I have yet to strike you in all the right places, you're twisted Naruto. Tenten replied. How could you use such an illicit overtone to describe your mannerism of sword fighting? Illicit? Tenten, nothing I do is illicit so long it's within the boundaries of foreplay, Naruto said, and seeing your emotions getting all riled up means that I'm getting clone to finding all of the right buttons and hitting all the right places. Tenten took a moment to calm down and think things over. It's just as Sasuke said. Naruto is toying with me and using innuendos and flirtatious statements to throw me off. More than once he showed that he could have ended this fight if he wanted to, Tenten thought as she put on a neutral facial expression. I truly believe that it's time you stop with this foreplay crap and flirting nonsense, Naruto, since it's getting old and tiring fast. And your use of innuendos has proven to be more than annoying by now, Tenten stated as she held her arm out, her sword aimed at him. Naruto muttered as he tilted his head to the side. I would like for you to fight me the way I heard about, without your infamous perverted behavior and speech, Tenten added. There was a brief silence as everyone waited to see what was going to happen next. Soon the silence was broken. Very well then, many are already on to me as it is in light of recent events that's unfolded in the past few weeks, Naruto conceded, and then he closed his eyes and lowered his head. Tenten and the others wondered what he was up to as he stood there quietly. A moment later, Naruto raised his head and opened his eyes, revealing his true fierce battle-hardened blue eyes. Tenten couldn't help but look at Naruto in shock as a small gasp escaped her mouth, especially after seeing that the aura around Naruto's character changed entirely. Gaara's eyes narrowed as he felt a totally different atmosphere surrounding Naruto's change. Tamari for her part took a close and careful examination of Naruto's change of character. She was in deep thought as she analyzed him. Those are not the same eyes as before. That isn't the same goofy teenage boy I met when I first stepped foot here in Konoha, the one that praised and admired my beauty and mannerism as a ninja. No, this Naruto is entirely different. This is his true face, his true personage, the one I wanted to see, Temari thought. One must always learn to look underneath. The underneath things aren't always what they appear to be on the surface. Those were Naruto's words to me a couple of days ago, Temari recalled, and I told him that his proverb aptly applied to him also, and that it was something we have in common. I wonder what more there is to him. The other Konoha ninja looked Naruto's change in demeanor, and saw a genin they never met before with the exception of just a few. Looks like Naruto-kun decided to show everyone his true self, Hinata said. His true self? Ino asked. You'll see what I mean, Hinata replied. This is going to be a troublesome situation, I'm sure. It makes me feel that we never knew Naruto at all, Shikamaru remarked. You didn't, none of you did even while attending the ninja academy, Hinata replied. And what about you? Ino indicted. Like I told Sasuke, I'm the only one that truly knows Naruto-kun. You and everyone else knew only what he wanted you all to, Hinata said. In light of recent events, the same can be said of you too, Hinata, since we don't know you as well as we thought, Shino remarked. Shino-kun, I'm sure there are things about yourself that you don't openly share with everyone for reasons of your own, yes? Hinata replied. Shino quietly nodded and said nothing further on the topic. With a more serious tone, Naruto stated, I think I played around enough and I see that you're truly fired up and wanting a more thought-provoking encounter. Naruto reached for his head protector and moved it down over his eyes, covering them completely. What are you doing? Tenten asked while looking at him quizzically. My becoming more serious than before gives me an added unfair advantage on top of what I already was able to do regardless of the limits I gave myself. Therefore, I decided to give myself this self-imposed handicap, the loss of physical sight, Naruto explained. Tenten didn't know whether to believe Naruto be full of himself or foolish to attempt a battle with her while fighting blind. At the same time though, I read about blind taijutsu and kenjutsu fighters during my private studies, and from what I understood they weren't to be underestimated at any time since they had pertinently trained and strengthened their other senses, Tenten considered cautiously. But to develop such a skill takes a long time, perhaps years, and without the right teacher and guidance, it's practically impossible to pull off. Plus, I never came across any ninja in Konoha who trained anyone blind or that they themselves were blind ninja. For the Hyuga and Uchiha clan, loss of sight is the worst curse and damnation for them because of their dojutsu. But Naruto has no such worries. Still, I'll have to watch both his and my movements carefully. Tenten braced herself with her sword ready to fight, as did Naruto. This ought to be interesting, Hiruzen thought. I wonder what trick Naruto has up his sleeves while bearing this self-imposed blindness. Naruto is seriously going to fight Tenten blind? Is he insane? Ino asked incredulously. I don't think we'll ever grasp the depths of how Naruto's mind works, Shikamaru commented. Sasuke stood back up and walked over to see what was going on. He saw the position Naruto put himself in. Upon hearing what Naruto was going to do, he had to see it for himself. Without warning, Naruto charged at Tenten and commenced clashing swords with her again. Only this time he wasn't going easy on her, as he now became more fierce and faster than before. Tenten was struggling trying to keep up with him as he wasn't giving her time to rebound for every cut wound he gave her through her pants and pink shirt, which were now stained in her blood. Her injuries slowed her down a bit, but Naruto had no intentions this time to let her catch her breath as he came at her harder now. Adding to his cutthroat tactics was that he added wind chakra to his blade, sharpening and extending the potency of his deadly weapon. This was made clear when the blade of Tenten's sword shattered to pieces after he clashed his katana against it again, purposely destroying her sword. My sword. Tenten gasped upon seeing what happened to her sword. Naruto then held his left hand forward, half a foot away from her, and said, Fujin Bakuhatsu Wind God Explosion. Tenten was blasted off her feet and far away from him and into the hand statue. She yelped in pain as blood coughed from out her mouth upon impacting to the status before crashing down to the floor with a thud face down. She was still conscious but in a world of pain. Are my methods getting old and tiring now, Tenten? Naruto asked coolly. The kunoichi grunted in agony from the impact and the cut wounds he made around her body. Everyone now saw the sight of Tenten's disheveled appearance, as her clothes now were ragged and slashed up in multiple areas with her blood staining the areas the slashes and tears on her clothes were made. She was panting and sweating hard and her hair was a complete mess. While waiting for Tenten to gather herself together, Naruto quietly recalled training himself with the use of blindfolds during his time at the academy. During those times he practiced with his clones and Hinata while having her use her Juken and Byakugan against him. Thankfully Naruto was smart in having his blindfolded clones practice and spar against Hinata, because from all the experiences that fused with him, were he to directly challenge Hinata while having loss of sight, in every match it would have resulted in him having shut off chakra points and a series of serious internal injuries later. This pattern continued for a few weeks as Naruto studied the experiences he gained from his clones and learned where his weaknesses were. Alongside this, Naruto went and picked up books from the shinobi library and read up on methods of developing his other senses if he were to lose the ability of sight. He had his clones study those books several times and practicing what they read from them, while he himself started developing another form of sight to use when he wasn't using his literal eyes. It wasn't easy and it took a great deal of effort and time even with Kage Bunshin, but after a period of several months with hundreds of Kage Bunshin practicing every day for long hours in the training grounds while he himself was at the academy, footage of his hard work started paying off. But it wasn't until a week before his first mission to Nami no Kuni when Naruto finally mastered his new training, and when he sparred blindfolded against Hinata, she wasn't able to easily land blows on him as easily as she did his clones in the past. In fact, it was one of his clones that gave him an idea about mixing his wind element with his training in fighting without literal sight nearly 2 months before he mastered his new training. This served to help amplify his sense of hearing and touch through sound in the wind and air molecules. The trick to it was that Naruto had to coat his entire body with wind chakra and use it to send out pulses of air molecules that would bounce off the surrounding objects. The sound resulting from the collisions of the particles against objects and people that Naruto would hear through the air with concentrated wind chakra surrounding his ears helped him to pinpoint locations of objects, animals, insects and people and their movements. In effect, he was able to navigate himself around them. Therefore, when Hinata challenged Naruto again, she was totally winded as she couldn't land a single hit on him in the end. She was happy and proud of his accomplishments, though she herself stuck with the use of sight since her Juken relied heavily on the Byakugan. Naruto-kun is an amazing fighter. I mean to be able to fight blind like that. Lee admired. My question is, when did he train to fight with self-imposed blindness, and who taught him how to do so? Kurenai interjected. He learned while attending the academy, Hinata said. But we didn't have any teachers there that specialized in that kind of combat skill, Chuji stated. No, we didn't. Hinata agreed and continued. In secret, Naruto put himself through intense training and practice over the months to get this far. I don't know the details behind how he did it, but even I wasn't able to beat him in a fight while he fought blind. I respect Naruto for developing such a skill. He proved that physical disability doesn't always hinder someone from excelling or becoming the best they can be, Lee said, while thinking of his own inability to use ninjutsu. Indeed he has, Guy agreed. And clearly from the looks of things, Tenten bit off more than she could chew, Chuji remarked. She asked for it, Shino reminded. Still, I hope Naruto-kun doesn't take things too far, Lee said. After seeing what Naruto personally did to Gato and his men in Nami no Kuni, anything Naruto does that's short of that would be considered an act of mercy, Kakashi remarked. After a few minutes, Tenten managed to stand back up and walk towards Naruto, who stood there and waited for her next move. She was holding her right side to soothe the pain she was feeling from the injury to her ribs. She stood 12 feet from him. She looked down at the sword he destroyed with his and looked back at him. That was my favorite sword you destroyed, just so you know, Tenten said. It was my first sword, though it wasn't made out of chakra metal like yours. My apologies, but events like these are to be expected in the battlefield, just so you know, Naruto replied. I suppose it couldn't be helped, Tenten said. Meanwhile, Tenten talked about wanting to challenge Naruto to a match, and now she's testing the extent of her burning flames and seeing how far her youth has taken her, Guy commented. But she's having a difficult time trying to keep up and match Naruto, Kurenai noted. Matching Naruto at the level he's at won't be possible for Tenten to do, Kakashi said. He's in his own class. Though that is true, however, the expression on her face isn't one of frustration or anger, Guy commented. Rather, it's one of excitement and exceeded expectations. You mean to tell us that she's actually enjoying this match despite how things currently aren't in her favor? Asuma asked skeptically. She's facing an opponent of her age group who can test and challenge her skills in kenjutsu. She's trying to see how her skills measures up to that of Naruto's, especially after his recent sword battle with Orochimaru we were also informed of. I say her burning enthusiasm is justified as she'll come out learning a lot more than she had before, Guy replied. How insightful of you, Guy. As the same could likewise be applied to Naruto after his encounter with Orochimaru. From what I was told, Naruto beat and came close to killing Orochimaru twice in one sword fight earlier today, Kakashi mentioned. He came close to actually killing one of the Sannin. Chuji asked in disbelief. I'm still finding that hard to believe, Anko said as she appeared alongside them. I heard the brief report from that Gaki's clone, but it's a hard pill to swallow. True, Naruto is strong, but to be able to battle a Sannin single-handedly and nearly kill him, twice in one day in fact. Asuma commented. A battle with a Sannin, let alone surviving one, is no easy feat, even with whatever arsenal that was at Naruto's disposal, Shikamaru spoke up. It wasn't, Sakura agreed. It was a most fierce and deadly battle. Both Naruto and Orochimaru were fighting on equal grounds. But in the end, Naruto outpowered and outsmarted Orochimaru and defeated him, though the Sannin escaped from Naruto's last attack. I'm sure Naruto was injured in some form or shape, as a battle like that should have left him exhausted and completely drained, Kurenai observed. It did, Lee confirmed. My team and I were there when we saw Naruto-kun and his team right after their battle with Orochimaru. Naruto-kun was really worn out and near emptied of strength and chakra. However, Tenten noticed after our arrival here that Naruto-kun was completely restored back to full strength and health with no sign of fatigue or injury. Do you suppose his tenant had something to do with his uncanny recovery speed? Shino inquired. There's that possibility, but the speed of his recovery without the amount of rest needed after his extreme battle with Orochimaru was way too fast even for a Jinchuriki, Kakashi stated. I honestly can't explain how Naruto recovered that fast. Then again, I underestimated his abilities more than once before, and during the belt test I gave him and the rest of my team, Naruto demonstrated firsthand that he had it within his power to put to death before the end of that belt test if he had chosen to. I wouldn't standing here now if he took my word serious about coming at me with the intent to kill. This was news to Sasuke and Sakura as they were unaware of this when they took the belt test with Naruto. Though Sasuke was looking like he was sleeping while sitting on the floor against the wall, he was actually listening to their conversation. Naruto actually beat you and could have killed you even then. But how? Sakura implored. Kakashi answered honestly. I've been trying to figure out how he pulled it off, as he purposely left out information in how he set me up with one of his disguised bombs he somehow managed to plant on me. I don't understand or find logical how someone with such talents and intelligence still graduate as our class's dead last, Shino expressed. He chose to, Shikamaru stated, causing Sakura and Kakashi to look straight at him. Hinata looked at her fellow genin, also seeing how Shikamaru figured it out. I'd been observant of Naruto for some time now, even long before our graduation from the academy. Like the rest of you, I found that aspects of his character and skills didn't add up, and that there was more to him than he let on. His performance during the genin exams and everything else he did aside, intentionally cutting class for reasons unknown and choosing to fail Irika's exams, only proves that Naruto could have become our class rookie of the year if he wanted to. But he didn't, and he evidently allowed Sasuke to fill in that role in his place, Shikamaru explained, and then turned to Hinata. After seeing your battle with Neji, it's clear that you were our class top kunoichi, not Sakura. But like Naruto, you chose to stay in the background and be unnoticed. Hinata gave no argument to his words and confessed, what you say is true. We could have done all those things, but Naruto-kun and I chose not to. Sakura felt bad that Hinata, like how Naruto did with Sasuke, allowed her to become their class top kunoichi when she, Hinata, was truly the top kunoichi. It only brought back to mind what Naruto told her in the forest, and how at one point in time she could have been the one in Hinata's place had she, Sakura, treated him right back then. But when she remembered what she was told by Naruto in the forest, Sakura then realized that if Hinata indeed became their class top kunoichi, then Hinata would have been placed on Team 7 and not her, and that would have gone against Naruto's intentions in keeping Hinata away from Sasuke, who was still trying to pursue a relationship with her and get her to dump Naruto. There would have been fierce fights between Naruto and Sasuke until it boiled down to Naruto wounding, perhaps permanently making Sasuke disabled. Sakura realized this after she recalled when Naruto explained to her how he punished Sasuke recently for crossing a line with Hinata. Hinata saw the expression on Sakura's face and said, I'm sure you're shocked and angry at me for this deception, Sakura. But please understand that as a ninja, it was something I had to do. There's no need to apologize, Hinata. I know you have your reasons and I don't hate you for them. If anything, I'm sure Naruto had your best interest in mind, Sakura assured. Thank you, Hinata said, relieved and appreciative that Sakura didn't carry a hateful grudge against her. It just means that our records from the academy makes me smarter than you, Sakura joked. Hinata chuckled a little. So why did both you and Naruto choose not to become our class top ninja? Chuji inquired. Does it really matter that much to you guys? Sasuke interjected while still sitting on the floor up against the wall with his eyes still closed. It's their business what they chose to do. And if they wanted really to, they'd have already shared their reasons as to why things happened the way they did. But clearly they haven't, so therefore let's drop the topic, please. It was clear that Sasuke wanted the conversation regarding Naruto and Hinata's true academic status not to be talked about, especially after Naruto personally told him, Sakura and Karen, why he chose to become the dead last few hours earlier. Shikamaru eyed Sasuke, who sat there on the floor against the wall with his eyes still closed and his arms crossed over his chest. They know something and obviously they don't want us to know about it. It's quite clear that whatever it is, Sasuke isn't happy about it while Sakura completely accepts it, Shikamaru contemplated. Hearing Shikamaru's words and Hinata herself confirming them only added more questions for Kurenai to ask with answers she wanted from Hinata. Hey, the match isn't over yet, Lee said. Let's watch as our youthful comrades continue demonstrating the extent they flames have reached. Deciding to drop the topic, the group decided to return their attention back to the fight. Naruto sensed Tenten's location and the distance she placed between herself and him. Tenten's distance from me is neither too far nor too close, Naruto noted. This way she can deal with defense and offense without much problem. Clever. Naruto grinned towards Tenten, who got slightly uneasy because of that grin. I have to say, Naruto, that you're everything they said you are and more, Tenten complimented as she took out 2 scrolls, but this time, you'll take me serious as I'll come at you with everything I got now. Tenten threw her 2 scrolls into the air before leaping with them into the air. Kuchios no Jutsu, Sashoria's summoning technique, twin rising dragons, Tenten yelled before she unrolled the scrolls and started spinning at a fast speed. Picking up speed, she became a blur. Naruto, through wind pulses and air particle vibrations, sensed her location and realized what she was doing while spinning fast in the air. Tenten rapidly summoned dozens and dozens of weapons so that she could throw them at him in quick succession. Weapons, lots and lots of weapons of various sorts started flying out of the spinning blur that Tenten became. Acknowledging the situation he was in, Naruto resorted to using his wind speed force and ran around the arena floor to dodge and evade the thrown weapons fired at him. From katana, kunai, shuriken, saban needles, throwing knives, spiked balls, chain balls, darts, they were hurled at him non-stop. However, Naruto, in a black and orange blur, evaded every last one of them just as fast as they were coming as he raced all around the floor at a speed the rest of the onlookers had a real hard time keeping up with. When did Naruto learn to move that fast, especially without knowing where he's running? Chuji asked in amazement. My question is, how is he avoiding all of Tenten's weapons at that speed without sight? No less, Shino spoke in. My shadow binding couldn't move that fast even at my best, Shikamaru noted, so seeing him move like this while evading all of Tenten's thrown weapons without the use of his eyes on top of that is a major surprise. So far everything we're seeing about Naruto is a surprise, Ino remarked. That's what makes my Naruto-kun the #1 most surprising ninja, Hinata commented with a smile. Touché, Ino replied as she and everyone else continued watching. Soon, Tenten's assault halted. Naruto stopped running and stood in the midst of all of Tenten's scattered arsenals. Tenten landed and smirked at Naruto, her scrolls floating down beside her with all of her weapons littered all over the arena floor. Tenten, I'm waiting for you to stop trying to fight me and actually fight me, Naruto remarked. Don't mock me. Tenten retorted and then leaped high into the air again before her weapons were tied to her fingers with thin, nearly invisible strings, allowing her to raise them off the ground and aim them all at Naruto. Try running from this, Naruto, Tenten yelled with her sight locked on Naruto. The Jinchuriki was silent as he used his wind element to calculate the situation he was in. He sensed lots and lots of various kinds of weapons hovering over him, and aimed to be thrown at him again. This doesn't look good for Naruto, Ino said with concern. Don't count him out yet, Hinata advised. Knowing him, he has something planned already. You sound sure of yourself, Ino replied. That's because Naruto-kun never gave me a reason to ever doubt him, Hinata stated. Tenten, while airborne, threw her weapons at him again, this time all at once. Naruto stood there as all of the weapons were sent flying at him at the same time. Tenten was sure she had him, but her confident smile however started fading as she noticed that all of her weapons started slowing down after they started reaching him. They all sudden came to a complete stop while inches away from Naruto's body and face and hovering in the air. What is this? Tenten asked aloud in confusion, while everyone else looked on wondering what caused her weapons to suddenly stop and float in the positions they stopped at. A few seconds later, a powerful wind sphere erupted out of Naruto and blasted all of Tenten's weapons away from him. Tenten herself was knocked off balance by the spherical wind burst and was thrown to the ground on her back. What the hell was that? Sakura asked with a shocked tone. I now understand what it is Naruto is doing, Asuma said as he admired Naruto's ingenuity in his use of wind chakra. Not only did he use his wind element as a force field, but his using his wind element as his pair of eyes. Everyone turned to Asuma upon hearing that. Is that even possible? Karina asked. Naruto is demonstrating that even now. He's using the air all around him to sense and hear what's going on and who's doing what while measuring the distances that the actions are taking place. It gives him a complete 360-degree sight through sound and air movement. But that and what Naruto did just moments ago against Tenten weapons are very advanced levels of wind manipulation. Want to give us the details? Shikamaru implored. Asuma explained. Naruto was able to use air molecules in the air around him to slow down all of Tenten's weapons and then have them come to a complete stop, while keeping all of them in midair, mind you. Feats like those, along with how he's using his wind element as his pair of eyes, takes a long time to accomplish. Even an experienced jounin like me have never reached such a mastery level as that, but Naruto did it. Temari was listening to their conversation and, needless to say, hearing what she heard after seeing what Naruto did had truly astounded her. As it did Baki and Kankuro. Gaara though saw Naruto as a promising challenge to prove once and for all his existence. Tenten, shaking the dizziness out of her head, got up off the ground with Naruto facing her. I've seen and countered an attack similar to yours before, only it was far more advanced since it was a Kunoichi's element bloodline limit, and it came at me in a complete 360-degree aim, Naruto explained, Your attack, however, came at me at a mere 45-degree angle, which means it was completely in my sight and range and easy to avoid. In all, your attacks and weapons are ineffective and useless against wind elemental fighters. Tenten snarled and gritted her teeth at how Naruto dissected her attacks and criticized her ineffective performance. But what added salt and butter to the burn was that he was doing all this with his self-imposed blindness. Before another word was said, Naruto moved in a blink of an eye and reappeared in front of her. Snapping out of her shock, she jumped out of the way fast enough to avoid a wind-infused slash attack that split the ground in front of her open like a large flesh wound. Tenten's paled. She saw what would have happened to her if she took a direct hit from that attack. Naruto stood in front of the large opening he made as Tenten made some distance between them. All the while her mind was racing fast, trying to come up with a plan of action against Naruto. While doing so, Naruto looked around at all of her weapons scattered all over the arena floor. As he did so, a plan was starting to formulate in his mind. None of my attacks worked, and Naruto is clearly skilled as both a close melee and long-range fighter. And his wind element makes him more deadly. Even his defense is stronger than I thought, and none of my weapons will work against it, Tenten contemplated. Enough deliberations, Naruto said before he rushed at her. She ducked from his horizontal slash and leaped to the side in the effort to grab one of her weapons. As she was about to grab one of her swords, Naruto suddenly appeared in front of her and stabbed his katana down. Tenten retracted her right hand away quickly before it was stabbed through. She then rolled out of the way as he performed a vertical slash with his katana down at her, slicing through the floor again. Naruto turned and looked ready to come at her again. Tenten backed away from him until she was in the center of the arena. Detecting where she was, he sheathed his katana and gave her a sinister smile, which left Tenten rather nervous for whatever it was Naruto had planned for her. What was the name of that attack of yours? Oh yes, I believe it was, Naruto said, and then clasped his hands together in prayer form and continued, Kuchios no Jutsu, Sashoryu. Naruto started concentrating large amounts of wind chakra, and after a short moment he formed two growing cyclones that started sucking all of Tenten's weapons into themselves. Tenten looked at what was happening but soon found that the two twisters had completely surrounded her as they were spinning in circles around her. She was trapped between the two shredder tornadoes that were made up of all of her weapons, and the wind itself was a danger if she got pulled into it with all of her spinning weapons that would shred and slice her apart until she was a gory heap. Her fear was only heightened when she saw that the rotating cyclones were slowly narrowing and closing in on her as they continued circling around her. The two opposing wind forces pressing against her made it impossible for her to attempt to run for it. The loud howling of the winds drowned out whatever shouts or yells Tenten gave. Tenten Lee yelled out to her, but his yells were also drowned out by the blasting howls of the twin cyclones. Sasuke and the others saw the position Naruto put Tenten in, and it was most dire, for her that was. But what shocked everyone was the fact that Naruto was even able to create and control two tornadoes at the same time. Meanwhile, I can use Tessenjutsu, which makes me a specialist in being able to use any fan as a weapon. I can only use wind jutsu and create cyclones like that through the use of my fan, and it has to bear 3 stars on it in order for me to create cycles like that, Temari thought as she looked on in amazement and admiration. Yet Naruto executed wind attacks and managed to create 2 tornadoes of equal strength like my fan with 3 stars through the use of his own affinity, and without the aid of any fan to help amplify his affinity. And he's controlling them equally with no difficulty. And using wind as eyes. It's completely unheard of and innovative. In Suna, Naruto would have been revered as one of the most exceptional geniuses and rare prodigy for such talents in wind manipulation. Naruto and I have so much in common. We're both wind specialists, children of our respective villages Yondaime, coming from families possessing a bijou and living hard lives because of that. Very few saw us for more than what and who we are. We work and train hard to prove that we're more than others believe us to be, and that look on his face, his true face. There's so much more about him I need and want to find out about. Baki turned and saw the look on Temari's face. Being one who was also adept in wind jutsu, the Suna Jounin understood what was going through the Suna Kunoichi's mind. He also knew that he assigned Temari to spy and find out as much as she could about Konoha's Jinchuriki. But the look in her eyes told him a different story, and judging from her early reaction from Kankuro's statement about how he caught her staring at Naruto, it was very clear to Baki that Temari had developed a certain attraction and romantic interest in Konoha's Jinchuriki. He suspected it, but now he was sure of it. He made a mental note to keep an eye on her future actions as a result. I don't know what kind of elemental training that Gaki put himself through, but whatever it was I might consider asking him for pointers, Asuma considered while grinning and looking on admiration at Naruto's incredible control of his wind element. I'll die if I don't get out of this. And by my own weapons. Tenten panicked. Life is filled with irony's cruel humor, wouldn't you say? Naruto asked before he interlocked his fingers together, triggering a chain reaction within the cyclone to occur. Tenten screamed and braced herself for the worst when she saw her weapons being fired at her all at once at blurring speed from the twin tornadoes and what looked like flying exchanges of weapons between the tornadoes with Tenten in the center. From katana, swords, kunai, shuriken, naginata, darts, saban needles, knives, kodachi, they were all thrown her way, tearing at her. Tenten. Lee screamed out worriedly after seeing what Naruto did. Did Naruto actually? Sakura asked, not wanting to finish the question. Hiruzen, Kakashi and the other Jonin saw that through the attack, there was no blood being poured and spewed from Naruto's attack despite the large number of weapons that were thrown back and forth between the twisters at blurring eye-popping speed. A minute later, the weapon throwing stopped and Naruto moved the two twisters away and dispelled them, causing Tenten's weapons to drop to the ground in two separate piles. The current sight of the genin weapon mistress after that deadly onslaught was most unexpected, leaving all of the male genin blushing hotly, with Shino having both of his eyebrows raised with a small blush. Hiruzen groaned with his right palm smacked onto his face at Naruto's latest stunt. Guy, Kurenai, Ino and Sakura didn't look amused at all while Hinata shook her head at the stunt Naruto just pulled in front of everyone. Asuma nervously had to hold back his laughter after seeing the sharp narrow glare Kurenai shot at him. Kakashi looked on at the sight Naruto put Tenten in with no readable expression. Kankuro was blushing and giggling while Gaara had a slightly raised eyebrow. Temari looked on in disbelief at what Naruto just did while Baki was trying to believe that Naruto just did what he actually did. Ibiki had no reaction while Anko smirked and chuckled. I got to say that orange-clad Gaki has style. Tenten removed her arms from her face and opened her eyes to see what Anko was talking about, and what she saw shocked and horrified her. My clothes. Tenten screamed in panic and blushed a dark shade of red as she vainly tried to cover herself when she saw that Naruto used her weapons to tear off a majority of the fabric of her clothes, leaving her with what little was left of her pants and shirt. Her pink shirt was reduced to resemble a stomach-less tank top with her pink bra straps showing from both sides of her shoulders, with parts of the bottom section of her bra showing underneath what little was left of her shirt. Her pants were made to look like very short hot pants that reveal small part of her butt in pink and white underwear. Her sandals, however, were still intact. But through it all, not one of her weapons struck her directly. My own weapons. Tenten exclaimed with the same blush on her face before looking at Naruto angrily. You used all of my weapons to tear off my clothes, and what makes this more insulting is that you used the name of my attack to do so. While still blind, mind you, Naruto added with a grin. I told you from the outset that I would be true to my word regarding my foreplay, and I kept my promise. I struck you in all the right places that didn't entail attacking your vitals, which I intentionally missed, Naruto remarked as he reached into his jacket and pulled out a water flask. Opening it, he poured all of the water out and formed a water ball with it, using his wind manipulation to shape and hold the water up in the air. Without warning, he aimed and launched the water ball at Tenten. She yelped when she was hit with the water ball, striking her pants, soaking the front half of her pants and underwear with the rest of the water dripping down her legs. My foreplay and masterful use of my hands now have you wet and dripping with excitement and anticipation, Naruto said with a sly grin. Tenten blushed even darker at the sexual implication Naruto's words and actions. The male and female genin were all blushing also, while Kakashi was blushing and giggling, recalling a similar scene of his favorite book. Gaara, though, was looking in confusion, wondering what Naruto was doing. Asuma was still trying to keep his laughter was breaking out, while Guy and Kurenai didn't look amused. Anko was chuckling and waiting to see what was going to happen next. Naruto placed his flask away and unsheathed his katana again before aiming it at Tenten. Your condition now made me completely hard and erect. I want my blade to be in you now, Naruto said huskily before he dashed and blasted Tenten with a burst of wind, knocking her off her feet and down on her back with his weapon aimed directly at her crotch. Tenten then saw Naruto standing between her legs with his katana stabbed partly through her pants. Now I have you on your back with me between your legs, having entered and penetrated you. At last, our union is fully consummated, Naruto remarked with sultry and charisma. I told you that I would make your time with me an experience you'll never forget. The dam broke. Asuma, Kankuro, Shikamaru, Chuji and Anko burst out into a loud fit of laughter. Tamari and the rest of the girls were blushing hotly at the implications of Naruto's stunt. Even Tenten was speechless and blushing at the stunt Naruto just pulled on her. Kakashi was still blushing and now laughing at the scene. Kurenai, however, closed her eyes while frowning deeply and shaking her head in strong disapproval. Guy simply couldn't believe the unyouthful stunt Naruto pulled off. Idiot, Sasuke mumbled after seeing the perverted stunt Naruto shamelessly pulled in front of everybody. That Naruto, even when he's serious, he's still a pervert, Hiruzen groaned. Naruto pulled his katana away and sheathed it back under his jacket that was still tied around his waist. He then removed his head protector from off his eyes and placed it back over his forehead. He looked Tenten directly in the eyes and saw the expression on her face and in her eyes. As a weapons specialist, Tenten's pride was deeply wounded if not broken as her plan to show Naruto her dexterity and skills in the use of all sorts of weapons backfired, literally in this case also. Tenten looked up at him while in the position she was in. Part of her honestly wanted to hate him, but she saw that wouldn't be fair on her part since she told him to battle her in the manner she heard about, and from the outset of their match it was made clear that she wasn't at his level. Beaten and at his mercy with none of her weapons at her disposal, Tenten moved herself until she was kneeling on her knees facing Naruto with her head lowered. With no other choice, Tenten admitted defeat. I lose. A moment later, man, Naruto really did a number on Tenten that time, Ino commented. Tenten is deeply grieved but not because she lost. Though she was aware that Naruto was stronger than her, she's saddened by the method of how she was beaten, Guy enlightened. What girl wouldn't be? I mean, look what he did, Kurenai said indignantly. Guy explained, there's more to this than her current appearance. As weapon mistress, Tenten prided herself in her ability to use all sort of weapons and arsenals with cutting-edge accuracy and precision. She trained and worked herself hard into the ground every day with sweat and blood trying to become the very best, always wanting to surpass whatever peak she reached. But her battle with Naruto negated that. All of her own weapons that she trained hard with were used against her by her opponent, and she was brought to the position she's in now. For Tenten, she could feel no greater hurt to her pride and esteem, but that doesn't mean she won't grow and work harder to learn from this experience. Much like how Neji's pride was broken after losing to Hinata, Sasuke remarked. Far from it. Guy reprimanded, the manner of Neji's defeat is incomparable to Tenten's. Neji was harsh and presumptuous and sought unyouthful methods to belittle Hinata-san openly. He believed he was superior to Hinata-san in every way, while harboring animosity and hatred towards her and the main house of their clan. As a result, his defeat only brought for him unyouthful dishonor and shame, and unlike Tenten, he refused to acknowledge when he was beaten and outmatched, which added to his humiliation. Neji lacked both youth and humility, which led to his downfall. Kakashi, Kurenai and Asuma nodded their heads in respects to Guy for his in-depth analysis of the match involving his students. They saw that in spite of his flamboyant character, he was still a jounin sensei who knew his students better than anyone else. Hate went over to the center of the arena. This match is over. Winner, Uzumaki Naruto. Hate declared. Naruto stood in front of Tenten, who was still in the same position she was in. With her head still facing the floor, Tenten stood back up and said with a low tone, I'll remember this, Naruto. You said that my attacks and weapons are ineffective and useless against wind elemental fighters, right? Tenten's voice gradually rose as she continued, well, I'll show you. Don't think for a moment that I'll remain stagnant because of this temporary setback. I'll practice and train harder every day and night. I'll work twice as hard to become stronger and faster. I'll do whatever it takes. I can't believe I'm taking a page out of Gai-sensei's book, but… Tenten looked up and looked Naruto straight in the eyes with a determined expression on her face and exclaimed, after today, consider me your eternal rival. Such youthness. Guy screamed proudly with clenched fists, and tears of running down his face. Tenten's defeat hasn't dampened her flames at all. Rather, it intensified them, and finally she found a worthy opponent to consider as an eternal rival to brighten her youthful flames further. I've never been prouder, Jiraiya-sensei. Tenten's burning youth has greatly inspired me to seek out an eternal rival of my own. If I fail to do that, I'll run 300 laps around Konoha on my hands and 400 one-arm push UPS with my right arm and another 400 with only my left arm. Lee shouted loudly with tears of his own. Lee, Jiraiya-sensei, Lee, Jiraiya-sensei, Lee, Jiraiya-sensei, Lee, Jiraiya-sensei. The two of them then engaged in a hug with tears still flowing down their faces and, logic be damned, a genjutsu with a sunset at the beach with crashing waves on the shores appeared in the background. The scene was rather disturbing, and the four ninja from Suna and the Konoha genin were disgusted by it since they were seeing it for the first time. That's just sickening, Temari remarked at the sight. Dosu and his jounin sensei simply ignored them while staying quiet the entire time. Kurenai sensei, how did that genjutsu appear? Hinata asked with a confusion expression. For the life of me, I was never able to figure that out. Even now, Kurenai sighed while being incensed by what she and the others were seeing. The medics came and treated Tenten's injuries. After treating and bandaging her earlier wounds, she was then placed on the carrying cot and lifted up to be taken to the hospital for further medical treatment. Before she was carried off, she looked back at Naruto and said, I will become stronger and challenge you every chance I get, no matter what difficulties come my way. Remember my words, Uzumaki Naruto, we're eternal rivals now. Naruto shot her a grin and replied, I look forward to seeing where your future improvements take you, Tenten. With that said, she was carried off to the hospital. Naruto shunshined back to the spectator balcony next to Hinata in a quick gust of wind. Hiruzen looked at both Naruto and Hinata carefully while keeping his thoughts to himself. Nicely done, Naruto. Now we share a common bond. Hinata-sensei and his apprentice from the same team declared us as their eternal rivals, Kakashi joked. Naruto thought about what Kakashi said and looked over at Guy. Remembering what Tenten declared to him, he suddenly visualized Tenten in a ready-to-fight position while wearing skin-tight body-hugging green spandex and orange leg warmers and blue sandals with two sai in her hands. He pictured her curvy figure and breasts being displayed through the green spandex. Smiling and blushing at the possibilities, Naruto muttered, "Having Tenten as my eternal rival won't be so bad after all." "I heard that," Hinata snorted. "What?" "It was Tenten who went and proclaimed herself openly and zealously as my eternal rival. In all honesty, that was an outcome I didn't expect after our match," Naruto said. "This brings memories about how Guy proclaimed himself as my eternal rival after I beat him during the Chunin exams years ago," Kakashi said. "I honestly expected this outcome from Lee. But clearly irony had other plans for you, Naruto." Kakashi smiled with his right closed. "It'll be entertaining watching Tenten seeking you out for eternity, wanting to challenge you in practically everything." "Kakashi-sensei, I heartily welcome the challenge of hot competent kunoichi eternally wanting a piece me, never getting enough of me," Naruto replied with a grin and blush. "Naruto-kun," Hinata chided. "I have to say, Naruto, that was some mastery demonstration of wind manipulation." Asuma praised. "Care to share with me some of your secrets?" "Lots of practice, lots of it. That's all there is to it," Naruto answered. Asuma grunted. "I should have known you'd be stingy. Tenten really gave it her all against you, Naruto-kun. At first I thought you broke her through how you defeated her, though she knew you were holding back the entire time. But instead the opposite happened, and now she sees you as challenge she has to surpass," Lee commented. "I doubt that'll be possible since I always practice and work to improve myself," Naruto replied. "Thus the reason why she proclaimed herself as your eternal rival," Lee emphasized. Oddly enough, Naruto couldn't argue with that logic. "I see your point. Naruto, you posed as the dead last of our class, yet all of your skills go beyond anything we learned while at the academy. By what means did you learn all that you know?" Shikamaru inquired. "Cloud watching. I saw visions beyond the skies besides what I see in bathhouses," Naruto answered jestingly. "Enough jokes, Naruto," Sakura chided. Shrugging, Naruto turned to Hinata and said, "By the way, I later have to introduce Karen to the rest of you guys." "Who's Karen?" Hinata asked. "Another distant Uzumaki cousin I found earlier today," Naruto said. "Another what?" Ino asked in disbelief as the other genin and their jounin sensei turned their attention to Naruto. "She's a genin of our age group from Kusagakure. Naruto saved her from a giant bear after her team was killed by it. Presently she's with Anoka," Sakura explained. "That's great. In such a short time you found 2 surviving members of your clan, Naruto-kun." Hinata cheered. "2 surviving orphans, really," Naruto remarked and then grinned. "But regardless of that, there's 3 Uzumaki in Konoha now, which means that we can actually claim clan status and I can hold a seat on the Shinobi Council as the Uzumaki clan leader." Everyone looked at Naruto, who verbally took major steps in his ambitions and goals. "Aren't you getting ahead of yourself, Naruto?" Shikamaru figured. "Besides, Karen happens to be a genin from Kusagakure. Not for long. I'm going to have Karen become a Konoha genin after suitable compensations to Kusagakure, and the required paperwork for it have been completed and made official. She's an Uzumaki by blood and no village can argue against it since my clansmen were scattered all over the shinobi world. Kusa will have to have Karen return to her clan without incident." "You act like you have this whole thing figured out, Naruto, or if it'll be that easy," Shikamaru snorted. "I deceived an entire village for years in hiding my true skills and intelligence? Are you seriously going to start doubting my abilities now?" Naruto questioned. "No, that would be too troublesome at this point," Shikamaru said. "According to shinobi laws, Naruto, you have to at least be a chunin to be on the shinobi council and stand as a clan leader," Kakashi said. "That's true," Naruto agreed, but then included, "However, that's not the only way. I don't need to be a chunin to be a clan leader and shinobi council member since there's another way it can be done, Kakashi-sensei." "What other way is there?" Chuji asked. "Would you care to enlighten us?" Ino asked with honest interest. Naruto explained. "According Article 4, Section 8, Paragraph 2 of the laws of Konohagakure established by this village's Shodai, a sole heir or heiress, even as a genin, of a shinobi clan can claim clan leader status if he or she is both of age or married if the previous clan leader is deceased. And according to Article 4, Section 8, Paragraph 3, the married genin can be present at shinobi council meetings except he or she will require a chunin or jounin of their clan to represent him or her as their spokesperson." Naruto turned to Hinata. "Am I correct?" Hinata nodded her head in agreement. "Yes. Father informed me and my sister of these laws. He believed this was important for us to know in the event of his untimely death." "We weren't taught this at the academy," Sakura acknowledged. I wasn't aware of those laws either, Shikamaru admitted. And people say I never did my homework and research while at the academy, Naruto remarked cynically. So you intend to resort to those laws in the event you don't make it to Chunin? Shino asked. Everyone saw the implications of Shino's question, and Sasuke wasn't happy at all about what it entailed since it meant Naruto marrying Hinata. And with Anoka and Uzumaki in Chunin, she could stand as Naruto's spokesperson and representative in the Shinobi Council. Sasuke was about to reply when, I never said I would never make to Chunin by the end of these exams, Naruto answered. I was simply stating that there are other means any of us can become clan leaders and council members depending on circumstances. I will become a Chunin by the end of these Chunin exams and become the Uzumaki clan leader and a Shinobi council member. I will not allow anyone to deny me my birthright or what I rightfully earned. Ambitious, aren't you? Asuma smirked. Why shouldn't I be considering the damage Konoha's hierarchy already did concerning my upbringing and clan legacy, which they now have to fix? Naruto shot back. Hiruzen sighed lowly but said nothing on the subject. Asuma decided to hold his tongue, knowing that he would be treading on delicate grounds if he said anything further on that sensitive topic. This matter can be discussed at a later time. But for now the preliminaries are still in progress, Hiruzen reminded. Soon the large screen started flashing names again, and a moment later 2 names appeared on the screen. 9th match. Rock Lee vs. Sabaka no Gaara, Hate announced. Lee and Gaara made their way to the arena floor. Naruto, though, was weary of Gaara's possible intentions. He knew Lee was a very strong taijutsu fighter, but even still, from what his spy clones observed in the Forest of Death, Naruto knew Gaara was ruthless and capable of killing anyone without hesitation. Before long the match commenced. In the beginning, none of Lee's taijutsu attacks managed to penetrate or bypass Gaara's shield of sand. Seeing the problem, Lee removed the weights he was wearing on his legs and dropped them to the ground with a huge ground-shaking quake and shock wave that shook and cratered the ground they fell on. This shocked all but Guy, who was smiling confidently. The boost of speed from the weight release was such that Gaara's sand couldn't follow Lee's movements, and Gaara was hit for the first time in his life. Lee then used his front lotus on Gaara, but in the end it was revealed that it had been a sand clone. Having no other way to end the match, and with Guy's permission, Lee then opened 5 of the inner chakra gates, the result being that Lee's strength was multiplied immensely for a short time. Kakashi scolded Guy for teaching that kenjutsu, knowing what would happen to Lee's body, as the extreme physical strain placed Lee's body would also severely injure him after the technique wore off. While the technique was in effect, Lee then proceeded to continuously beat Gaara with his reverse lotus. However, as Gaara fell to the ground, he dispersed his sand gourd as a cushion to break his fall. Gaara then used his sand-binding coffin to crush Lee's left arm and leg. Before Gaara could finish the job, Guy jumped down to prevent Gaara from killing Lee. The 2 medical ninja came and examined Lee, and after Guy learned from the medical ninja that Lee could no longer be a ninja due to his intense injuries, Guy wept and had heavy regrets that he taught Lee how to open the inner gates. After Hate declared Gaara the winner of the match, Kakashi consoled and apologized to Guy for his earlier criticism and self-righteousness. But on top of this, not one of Guy's students won their matches. 10th match. Akimichi Chuji vs. Kinyuta Dosu, Hate announced. Chuji was reluctant to battle, instead wanting to forfeit, but tried after being promised food by his sensei, Asuma, if he won. Chuji entered the battle with prior knowledge of Dosu's sound-based attacks, and quickly used human bullet tank to plug his ears from the Oto ninja's attacks. However, Dosu overcame this by transmitting his sound through the water in Chuji's body, thus defeating him. It was the shortest and quickest match in the preliminaries. The preliminaries were over and the winners of the matches soon assembled on the arena floor. The winners, being Naruto, Hinata, Temari, Sasuke, Kankuro, Shikamaru, Shino, Gaara and Dosu. Congratulations on passing the preliminaries. Now all of you come and draw a number from this box. Do not read or look at the number until you've been instructed to do so, Hate said and indicated to a box Anko was holding. Each of the 9 genin went one at a time and drew a card having a number on it from the box. Shikamaru went and drew the first number, followed by Kankuro, Naruto, Gaara, Sasuke, Dosu, Temari, Shino, and finally Hinata. After the 9 finalists had drawn their numbers, Ibiki stepped forward and instructed, those with the even numbers, read out your number. Gaara said 8, Kankuro said 4, Naruto said 2, Shikamaru said 6. Ibiki then wrote their names and their numbers down on a note of paper. When he was finished, he instructed, to the remaining 5, read out your corresponding odd numbers. By this, you'll be paired with the genin you are to battle against in the finals. Dosu said 9, Sasuke said 1, Temari said 5, Shino said 3, 7, Hinata utterly in disbelief and shock. When Hinata read her number last, Naruto and all of the other genin and jounin were shocked when they realized with whom she was paired against for the Chunin finals. Hiruzen himself didn't expect that outcome for Hinata, and speaking of Hinata, Time momentarily froze. She couldn't believe how things have turned out for her. No way, Sakura muttered lowly with denial. Hinata, Kurenai said with sheer disbelief and total concern. Asuma had looked dire look at the he saw took place. Are you serious? Ino asked, not believing what she was seeing. Naruto too couldn't believe what just happened. How troubling, Shino said stoically, but just as shocked. Guy's expression was grim on seeing what happened. Gaara? She's been matched up to fight Gaara, Naruto said with a tone that revealed his shock. This was most unforeseen. This was not the way I was hoping for our matchups would turn out. Naruto thought somberly, though he kept his concerns under control. Of all the genin, what were the odds of Gaara and Hinata being paired against each other? Kakashi thought. I had no idea this was going to happen. I can't believe I've been paired against Gaara, Hinata thought with deep worry which showed more on her face than Naruto's. Gaara gave a small but dark smile of approval in seeing who he was paired against. She may not be Naruto, but she's still a worthy ninja. I'll use to prove my existence, Gaara said coldly. No one but the Suna ninja understood Gaara's words and his intentions towards Hinata. Temari gave a glance at Gaara and then looked at Hinata. The fan mistress saw the look on Hinata's face and found that it revealed worry and fear, a stark contrast to what she saw in Hinata's battle against Neji. Truthfully, Temari herself didn't expect Hinata to be matched up against Gaara, and she knew off the back that Gaara fully intends to brutally kill Hinata in the Chunin finals. Many thoughts about this unexpected development, including Naruto's possible reactions to Hinata's probable death, started racing through Temari's mind. And with her feelings for Naruto in the mix, Temari didn't know what to think. Ibiki wrote their corresponding numbers down on the same note of paper and showed it to the 9 finalists. This is the matchup of the main matches for the Chunin finals, which will be a tournament, Ibiki said. Take a good look at the lineup and memorize it. Those who will fight the one of the remaining 4 finalists after their match. The 9 finalists saw the note of paper which confirmed with whom they were paired again. You have a month to train before the main matches, Hiruzen said. I suggest you use that time well. Why a month? Shikamaru asked. Because we have to send out invitations for everyone who has to be here to witness the Chunin finals, Hiruzen replied. The judges will decide who will become Chunin and who doesn't. Judges? Shino implored. In this exam, Hiruzen explained, the ones who get promoted to Chunin are those that show the judges that they have the qualities of a Chunin. A ninja's true strength can only be measured in combat, and that's the purpose of the main matches. Judges are made up of important people from the villages, including the daimyo of the different countries. The second exam is done. Anko barked. Meet in the main arena in a month. Dismissed. All of the genin made their way to their respective jounin sensei. Sasuke turned to Naruto, who didn't look back at him. My first match in the finals is against Naruto, Sasuke considered. I'm going to need very intense training from Kakashi in order to battle against Naruto. Sasuke then thought about the ninja Hinata had to go up against during the Chunin finals. He didn't know how Hinata was going to battle Gaara, especially after seeing what happened to Lee even after that beatdown he inflicted on Gaara. Sasuke wished there was something he could do for Hinata, but he knew there wasn't anything that he could do that wasn't short of Hinata forfeiting her match in finals. As for Naruto himself, he was thinking about Hinata, who presently was walking beside him. She looked back at him and saw the mixed serious and concerned expression on his face. After seeing her matchup, she knew it was more than understandable. Meanwhile, Sakura was following beside Sasuke when, Sakura, Hiruzen summoned. The pink-haired genin turned to the Hokage, who gestured for her to come over to him. Standing beside him were Anko and Ikibi. Sakura did as instructed and went over to him. Yes, Sandaime-sama? Sakura asked politely as she stood before him. Come with us, please, Hiruzen said authoritatively as he turned and gestured for Sakura and the 2 special jounin to follow him out of the building. Nervously, Sakura complied while wondering what she was in for or what trouble she was in. Naruto and the others saw this also and wondered what it was that Sakura was called away for, with Ibiki and Anko following them from no less. Why do you suppose Sandaime-sama summoned Sakura away? Do you suppose she's in trouble or something? Ino asked curiously. Beats me. If anything, this entire day has been a most troublesome event, Shikamaru shrugged. Deciding to worry about Sakura's predicament later, Naruto returned his attention back to the more serious matter at hand. The way the matchups have been arranged is not the way I was hoping it would turn out, Naruto said humorlessly. I know, Hinata said lowly. I have the 4th match in the finals against Gaara. It's amazing that the very 2 ninja Kibakuin wanted me to avoid at all costs are the same 2 I've been paired to battle against. Such irony. My own statement to Tenten earlier today is now coming back to haunt me, Naruto remarked. Hinata knew what Naruto was talking about, considering that she had to fight Gaara in the Chunin finals. So true Naruto's words are. Life is filled with irony's cruel humor. Chapter 26. Debriefings. An hour later, Sasuke was by himself thinking deeply about all that had happened, and all that he learned in a span of one day. So much had happened, from Naruto finding Karen to meeting the three ninja from Kirigakure, to the skirmish with Orochimaru to the events that took place during the preliminaries and finally to where he was now. He couldn't believe what he saw and learned not only about Naruto but also Hinata. All this time she was a strong and capable kunoichi who masked herself as a timid and stuttering heiress who had problems with self-confidence and learning her clan's prized juken. She thoroughly deceived everyone with her convincing performance, just like Naruto. Sasuke himself was completely deceived by it, as was her sensei. I had no idea Hinata was this strong, and to believe that she was holding back against her cousin the whole time during the match. Sasuke wondered as he replayed the match in his mind. He was remembering how she moved, the grace of her slender body and style, her strength and agility, her speed and fluidity, her cunning, that determination she displayed against her defiant cousin, her intelligence in dealing with her cousin and calculating him accurately. Indeed, she was a fierce beauty, the complete opposite of the timid and shy Hyuga Hinata persona the Hyuga heiress portrayed herself to be. She would make the perfect matriarch of the revived Uchiha clan. She's everything I want in a kunoichi and wife, and the kind of woman I would want my children to be birthed from, Sasuke thought before reality slapped him, but she became the way she is because of Naruto. He's the source of her training and abilities, not Kurenai or anyone else. I have awakened my Sharingan, but even that wasn't enough against Orochimaru, whom Naruto thoroughly thrashed and nearly killed, twice. Anger was starting to flare within Sasuke as he was made to acknowledge just how huge a power gap exists between himself and Naruto. He felt so much rage when he saw and owned up to the fact that he was no closer to matching Naruto with his Sharingan and ninja skills. This is just sad. The Rookie of the Year following and taking orders from his class dead last. Just how low have you fallen, Sasuke-kun? The fact that you can't win the love of your life from the same dead last is even worse. Where's your Uchiha pride, Sasuke-kun? Itachi would laugh if he saw the kind of child you've become. Remembering Orochimaru's taunts didn't help either. This isn't fair. I'm an Uchiha, a descent of a proud and mighty clan with a powerful dojutsu. That's been reduced to being beneath Naruto's level, who's now said to be the son of the Yondaime and Yellow Flash, and the descendant of the Uzumaki clan that's feared and renowned for their seal masters and monstrous level chakra. So much so that everyone in Konoha by law is to wear the Uzumaki clan's insignia. And now I have to fight Naruto in the finals. There's no way in my current level I can beat him, especially since I haven't found a way to awaken the Mangekyo Sharingan. I'm sure there's a way to do so that Itachi didn't tell me about. I'm sure there is, I just have to find out how Madara did it. Sasuke gripped the left side of his neck as the curse seal started acting up again. After a few moments, the seal stopped after he calmed himself down. Troubled by something? A voice asked. Sasuke turned and found Kakashi standing behind him. Just a lot on my mind, that's all, Sasuke replied. There was much I learned after today. That goes without say for everyone actually, Kakashi remarked. So what do you intend to do with all that you've learned? Sasuke answered, what else? Train and grow from it. I'll use what I gained from the preliminaries as a means to aid me in my preparations for the Chunin finals. Sasuke was reluctant to consider the option of asking Kakashi for advice, especially after what happened a couple of days ago, when Kakashi tied him to the wooden post in the training ground and left him there after scolding him for his latest attempts to get Hinata to become his girlfriend. Added to this was that Kakashi knew that Naruto was far stronger and smarter than he let on, and that he was the true Rookie of the Year. But as much as Sasuke didn't want to admit it, Kakashi possessed more experience with the Sharingan than he did, and there was no one else in Konoha to ask advice on about the Sharingan. My question to you, Kakashi, is this. Which one of us will you train for the finals, me or Naruto? That's a difficult question to answer, Sasuke, Kakashi replied. I would like to see both you and Naruto succeed in the Chunin finals, but training one of my students to beat my other student in such a test to become Chunin defeats my endeavors in wanting you both to succeed. Quite honestly, I was able to relate to Naruto in that I didn't like how the lineups for the Chunin finals went either. Give me a break, Kakashi. Naruto is the true Rookie of the Year, and he's far stronger and faster than me, and you didn't train him in anything. You said so yourself? Sasuke retorted. I saw both of his fights today, and it's hard accepting the awful fact that I can't beat him at my current level. There must be something you can train me in that can give me some sort of edge against him in the finals. Something that could give you an edge against Naruto, is that right? Sasuke, let me lay it out for you, Kakashi pointed out, underneath everyone's nose and mine also. Naruto has been intensely studying and vigorously training himself for years in advanced combat fighting styles as both a close melee and long-range fighter, and his chakra control is truly outstanding considering the massive amount of chakra he has. His mastery over his wind element is second to none, and it's unlike any I've ever seen. Everything Naruto has done has never once been through Kyuubi's influence. And you think you can rival and have an edge against him in a month? You're not being realistic with yourself, Sasuke. You have the Sharingan, Kakashi, something that belongs to my clan. I don't know the circumstances behind how you attained it, but you're the only person there is in Konoha who can train me properly with its use, Sasuke replied through his frustration. Perhaps, Kakashi said, it's one of the reasons why I was assigned to you as your sensei, I admit. I tried learning how to control and use my Sharingan on my own since its awakening after our mission in Nami no Kuni, but I didn't get as far as I had hoped, Sasuke said. You want to use your Sharingan against Naruto during the finals, Kakashi deduced. I told you, I need something to present as a challenge against Naruto, and from where I stand, I don't have a fighting chance against him. If my opponent was anyone else, I would have stood a chance. I hate the fact that those words are coming out of my mouth, but life's been a bitch lately. I say it did wonders in humbling you since you used to believe that Naruto was especially beneath you, Kakashi remarked. Sasuke sneered at that comment but held his tongue. I need more power and strength, Kakashi, Sasuke said. I'll take whatever I can get so long it helps me improve and become stronger than I am now, and I know Naruto will train for the finals also. There's no telling what he'll be capable of in a month. There's no telling indeed, Kakashi replied. There's no telling what, Kakashi-sensei? Naruto asked as he seemingly appeared out of nowhere. Both Kakashi and Sasuke turned to see Naruto looking at them with a huge grin on his face. Well now, Naruto, your arrival here was unexpected, Kakashi greeted. Though it's uninvited, Sasuke mumbled under his breath. Was there something you came to ask of me? Kakashi inquired. Not really. I figured that you'd probably be busy preparing Sasuke for the finals, seeing that he's already here with you, Naruto said. I didn't plan any training for the finals yet, though I'm surprised you already assumed I'd be training Sasuke while not throwing a fit or a temper tantrum about it, Kakashi said. Don't mock me. Needless temper tantrums don't suit me, and knowing you, you'd probably put me with Ebisu while stating how that closest pervert with his so-called shortcuts to becoming Hokage could train me better than you, Naruto said. Somewhere in Konoha, Ebisu felt indignant with a desire to tell Naruto off for some reason. Anyway, Kakashi-sensei, feel free to train Sasuke as much as you want. I won't hold it against you. Besides, there are a couple of things I have to look into in the meantime. Later, Naruto concluded before he shunshined with a quick wind dash and teleported elsewhere. Clearly Naruto is fine with you training me after all, Sasuke said. Now you can't use your previous words as an excuse now. I can't indeed, Kakashi said. My question to you, Sasuke, is how far you think you'll get in a month. As far as my body and mind can take me and more, Sasuke answered. Anything that will help me in my pursuit to catch up and surpass Naruto. If you say so, Kakashi shrugged as he walked off. Meet me at the training ground tomorrow at 7 in the morning. Why can't we start training now? Sasuke asked. Because you already went through enough battles in one day and you need to give yourself time to rest and recuperate, Kakashi said. Plus I have to plan your training regimen for the month. I suggest you go home and reflect on what I said and everything that had happened today. With that, Kakashi went on his way, leaving Sasuke behind. There's nothing more to reflect on. I already know what I have to do, Sasuke said to himself as he turned and walked off back home. Unbeknown to Sasuke was that he was being followed by someone in the shadows who made sure to keep a very low profile after entering Konoha. God damn it. I can't believe I was dispatched for this crap-ass of mission when I could be doing better things with my damn time, the unknown assailant complained quietly before continuing to follow after Sasuke from the shadows. Meanwhile, Sakura found herself in a closed room with Inoichi, Ibiki, Anko and Hiruzen at the interrogation facility. It was rather clear that Sakura was nervous, with her stomach ready to drop, believing she that was in some kind of trouble as she sat on the chair surrounded by the group of older ninja. Clearing his throat, Hiruzen said, Sakura, you're not in any form of trouble if that's what you're worried about. We just need to ask you a couple of questions regarding your time with Naruto and everything you've seen about him from the time you both became genin up to this point. Sakura relaxed and breathed easier after hearing the Sandaime himself assure her that she wasn't being brought in for any punishment for whatever reason. What do you need to know? Sakura asked. As much as you can give us so we can better assess Naruto's true caliber and intelligence, Hiruzen answered. There are things about him that you know that we like to know in more details. For starters, you, Sasuke and the new Uzumaki, Karen, were eyewitnesses to Naruto's battle with Orochimaru earlier today. Naruto's explanation was very brief and it left out many details about what he did and what took place. The fact that he nearly killed a Sannin twice in one fight, especially considering that he fought Orochimaru for the first time, is alarming. I mean no disrespect, Sandaime-sama, but Naruto beat you, a group of ninja and the male study body simultaneously during the Academy Field Day years ago before we became genin, Sakura reminded. Sandaime cleared his throat again, trying to control his annoyance in being reminded of that day. Anko stifled a laugh threatening to come out. Ibiki's hardened glare helped to silence her. On that occasion, Sakura, Naruto never actually fought us, he beat us by ambush and tricking us into dropping our guard against him. However, ever since that occasion, a number of ninja have been suspicious of Naruto while others, many kunoichi really, regard him with admiration. I myself have noticed a change in Naruto years ago since that incident, and I've been trying to keep tabs on him, but as you already know, Naruto has an excellent way of hiding facets about himself, and reveals only so much about himself when he feels it's necessary, Hiruzen clarified. Orochimaru was in the Forest of Death earlier today after killing a Kusagenin a few days ago before he went after your team disguised as the Kusagenin he killed. His reasons are currently unclear, but his defeat and near death at Naruto's hands won't be taken lightly by either him or others who will hear of this. Ibika spoke up after a long period of silence. As if I could take it any more serious, Anko remarked cynically under her breath. Inoichi, would you care to do the honors? Hiruzen asked. Inoichi nodded and went over to Sakura and stood in front of her. Sakura, I'm sure you're familiar with my clan's specialty. I won't waste time asking too many questions, so I'll just see what I can gather by viewing your memories, Inoichi said and performed a set of hand seals. The then placed his right hand over Sakura's head. Upon having Inoichi's hand touch her forehead, Sakura's eyes closed as her head lowered. Hiruzen and the others watched as Inoichi closed his eyes and focused on probing and reading Sakura's memories. It took him a brief while to surf through her memories while not prying into her private life, but after another moment he found what he was looking for regarding what Sakura eyewitnessed concerning Naruto's battle with Orochimaru. He went back to the point when Karen first appeared with Naruto after Naruto temporarily separated from them. From that point he watched Sakura's memories play out all the way to point where Karen was instructed to stay with Anoka, who was with Anko and the group of A and Bu. Inoichi though took note about how worn out Naruto was after his fierce and deadly battle with Orochimaru, but Sakura herself didn't see at what point in time Naruto's chakra and vitality was fully restored, thus there was no memories accounting for it. Wanting to find out more about Naruto's exploits in Nami no Kuni, Inoichi went and scanned her memories regarding the battle with Tsubasa and Haku. Inoichi saw from Sakura's recollections what Naruto did to Gato and his army of 100 rogue samurai and mercenaries in the time span of a few seconds. When Inoichi was done, he removed his hand from Sakura's head and turned to Hiruzen and the other people there. What did you see? Hiruzen asked. Inoichi went into extensive details explaining to Hiruzen exactly what he saw from Sakura's memories involving the incidents in Nami no Kuni and the Forest of Death. Hiruzen, Anko and Ibiki listened carefully to Inoichi's vivid explanations of how Naruto fought and the arsenal of jutsu he used, a few of which were originals wind types. The Jounin explained Naruto's knowledge and use of Itachi's Bakuhatsutiki Bunshin no Jutsu, and how Naruto used a spy battle tactic to have his 40 Kage Bunshin be the only things Orochimaru fought against so he could analyze the Snake Sanin's arsenal of jutsu and fighting style before launching a counterattack. What surprised them also was when Inoichi told them about Naruto's use and knowledge of the Rasengan. Inoichi also explained how exhausted, drained of chakra and completely vulnerable Naruto was after his battle with Orochimaru, but that Sakura's memories couldn't account for the point in time in which Naruto's vitality was completely restored back to full strength. For what it's worth, I never thought I would see a genin no older than my own daughter that could take on a Sannin with such talent. But Orochimaru was clearly bothered by the fact that Naruto knew things about him that no one else knew. Interestingly enough, I'm forced to wonder what were Naruto's sources, Inoichi commented. Clearly Naruto is a whole lot more than I'm giving him credit for, Anko admitted. I couldn't do anywhere near a fraction of the things Naruto could do when I was Orochimaru's student and Naruto's age, and yet Naruto fought him once and kicked his ass hard. Kage Bunshin, Sujin Hiki Water Wall, Kaze Sakudo Chikara Wind Speed Force and Bunshin Bakuhatsutiki were all written in the Forbidden Scroll of Sealing, Hiruzen stated. However, the Rasengan, Fujin Bakuhatsutiki, and 9 spiraling guillotines weren't. How do you suppose Naruto learned those attacks and how to perfectly execute them? Ibiki asked. The only remaining people who know how to create and use the Rasengan are Jiraiya and Kakashi. But Kakashi didn't teach Naruto that attack, and Jiraiya hasn't stepped foot in Konoha for years. As for the other 2 wind-type attacks, I'm left to conclude that they're original attacks Naruto himself created besides his other infamous jutsu I'd rather not mention. It's beyond my understanding how Naruto learned and mastered his father's attack on his own without having someone training him in the use of that jutsu. There's no logical explanation for it considering that no scrolls were made or left behind for Naruto concerning the use of the Rasengan. It doesn't add up, Hiruzen pointed out. This Naruto is a rare genius to learn and teach himself not only the Rasengan, but also Kenjutsu on his own while mastering his wind affinity and combining it with his expert skills in Kenjutsu while teaching himself how to battle with self-imposed blindness on top of that. Training like this takes years even with the guidance of an experienced ninja, Ibiki complimented. Yet Naruto pulled it off on his own from what his girlfriend said, Anko said. Hiruzen commented, The only time I've seen a child progress this fast was with Minato, Kakashi, Itachi, and though I hate to acknowledge this, also Orochimaru. But there's a chance that Naruto might, if he didn't already, surpass all of them based on all of the testimonies I'm hearing and from what I myself have seen of the boy so far. I saw other factors about Naruto from Sakura's memories. There were also those mysterious seals I saw appear on Naruto's body. They were unlike any I've ever seen. On both occasions in Nami no Kuni and in the Forest of Death, those sophisticated seals appeared on Naruto's body. From what I saw, after they briefly appeared, his speed, chakra and strength multiplied tremendously, allowing him to become far stronger and faster than before. And unlike Gai's gate-releasing technique, those seals didn't do any form of bodily damage to Naruto at all. I'm forced to wonder at what point in time Naruto acquired such seals from the person that gave them to him, Inoichi added. Can you give us a visual of how those seals look like? Hiruzen inquired. Inoichi nodded and made a hand sign, henge. Inoichi said before a burst of smoke appeared out from where he stood. Seconds later, the smoke cleared and Inoichi was seen appearing as Naruto with the seals on, in the exact way he looked when he was fighting Orochimaru. Hiruzen wasn't able to identify the seals at all. I've never seen such intricate and complex seals in all my life. Even Yondaime never seen or used such highly advanced ancient seals as the ones I'm seeing that Naruto has on his body. Those must be the seals that Kakashi was talking about when he briefed me about the mission in Nami no Kuni. And the only person who knows about those seals is Naruto, and chances of him talking about what they are and from whom he received them are zero. Jiraiya might know something about those seals, if anything. I'll have to inquire of him about them, Hiruzen said. Why don't you just make it a full-blown direct order to the Gaki to explain how or from whom he acquired those seals? Anko suggested. You are the Hokage after all. In theory that would work, but I know Naruto won't tell us anything we want to hear, especially if he were to state that they're Uzumaki clan secrets, seeing that he and his cousins are now acknowledged as an official clan. He already lost a lot of trust and respect for me in this village, and I'm sure he suspects why I had Sakura brought in with us, Hiruzen brought out, though I had Inoichi scan this young Kunoichi's mind in order to learn in more details the battle between my former student and Team 7 and by extension the battle in Nami no Kuni. We still don't know the full extent of Naruto's abilities, and we can't subject Naruto to having his mind read either, as that would violate a number of shinobi laws and clan protection rights established by the Shodai. Added to this, his performance during the preliminaries spoke volumes, as well as it was painfully obvious that he was holding back throughout the match despite the perverted jokes and innuendos he added to it. Ibiki interjected. And earlier today Kakashi openly admitted that Naruto had it within his power to kill him during his bell test, and on top of that, he even confessed in front of everyone that he hasn't taught Naruto a single thing, making it clear that everything that blonde-haired genin has done, and can do up till now, has been on his own. He's basically a self-made ninja, and choosing to become the class clown and dead last of his class to hide his true skills and throw everyone and his enemies off was pure genius and absolutely cunning. From what I observed from both the first part of the Chunin exams and the preliminaries, not to mention what we found out from this girl's memories, it goes without say that Naruto is beyond Chunin and standard Jounin material. Any genin who could thrash the hell out of my bastard former sensei and come within an inch of killing him is worth promoting if you asked me. Anko added, that Naruto is certainly impressing me with all of his achievements. It's too bad that he's too young, cause I would have definitely dated him if he was just a few years older, and not to mention single. Cougar, Inoichi muttered under his breath after hearing Anko's comment. And there's also the matter with Hyuga Hinata, who clearly followed Naruto's example in hiding her true abilities, and it was brought to our attention that Naruto has been training her in secret for an unspecified amount of time, Hiruzen brought up, given her flawless victory over Neji. As in the case with Naruto, we don't know the full extent of Hinata's abilities, and like Naruto, she admitted that she was holding back in her battle with Neji throughout the entire match. What's perfectly clear is that Kyuubi isn't the source of Naruto's power, skills, and whatever secret training Naruto went through. Both Naruto and Hinata did quite a terrific job deceiving the entire village, civilian and ninja alike, into believing the illusion of failures they masked themselves to be. And judging from everything that's been brought to my attention, we evidently have another shinobi in our ranks that can face Orochimaru, especially after his recent activities in Konoha. But the only person we can ask about Hinata is Hayashi. Hiruzen snapped his fingers and a cat-masked Anbu ninja with violet hair reaching down her back appeared in front of the Hokage on one knee. Find Hayashi and telling him to report here at once regarding Hinata, Hiruzen instructed. Hi, Hokage-sama. The Anbu ninja replied before disappearing to carry out her instructions. Elsewhere, Hinata was on the bridge overlooking the running water under the bridge. Next to her was Kurenai, who stood at her left side. There was an awkward silence between them, but they knew sooner or later the silence would have to be broken. Hinata, Kurenai started. During your time with me and your teammates, did you not trust us enough to show your true strength and abilities? Trust was never an issue, Kurenai-sensei, Hinata replied. At no time did I ever question whether or not I can trust you, Shino-kun or Kiba-kun. Yet you chose to act like you were having difficulties with everything I trained and taught you in, and you often lost to your teammates when you three sparred, and now I see that it was always on purpose. Both your teammates and I were completely deceived by your pretense, Kurenai stated. I will say that some people might find it surprising that as Genjutsu mistress you fell for my illusion, Hinata remarked. That was a low blow, Hinata, Kurenai retorted with her pride stung by that comment. I'm sorry you feel that way, but the events that played out led to all this, Hinata replied. Something I'm trying to understand. I always treated and looked at you as though you were my own daughter, much more than just as my own student, I admit. Was everything we did together, our time training and bonding, was that all an illusion? Kurenai asked, with her voice partly betraying her. It was ironic that the very field Kurenai specialized in was the very art Hinata used to throw her, and everyone else but Naruto off about her. No, Hinata answered, I really did bond with you, Kurenai-sensei. Before I met either you or Naruto-kun, I had problems with my self-confidence, with my shyness and stuttering, and my inability to learn my clan's juken. I was looked at as the bane and disgrace of my clan and spoken of harshly and abusively by my clan members, as you already know. I almost gave up in life and in myself, but when I first saw Naruto-kun, who was treated so badly by the villagers for reason I wasn't able to understand at the time, I saw how in spite of all his problems and loneliness that he kept trying to become more than just the village pariah, as he refused to ever give up despite what everyone else said of him. He became my inspiration to keep reaching for improvements, and to never give up no matter how hard things became. I always admired Naruto-kun from afar in the shadows, as I was always too shy and afraid to approach and talk to him. But in the end, it was Naruto-kun who approached me first and offered me friendship after he saved and rescued me from a group of bullies who tried to do me harm years ago when I was heading home from the academy. A few months later, Naruto-kun decided to train me in secret, and he had me swear a promise to never reveal it until the time was right to show what I was capable of. I was against the idea of hiding my newly acquired skills from my family and others originally, but his reasons for me doing so was hard to refute. What did he tell you? Kurenai inquired. He explained that we're training to become ninja and that deception is one of the major arts ninja use. He helped me to see why he hid his true abilities from everyone else but me, as he sought ways to draw attention away from both himself and me. He explained to me that to reveal our true powers and abilities too earlier on in our development, and demonstrating in front of everyone what we can truly do, is dangerous. He helped me to understand that not everyone in Konoha is our ally and that we can never know who's a friend or spy until it's too late. And by that time the enemy might have already acquired a lot of information on us and our skills and develop ways to counter us, and relay that information to whatever enemies we have. Naruto-kun instructed me that the only time we would allow ourselves to show our true strengths is when the situation calls for it. But we would have to be careful when deciding how much we want to reveal about our true selves. He taught me to keep in mind that the less that's known about us, the better we can catch our enemies off guard if they try to attack or ambush us, something I demonstrated when I brought about Neji Nizin's defeat. I saw it firsthand. You played the role of the girl you used to be most convincingly, to the point that neither your clan, friends nor myself suspected a thing, Kurenai commented. I'm still the same girl, Kurenai-sensei, just without the stuttering, shyness and lack of self-confidence. Please believe me when I say that I really wanted to tell you, Kiba-kun and Shino-kun, about my skills and what I was capable of doing. But at the same time, I couldn't betray my boyfriend's trust and confidence in me, since he was the one teaching and training me. Throughout the years, Naruto-kun both trained himself and did everything in his power to help me grow and become more than what many others believed I could become, into the strong woman he sees me for. He even helped me with my stuttering and speech issues. Naruto-kun and I went through a whole lot together, and we pulled through together, and we will continue to do so together regardless of the obstacles that come our way, be it personal or outside factors involving my clan, the villagers, our peers or older ninja. I believe in him and he believes in me. And he told on more than one occasion how our hearts beat as one. It was very clear to Kurenai where Hinata's loyalty stood, and how deeply attached to Naruto the Hyuga heiress was. You truly love Naruto, I see, and you speak of him as if he's your own husband, Kurenai acknowledged with a little humor. A dark blush appeared on Hinata's face after hearing her sensei's comment. Still, Kurenai added, but that doesn't change the fact that he's still a shameless pervert. Perhaps, but I'm the only girl he ever holds and kisses, Hinata countered, even though Temari clearly has her sights set on Naruto-kun even more now than before. I saw the way she was looking at him during his match with Tenten. I'm surprised that his perverted demeanor didn't turn her away from him as I thought it would. And you're fine with his perverted nature? Kurenai asked skeptically. That's what leads you and everyone else to miscalculate him, Hinata thought. All of you assume that because he behaves and acts like a flirtatious pervert so openly and read smut in public shamelessly that you all know him, thus leading all of you to fail to take him as a ninja serious, which he uses against you all before luring all of you into an ambush. Kurenai-sensei, Asuma-sensei has a bad smoking habit which doesn't bother you at the very least when he holds your hands and kisses you, Hinata chose to say instead of saying what her actual thoughts were. Kurenai blushed and gave a small spout before she turned away a little. At least I made the effort to get him to stop. I swear he's just as touchy about the subject as his father, Kurenai said under her breath in an undertone before she came to realize something as she turned back to Hinata. Wait a minute. How did you know that Asuma and I started dating? I never told you and we didn't even make our relationship public yet. I'm in a relationship myself, Kurenai-sensei, and I could read between the lines from the way you both act around each other. And Asuma-sensei gets surprisingly nervous whenever you're upset at him about something. I saw it earlier during the preliminaries when Naruto-kun was facing off against Tenten. I didn't need my Byakugan to see through you both, Hinata joked. Kurenai blushed again, but this time she let a soft giggle escape her throat. I guess you know me better than I gave you credit for, Hinata, Kurenai said heartedly. Was there ever a doubt about your daughterly student? Naruto-kun taught me many things, but where Naruto-kun couldn't help me, you helped me. After the death of my mother, you became the next closest person I have to a mother. My father took her death really hard, and once years ago one night without him knowing it, I saw him crying for her an area in the garden she had always enjoying staying in, and me having her kind and gentle spirit reminded him so much of her to the point that his frustrations and anger about my then inability to learn our clan's juken boiled down to the point that he and the rest of the clan looked at me as the clan's disgrace. Despite that, I forgave my father since he would never allow the clan elders to have their way with me and Hanabi in trying to force me to step down as clan heiress. Like a mother, Kurenai-sensei, you sought ways to help me grow and develop as woman, and as my sensei you taught me how to work together with Shino-kun and Kiba-kun and use our respective skills together in overall team dynamics. And you taught me how to utilize genjutsu, and when combined with what Naruto-kun taught me, I was able to deceive and manipulate the Byakugan, a feat that no one thought was possible, but it was done with the aid of your training. As Kakashi-sensei pointed out, I still have much to learn about genjutsu, and I'm confident that you can teach and help me excel in that field. Kurenai stayed quiet for a short moment, and said, well, clearly, Naruto gave you a head start in the field of illusions without the use of genjutsu, and got both you and himself to deceive everyone's perceptions of you guys. Even the famed Byakugan and Sharingan were deceived by the illusions you both played out for the entire village to believe, and you both made such illusions last for a good amount of years. When I see it from that standpoint as a genjutsu mistress, I can't help but be impressed by it. But you'll still have to explain this to Kiba and Shino also, since they'll want an explanation seeing how you deceived them. Kiba was especially convinced that you'd have lost to Neji, and considering all of those horrible things he was saying about you, I say you did a fitting job humbling him. Next time he'll hopefully learn to think twice before he presumes to know someone while thinking that person is beneath him. It was his set belief in fate that was the problem, and he had always blamed me and the main house for his problems even when I tried to make peace with him. Hinata sighed. Not to mention he thought he was fated to win our match today, and I'm hoping his defeat will serve to open his eyes and rid himself of that self-defeating belief. I must say, Hinata, that you've truly matured and became more assertive than before, and with everything that I've seen and heard up to this point, I'm proud of your accomplishments, though it's mostly Naruto who should be thanked for this. I forgive you, Hinata. Thank you, Kurenai-sensei, Hinata said and smiled happily before she embraced and hugged Kurenai. The genjutsu mistress was surprised by the hug since Hinata never did that before. Up till now, Hinata, a surprised Kurenai commented, you never hugged me before. Realizing this, Hinata asked, is it alright with you? The older woman smiled and responded, of course it's alright. In fact, I welcome it. You may be my jounin sensei, but I love you as a mother figure, Hinata said. Kurenai smiled appreciatively and returned the hug. It felt nice knowing her student loved her as a mother figure. Soon though, Kurenai's thinking about the battle between Hinata and Gaara that lay ahead caused her to become concerned for Hinata's well-being after recalling how Gaara nearly killed Lee. A few moments later, both student and teacher pulled away from each other, just as Kurenai was about to relate what was on her mind. Still, I'm worried about my future match against Gaara, especially after watching his match against Lee, Hinata admitted. Evidently Hinata and I are on the same page about what our concerns are, Kurenai thought and then said, I can't say I fought against someone like Gaara before. And seeing what he did to Lee after his fierce attack was surprising to say the least. I don't know yet what kind of genjutsu training I can give you against him, but give me a few days to think up of something, Kurenai said. Hinata nodded, back at the interrogation facility. Thank you for coming here on such short notice, Hiroshi, Hiruzen said. Hiroshi was presently in another room with Hiruzen away from Inoichi, Anko and Ibiki. I was informed by your messenger that my presence here was of utmost importance concerning my eldest daughter. I came as soon as I could after being given the message, Hayashi asked. I'd like to get an assessment of Hinata's skills from your perspective, Hayashi, Hiruzen requested. What's Hinata's status in your clan's Juken style? In the past, my eldest daughter was the most horrid in our clan's Juken style. She barely lasted a whole 3 minutes or less before being taken down, even by my youngest daughter. Thankfully things have changed recently, and she's shown signs of improvements, Hayashi explained. In what way? Hiruzen inquired. Hinata doesn't lose as quickly as before, and her ability to anticipate her opponent's moves also gotten better. Though she's not on Neji's level, her signs of progress from being the way she used to be have given me hope that she still has a chance to learn in more depths our clan's style, Hayashi said. I'm happy to hear your positive outlooks on your daughter's progress, considering how she thoroughly thrashed Neji in the preliminaries earlier today, Hiruzen remarked. Hayashi looked back at the Hokage like a man who joking. Sandaime-sama, what trickery are you speaking? Hayashi asked with an annoyed and unconvinced tone. There was no trickery to my words, Hayashi. Your nephew, the proclaimed Hyuga prodigy, lost horribly against Hinata in front of me, their respective sensei and teammates and others who were watching their match. On top of this, Hinata held back against Neji throughout their match despite the fact that she left him hospitalized with serious injuries, a concussion, and leaving him temporarily paralyzed. And what's more is that Hinata was never hit once during the whole match, as Neji couldn't land a single blow on her. If you asked me, Hayashi, what Hinata did was an act of mercy, because I strongly believe that she could have done far worse if it wasn't for the fact that they're cousins, Hiruzen said calmly with seriousness. This news shocked Hayashi tremendously. Part of him almost let him ask if Neji lost on purpose, but he dismissed that notion since he knew Neji's character and his hatred and disdain for the main house. How is something like this even possible? Hayashi asked. She always showed that she was struggling and failing to fully grasp the concepts of our clan's style of fighting. Members of the main house found it insulting that a cadet branch member 1 year her senior was far more adept in the art of Juken, whereas my eldest daughter struggled in a sparring match against my youngest daughter. It's impossible for Hinata to have suddenly changed and win against Neji. I understand your thoughts about the matter. But understand that Hinata purposefully and cunningly hid and mastered skills and intelligence like Naruto, who clearly trained her in secret for a number of years now under our nose. Both Naruto and Hinata are the top ninja of their class who surpassed both the present and previous rookies of the year and top kunoichi and others by miles. Her style and performance in her clan's Juken far surpass Neji's, and I'm not exaggerating when I say it can possibly rival perhaps some of the more experienced veteran members of your clan. She even created an effective new Juken technique which she used against your nephew, Hiruzen added. Hayashi was silent as he was processing everything Hiruzen was informing him of. He knew that the aged Hokage wasn't one for jokes with regards to serious matters. I was completely unaware that my eldest daughter possessed such talents. I knew that her association and later relationship with Naruto have helped her develop her self-confidence, and I knew that they would practice and spar together. But I never suspected that her time with Naruto would have resulted in what you're telling now, Sandaime-sama. I don't understand why she would deceive me and her clansmen to believe that she was still weak and incapable of fully grasping our clan's Juken style, Hayashi revealed. I know that the level of skill and power of a ninja must be kept secret, especially if it's the heir or heiress of a clan. But with the danger of Orochimaru's presence in Konoha, I need to know what I have to stop my criminal student, Hiruzen stated. What are you talking about? When was Orochimaru spotted? Hayashi asked. He infiltrated the Forest of Death and engaged Naruto and his team. But according to eyewitness testimonies, Orochimaru was forced to retreat after nearly being killed twice by Naruto, who battled my former student on equal grounds and without the use of Kyuubi's chakra at all, mind you, Hiruzen enlightened. Naruto fought a Sannin on equal grounds and forced him to retreat after nearly finishing him off? Hayashi asked. He knew about Naruto's sword skills rivaling that of the 7 swordsmen of Kirigakure, but he never thought of the possibility of Naruto's skills being on par with the Sannin. I couldn't believe the news myself, and frankly I'm troubled about how this news will be taken by others and the fact that he's been secretly training Hinata with the true level of her strength and abilities still left unknown, Hiruzen said. News of Neji's crushing defeat by Hinata will reach the ears of the elders of my clan and both houses. I'll handle matters accordingly before wrong speculations or any other misinformation is presented, Hayashi said. Hiruzen nodded in agreement. 2 hours later at Team 7's training ground, Naruto had taken a needed nap after what his spy clones transmitted to him, which led to him undergo temporary experience exhaustion. After his mind had time to fully process the information his clones gave him, his mannerism was calm but serious, as what he found out was less than pleasing. But it was information he was happy his clones recently uncovered. Putting what his spy clones found off to the side for a brief moment, Naruto took out and held 2 pieces of paper in his hands, one in his right and the other in his left. He focused chakra into the two pieces of paper to see what would happen. The paper on his right hand split into two pieces and the one in his left hand crumbled a moment later. I can't believe this, Naruto said to himself in disbelief before he had performed the test 3 times to ascertain whether or not his theory was true. The same results came back all 3 times, 2 affinities. One wind and the other lightning. Sweet. I have 2 affinities. I wonder if it was Orochimaru's 5-pronged seal attack that awakened that dormant affinity after it knocked my chakra control off balance before he got blasted with the lightning discharge that came out of my body. But the issue here is that wind cuts through lightning. I'm going to have to find a way to get my 2 opposing affinities to work together, Naruto contemplated verbally to himself. I'm going to have to investigate and study up as much as I can on my second affinity before the Chunin finals. Naruto summoned 60 Kage Bunshin and instructed, head to the shinobi library and get every single book and scroll you guys can attain on lightning manipulation and control. And make sure you guys aren't noticed doing so. Taking all of the books and scrolls on lightning manipulation and control without being noticed? That's quite a challenging undertaking you're giving us, boss, the 11th clone remarked. Consider it as part of my training you guys will be helping me with, Naruto stated. Why not ask Kakashi-sensei about lightning manipulation? He's knowledgeable about it, 8th clone suggested. I thought about it, but a conflict of interest would arise since I already told him he could go and train Sasuke for his match with me. Troublesome really, in view that Sasuke has proven to be more of a thorn to side than I gave him credit for. And presently, from what my spy clones recently discovered, Sasuke is desperately looking for some kind of leverage against me through his Sharingan, Naruto stated. You mean he's looking for a way to achieve possessing the Mangekyo Sharingan, the 12th clone clarified. He'll try to screw us over big time if he ever learns how to attain the Mangekyo Sharingan, the 52nd clone pointed out. From the spy clone's research and investigation, very few from the Uchiha clan ever achieved it. Clearly it's not that easy to attain, otherwise every member of that clan would have achieved it. One of the known people to have attained the Mangekyo Sharingan was a man named Uchiha Madara, the only man who once rivaled the Shodai and lost to him at the place now known as the Valley of the End, Naruto replied. If my memories serve me correctly, during that same time period our ancestress Mito sealed Kurama into herself after Madara's defeat to her husband. But before that time Kurama roamed free and wasn't known for rampaging Konoha at all, and there was no need for our Uzumaki ancestress to seal Kurama away before that time, the first clone stated. No, there wasn't. But according to what was found out, Kurama ended up being controlled and manipulated by Madara, who used him as weapon against Hashirama before the Hokage brought about that man's death and defeat, which was why Mito made herself Kurama's first Jinchuriki to prevent him from being used against Konoha again. 43rd clone stated. Madara was using his Mangekyo Sharingan to control Kyuubi and have him attack Hashirama. Why else would Hashirama approve of his wife sealing Kurama away into herself? Though your spy clones are still in the process of investigating the power behind the Mangekyo Sharingan, but from what they gathered thus far it was a very powerful dojutsu that was at Madara's disposal, which was capable of binding nearly anyone to its influence, even Kurama, the first clone asked. As Naruto thought about everything being discussed, he then recalled a conversation he had with Hiruzen at the Hokage Tower 3 months ago. Something went terribly wrong during your birth and Kyuubi was released. I'm sorry to say, Naruto, but I don't know exactly what happened that led to Kyuubi's sudden escape from Kushina's seal, and both my wife and her medic assistant were killed in the process. Deep down though, I knew foul play was involved even though we made sure no one within Konoha's walls knew of Kushina giving birth, Hiruzen explained. Were the villagers aware that my mother was a Jinchuriki? Naruto asked. Hiruzen shook his head. Her status was never disclosed to the public, so we were confident that no one knew, but we never thought about anyone outside Konoha knowing of it, and knowing when she was due to give birth to you. How do you know foul play might have been involved? Naruto asked. All of the ANBU ninjas selected for the security details were found dead, but not by Kyuubi's hands, Hiruzen explained, but through strangulation. My wife and her assistant's bodies were also found, and upon medical examination, nothing showed that their deaths were the result of Kyuubi's attack but by the same unknown enemy who stabbed them. What happened between that enemy and Minato is unknown, but I believe Yondaime fought the attacker before turning his attention back to Kyuubi, who was wreaking havoc on the village while my ninja and I were doing all we could to hold that bijou off. This brings back to mind what happened moments after my birth. My weakened mother was attacked, and somehow the attacker had the Kyuubi released from out of her before it was used against Konoha by the same assailant responsible for killing Jizan's wife and her assistant along with the selected ANBU there at the time of my birth, Naruto deduced. I was forced to become the next Jinchuriki of Kurama as a result. You believe that the attacker was able to use and control Kurama after its release from your mother's seal, the 21st clone realized. Combine that with everything else we discovered thus far. Then that would mean that the assailant responsible for what happened 13 years ago was in fact an uchiha who possessed the Mangekyo Sharingan, Naruto gravely stated. We can eliminate Madara as the first suspect of that attack 13 years ago since Hashirama killed the man, the 18th clone said. Jizan said that a battle most likely took place between the assailant and my father. Whoever this uchiha was must have been a strong and deadly ninja if he was able to battle my father, though he still lost, Naruto spoke. But regardless of our findings, we can't present any of this before Jizan or anyone else at this time without sufficient tangible proof to show for. Well then, how are we to dig up this required proof? The 54th clone inquired. My father was known for the use of his tri-prong kunai which he had in stockpile. My question is which one was used in his fight with the attacker, and if by any lucky, is there any dry traces of blood on it? Naruto stated. Was our father even buried with that kunai, or was all of his tri-prong kunai cleaned by someone and put away somewhere? The 37th clone asked. I'll have my spy clones look into that, Naruto assured, but then a thought came to mind. It's just a thought. But I was thinking about perhaps seeing if I could find a way to ask Kurama who it was that attacked my parents during my birth, since at this point he's the only living witness to that event, and if anyone knows what happened then it would be him. Naruto's clones contemplated on it. But then the 26th clone said, I don't know if that's a good idea. And even if you do manage to find a way to communicate with that fox, I doubt Kurama will cooperate willingly or answer any of your questions. Plus, Kurama did try to kill you and us by extension on the night of your birth in the attempt to prevent himself from being sealed away again. Asking Kurama about what happened before he was sealed away again is like asking him what our mother was like since he was sealed inside her for a long time and probably knows things about her that no one else does. He won't give us the answers we're looking for, I'm sure. Be that as it may, but I still have to find some way to try, if possible. In any case, we discussed and learned a whole lot today. But you guys will still have to go to the ninja library to take out every scroll and book possessing detailed information about lightning manipulation and control. Now go. Naruto instructed. The clones nodded and shunshined away to the ninja library, leaving Naruto alone again. That takes care of that matter. Now for something that really needs my attention, Naruto said as he started on his way to his next destination, the bathhouse. While on his way there, he started thinking about Hinata's match with Gaara in the Chunin finals. From what I observed from Gaara's match with Lee, Naruto contemplated, Gaara's body is completely surrounded by sand, therefore standard Juken isn't going to be enough to penetrate through his defenses. I also noticed how Gaara don't have anything on close melee combat like Hinata but rather long-range attacks with his sand. In fact, the other two Suna Genin specialize in long-range attacks also. Temari with her fan and Kankuro with his puppets. Though Hinata recently started her new training in Genjutsu, that alone won't be enough to break through Gaara's sand defenses. Lee's ferocious taijutsu attack and releasing his gates wasn't enough to take Gaara down, and that Kenjutsu only served to do Lee severe harm than good. He didn't hesitate in his attempt to kill Lee, and I'm certain he'll try to kill Hinata in the finals if given the chance. A chance I won't give him at all, particularly if that Bijou Shikaka decides to intervene. I'm going to have to devise a new plan that will step up and upgrade Hinata's training in order to break through Gaara's sand defenses and get around his offenses. Hinata will be in for the long haul because she'll only have less than a month to accomplish this. In the late afternoon at the Hyuga compound, in the main meeting hall of the large compound, the elders and leaders of both the main and cadet branch families meet to discuss any issue about the Hyuga clan. Right now, it was filled with many members of both houses. Sitting on the well-polished floor with sitting futons underneath them. Hayashi had called this unscheduled meeting with the members of both houses. Hanabi was present also, sitting among the main house's members. She took note of Neji's absence, and wondered what happened to him. Hinata took note of how she was being looked at by the elders of the main house, who glanced at her a few times. Those people, those that hated her for being weak, shy, and timid, and unable to grasp the art of Juken, traits unfitting of a Hyuga heiress. Ever since she was born, all she knew was contempt from most of the clan for her kind and shy nature. All Hyuga clan members were supposed to be proud, strong, and take pride in their clan being the powerful and noble clan in the village. The fact that she hadn't shown such pride in being a Hyuga, rather choosing to see herself as equals with others, including the cadet branch members, was a sore issue for the older Hyuga members around her. A few of the elders even thought that Neji, the branded prodigy, would have been a fitting heir were his late father Hisashi born first instead of Hayashi. And speaking of Neji, some wondered why he wasn't yet present. Finally, after what seemed like eternity, the main doors to the meeting hall slid open to reveal Hyuga Hayashi. The entire hall fell into eerie silence at his presence, since being the powerful head of the clan demanded that respect. Hayashi slid the door close and took his spot at the head of the meeting hall. Members of the main and cadet branch house, thank you for arriving for this meeting, though unexpected. I'm sure you all are wondering why this meeting was called. Just a few hours ago, a most important yet troubling matter was brought my attention by the Hokage. At first I myself found the news hard to believe, but his testimony coupled with trusted eyewitnesses and proof left me with no grounds for arguments. Hayashi started. And what does this have to do with us, might I ask? One of the main house elders asked. By now I'm sure you all here are wondering about Neji's unexplained absence from this meeting, Hayashi stated. Hinata knew where this was leading, but she maintained her calmness regardless. She knew this day would come, and she prepared herself for it long in advance. Did something befall the boy? Ko asked. Currently Neji has been hospitalized for severe external and internal injuries and damages to his chakra coils. He also has a concussion and temporary paralysis. These injuries were inflicted on him by a member of this house, Hayashi stated. Everyone but Hinata were whispering and looking at each other while wondering who attacked Neji. Hayashi calmed the murmuring and continued, currently Neji is in stable condition, but he'll remain at the hospital for a couple of days as his wounds will be treated by our doctors. Hayashi, none of us has seen Neji in days, and we all know that he and Hinata were taking part of the Chunin exams earlier today. So, how was it that someone here attacked the boy? Another main house elder asked. I never said Neji was attacked in a manner of assault or aggression, Hayashi clarified. I merely stated that Neji's condition was the result of the actions of a member of this house, the main house, whose true skills and abilities were thoroughly hidden from us for a number of years now. Everyone in the meeting hall looked Hayashi questionably, but Hinata knew he was talking about her. Hanabi suspected that it was Hinata, but she herself found it hard to believe that her sister brutalized Neji that bad, considering that she knew how praised Neji was of the clan's prodigy. Hinata, Hayashi said calmly before sternly looking directly at her, you care to explain to me and everyone here your reasons for masking your true strengths? The bombshell was dropped as everyone's eyes in the meeting hall widened on what was now understood. Before she could utter a word, Hayashi, a main house elder, retorted, you expect us to believe that Hinata was able to beat Neji to the point of having him hospitalized with the very injuries you described. Hinata has never shown any signs of truly grasping our clan's prized juken and barely won any matches against Hanabi, who's even more adept in our style. We all don't know Hinata as well as we think, Hayashi said. We know only what she wanted us to, as she's been playing false as the weakest Hyuga for all these years. Even I, as the girl's father and clan leader, was convinced by her deceiving illusion, as were the Hokage and everyone else in this village, both shinobi and civilian-like. Even her records at the academy are far less than accurate, as it turned out that my eldest daughter was in fact the top kunoichi of her class, with Naruto as the true rookie of the year. The meeting hall erupted into an uproar upon hearing this revelation. Quiet, Hayashi ordered. Let me explain what Sandaime-sama explained to me. Hayashi went and explained all that he was informed of by Hiruzen. Both houses couldn't believe what Hayashi was relating to them. It was completely unreal, and those from the main house found the news hard and rather painful to swallow. For many of the Hyuga members, mainly the elders of the main house and several others, they couldn't believe how Hinata effectively played them for fools and hid her true talent for all these years. But what added insult to injury was when they learned that it was a non-Hyuga, Uzumaki Naruto, who was responsible for Hinata's astonishing advancements and power. So much so that Neji, the proclaimed prodigy, was nowhere near her level. The story behind what happened between Orochimaru and Naruto in the Forest of Death was also explained, and needless to say everyone was speechless by it. Hanabi, for her part, was amazed at what she was hearing about her older sister and Naruto. This in effect motivated her to take her training with Naruto even more serious. The son of our late Yondaime was able to accomplish such a feat? A cadet branch house woman asked. Truly, the boy is more than he had everyone believed him to be, a cadet branch house elder commented. Orochimaru himself is a very strong and dangerous S-class missing nin. Every ninja who went after him have either died or never returned. Yet Naruto fought that Sannin in Mortal Kombat, and came out the victor, forcing Orochimaru's retreat. How could that boy be stronger than a Sannin? There's no plausible explanation for it, even with Kyuubi's chakra. A main house male argued. Sandaime-sama made it clear that Kyuubi's chakra was at no time used by Naruto. Everything the boy has done up till now has been on his own strength. Hayashi. Those words from Hayashi made it clear beyond a doubt that Naruto was indeed a very formidable fighter. For a genin, that was. And to think that so many believed Naruto-kun was a nobody who would amount to nothing. Hanabi commented with a small grin. He truly made fools out of those who underestimated and thought so little of him. That also includes Neji, who repeatedly belittled and ridiculed Naruto-kun to my face, much to my great displeasure. Both Naruto-kun's actions and those through Nei-san have exposed Neji and others as the biased, narrow-minded fools they were. A small blush appeared on Hanabi's cheeks as she said in admiration, "What a truly amazing guy Naruto-kun has proven to be." Some in the meeting hall saw that underneath Hanabi's words that she was also indirectly calling them biased fools for misjudging Naruto. Hinata, though, saw the look in Hanabi's eyes and face and sighed lowly to herself. That's the same look I had whenever I thought of Naruto-kun like that. Hinata's train of thoughts concerning Hanabi's affections and admiration for Naruto was interrupted when, and speaking of Naruto's actions through Hinata, spoke one of the main house elders as he turned to look at the clan heiress. Your actions in playing false about your abilities are completely unacceptable. As the heiress, you have dishonored and shamed us through your lies and deceit. I dishonored and shamed no one here. Hinata made clear with strength to her tone, my actions in no way smeared the reputation of our clan. And besides, deception is one of the many arsenals of the ninja, is it not? Hinata asked politely. The elder shot Hinata with a hot glare which didn't faze the heiress at the very least. Don't mock us, young lady. The elder retorted. I mock no one here, I'm simply stating the facts. My deceiving all of you all these years was in fact part of my training I underwent through Naruto-kun's guidance and teachings, Hinata countered. Part of your training, and what purpose did that serve? The same elder asked. If I was able to convincingly and effectively deceive not only this entirely clan but everyone else in Konoha, including our respected Hokage, with my pretense of weakness, how much hidden potential do you believe I possess as both a ninja of Konoha and clan heiress? Hinata replied, plus my pretense helped me to sift out who would be my allies and potential threats and enemies. Naruto-kun helped me to understand that as a ninja, it's best to have enemies believe you're weak and talentless, and what better way to have that done than by having others close to you believe this illusion. Over the years I trained and learned under Naruto-kun's tutelage and became smarter, faster, and stronger under everyone's nose like him. Such actions have led enemies like Orochimaru to miscalculate Naruto-kun, which nearly led to his death twice today, and it led to Neji Nizin's defeat at my hands. Naruto-kun had everyone believe Sasuke was the prodigy that was far above him, and I followed his example in having everyone believe that Neji Nizin was the clan prodigy whom I was beneath. Naruto-kun played the role as the worst dead last in our class while I played the role as the worst of my clan. It made catching our enemies off guard easier as we studied them, though recent events surrounding Naruto-kun's exploits in his first mission outside of Konoha and his battle against Orochimaru in the Forest of Death has raised red flags to those who were unsuspecting of my boyfriend. Had it not been for Naruto-kun, I wouldn't be where I'm at now, thus I have no regrets to my actions. And unlike most of the people here, Naruto-kun saw true potential in me and was determined to help me bring it out. He sacrificed so much of his time, resources and energy to help me develop into the heiress I am today. I owe it all to Naruto-kun who saved me from my past darkness I almost doomed myself to. There was a brief silence in the meeting hall as everyone processed what Hinata explained. The members of both houses had to admit that it was a cunning and ingenious act. Soon the realization that their clan heiress wasn't weak, talentless, and useless at all as they once believed her to be started to saturate into their minds. The fact that Neji, the said clan prodigy of the cadet branch house, was easily and badly beaten by her with Hinata not being hit once appealed and immensely pleased the members of the main house, especially her father. Soon though, the silence was broken. Truly, I'm indebted to Uzumaki Naruto who has proven to be a most exceptional ninja and teacher, Hayashi said before looking back at his older daughter again. And seeing how your current prowess is the result of his training and teachings, would mind sharing with us in details what kind of training he had you undergo? I'm sorry, father, but that won't be possible, Hinata replied meekly. What? An elder close to Hayashi's age retorted. Hayashi gestured to him that he would handle this. May I ask why? Hayashi replied calmly. I made and swore a blood oath to Naruto-kun that under no circumstances will I explain or reveal the secrets behind his training programs. I'm sorry, father, but it's a vow I made to him that I will take to my grave if I must, Hinata explained respectfully but with conviction. Hayashi wasn't happy with this, but he chose not to press the matter further. Hinata, a main house elder, spoke. Your years of secrecy and masking your skills have left us not knowing your true aptitude. Therefore I want you to demonstrate to us if you're really as good as the Hokage and others proclaim you to be, and seeing that Neji was clearly no match for you at the least, challenging Hanabi clearly wouldn't give us a proper assessment of your skills at all. Hanabi snorted lowly but gave no verbal retort. It won't indeed, Hayashi agreed, and for that reason. Hayashi stood up before facing Hinata and declared, Hyuga Hinata, I, Hyuga Hayashi, challenge you to a fight. Everyone, including Hinata, was shocked by Hayashi's challenge. It was no secret how strong a fighter Hayashi was, and he was known to have killed enemy Jounin ninja with a single strike, and one of those times was to protect Hinata. Hayashi-sama, Ko beseeched, surely you can permit me or someone else of the cadet branch house to test Hinata-sama's prowess and Juken strengthen. If you would allow it, Hayashi, the fifth main house elder requested, I would substitute in your place in battling Hinata. No. Hayashi said calmly, thought with stern tone, as her father and clan leader, it's my responsibility. For a long time, Hinata has hidden the truth about her levels of strength and intelligence, and even now, Her vow to Naruto denies me of knowing through what means the Uzumaki got her to come as far in her juken as I've been informed of by the Hokage. Which also begs the question regarding how much of our clan's juken does Naruto understand which he used to train my daughter. Many in the meeting hall had widened eyes when this realization struck them. The very thought that a non-Hyuga trained a full-blooded Hyuga in their own arts, who at one time was the worst in their own arts, it sounded preposterous, but Hinata's training through Naruto was living proof of it. Hanabi realized this also. She wanted to speak out and proclaim that Naruto was training her also, but the promise she made to him to never reveal her new training kept her at bay. Continuing to look directly at Hinata, Hayashi continued, "Hinata, I will challenge you, not on your level, but as my equal." He can't be serious. Hanabi thought with worry as she and everyone else in both houses saw the gravity behind Hayashi's actions. The only Hyuga who was equal to Hayashi was his late twin brother Hisashi. Surprisingly, even the clan elders were wondering if Hayashi was taking things too far. "Hayashi-sama," Ko pleaded, "while we're pleased with Hinata-sama's advancement, still upset and disappointed that she hid it from us, certainly you don't think she can actually fight you on equal grounds." "That's for me to find out for myself," Hayashi replied before turning back to Hinata again. "Tomorrow morning, you will meet me at the open training field at the east end of our compound. Everyone from both houses except Neji due to his injuries will be present for our match. This challenge is not a request requiring your acceptance. You will face me in combat whether you want to or not." "I understand, father," Hinata replied meekly. Hayashi turned to the rest of the clan and said, "Until tomorrow this meeting is adjourned." Hayashi left the meeting hall before anyone could question him further. Hanabi hurried to Hinata and pulled her to the side. "Ne-san, what are you going to do? Father is serious about this. Even Neji never dared challenge him to such a fight." Hanabi said worriedly. "I know, but father never challenged him to such a fight either, and he's not given me a choice," Hinata answered back. "I've never seen father fight at full strength even when he would train and spar with me," Hanabi commented. "I can't say for sure what father will do." "I truly appreciate your concern, Hanabi," Hinata thanked, but then stated coolly, "But to be honest, I've been meaning to challenge our father for a while now, and honestly, fighting him on his level will help me better assess where I stand and how far my training with Naruto-kun has taken me." Hanabi saw the logic behind Hinata's words, and if she was honest with herself, Hanabi too, like her father, wanted to see with her own eyes just how strong Hinata became through Naruto's training. Meanwhile, in another part of Konoha, Naruto walked through the village with much on his mind as he contemplated on matters that were discussed with his clones, discovering his new second affinity and Hinata's match with Gaara. He figured that some time alone in the bathhouse would help soothe and calm his mind and clear away his troubles before he could settle down and form his plan of actions. "Naruto!" A feminine voice called out to him. Naruto broke out of his thoughts and turned to see Temari making her way over to him with a bright smile pasted on her face. "Hey Temari. I didn't expect to see you out here during this hour," Naruto greeted. "Well, I was hoping to find and congratulate you in your match against that Tenten girl. Your expertise with wind manipulation was very impressive to say the least," Temari praised. "It was nothing much really," Naruto replied with modesty. "I wouldn't call creating and controlling two cyclones at the same time nothing much," Temari said. "Back home, Suna would hail you as a most exceptional rare genius and prodigy. I hope your brothers aren't here listening to you praising me like this, since they might get mad and scare me off like all the other guys, I'm sure," Naruto joked. "Don't worry about them. It's just me here," Temari smiled and assured. But then she recalled the lineups for the Chunin finals and asked, "Naruto, about the finals, how do you feel about Hinata facing Gaara?" Naruto's expression turned neutral as he answered, "It was most unexpected, and considering how Gaara tried to kill my friend Lee during their match earlier today, I'm forced to wonder what he'll do against Hinata in the finals. But in any case, Hinata decided to face your brother head-on." "I see," Temari replied. "Were you concerned for my girlfriend's well-being?" Naruto asked. "I acknowledged and respect Hinata's strength and capacity to handle and take care of herself," Temari answered. "She doesn't need me to worry about her." "No, you're worried about what I might think of you because of Gaara's actions," Naruto remarked. Temari blushed and flinched ever so slightly after seeing how Naruto figured her out. "You have no reasons to worry or believe that Gaara's actions will make me think lesser of you, Temari," Naruto assured. "I'm not a person who judges people based on the actions of another individual. I went through that crap before and I never once enjoyed how it felt. I didn't hold it against you for what Gaara did to my friend. I won't hold it against you for what might happen between Gaara and Hinata in the finals. But in any case, I don't want to hold you up by talking too much, so I'm going to head on my way to the bathhouse for some downtime." "Ciao." Naruto then turned and continued on his way. Temari didn't want to let him off that easily. She had to find out and learn more about Naruto, and she wasn't going to miss the chance. "Wait!" Temari called out. Naruto stopped and turned to the wind mistress and asked, "Yes?" To this Temari answered, "I never been to a bathhouse here in Konoha. If it's alright with you, would you like to escort me there?" "Sure. I'll show you one of the more popular ones here," Naruto offered before Temari hurried over and tagged along with him to the intended destination. While they were on their way, Naruto cracked a few jokes and told stories of his pranks which got a good amount of laughs out of the wind mistress. Before long, the duo arrived at the intended bathhouse. Temari took a good look at the building and admitted that it was nicely designed and built. "I can see why this is one of the more popular bathhouses," Temari said. "This is the one you're going to use, right?" "It is," Naruto confirmed. Temari was aware of Naruto's infamous reputation for peeping from what she heard about him. She was planning on going into the bathhouse to use and exploit Naruto's hormonal desires by allowing him see to her nude body to arouse him. She was aiming to have him want to see and be around her more often, especially if that would get him to reveal more aspects and secrets about himself to her. Temari smiled inwardly, and with Hinata out of the way, Temari didn't have to worry about being unable to entice and seduce Naruto. Just as Temari was about to request to Naruto if she could head inside with him and put her plan into action, "Temari!" a voice called out. Temari and Naruto turned the left to see Kankuro making his way over to them. "Kankuro? What are you doing here?" Temari asked, doing her best to hide her annoyance. "I've been sent by Baki-sensei to find you. He wishes to see you, now," Kankuro explained. Temari inwardly growled, seeing that her sensei had bad timing. "Damn it. I was so close." Temari thought angrily but outwardly sighed lowly. "Fine. Let's not keep Baki-sensei waiting." Temari turned to Naruto and said, "Thanks for showing me around and for the funny stories. I'll see you later." The two Suna siblings turned and proceeded on their way back to the hotel where they were temporarily staying at. Naruto simply shrugged, went into the bathhouse as originally intended. Going into the men's section of the facility, he removed all of his clothes and placed a towel around his waist as he got himself ready to use one of the baths. Naruto went over to one of the baths, and just before he entered into it, he then noticed an old, white long-haired man dressed in light green with a long red vest and wooden sandals peeking into the women's section of the baths. "It's him," Naruto said coldly under his breath, "and he's using my favorite peeping spot on top of that," Naruto said with annoyance as he walked over to the man and then asked from behind, "Hey, what the hell do you think you're doing?" "Keep quiet, Gaki. I'm conducting my research," the man replied and went back to his peeping as a perverted giggle came out of his mouth. "He has time to peep at women but no time to come search me out," Naruto thought as he backed away. "Well then, I'll give him some inspirational help for his research, up close." A few minutes later, the man heard the soft sounds of footsteps and turned to investigate it. He was wide-eyed when he saw the presence of a very beautiful young blonde girl in her late teens with a nice-sized bust and gorgeous body. She was holding a small towel to her soaked petite body, but it gave the old pervert a lot to think about, especially with her wet hair draping over her back and shoulders. "And whom might you be, my dear?" he asked with a bit of drool coming out of his mouth. Sensually, the girl went over to the man and held his cheeks with her delicate hands. With a very womanly and delicate tone, she greeted, "I'm Naruto, my lord. Allow me please to demonstrate a trick I'd like to show you, Jiraiya-sama. Though I'm soaked and wet with anticipation, you'll experience excitement out of my trick." The fact that the nude and wet Naruto referred to Jiraiya as her lord made the blushing toad Sannin even more excited as perverted giggles escaped his mouth. Added to this was that Naruto covered herself with women's scented body lotion and perfumed oil that gave off a very feminine smell to further deceive the perverted man's senses. Jiraiya was so occupied thinking about the possibilities of what Naruto was going to do that he failed to see what was about to happen. While holding Jiraiya's cheeks, Naruto shunshined with Jiraiya out of the man's section of the bathhouse and teleported to the women's side of the bath, high above the center of the bath towards the ceiling. Naruto dispelled into a cloud of smoke, dropping Jiraiya down into the large bath that a group of the nude Anbu kunoichi were using. The unsuspecting women screamed briefly from the surprise crashing of the Sannin. Jiraiya popped out of the water completely soaked and a bit sore from the impact. "What happened?" a confused Jiraiya asked aloud. "I know I saw a vision, beauty and pleasure in my future." "Funny, because I see only pain and despair in yours," an Anbu kunoichi said darkly. Jiraiya looked around only to find that he was surrounded by a group of enraged naked shunin, jounin and Anbu kunoichi. "Wait. It's not what you think. I was tricked and thrown in here by some young blonde girl." Jiraiya pleaded desperately, but he saw no avenue of escape as the women closed in on him. "Knowing your history with peeping on girls and writing your smut, Jiraiya-sama, your credibility is far less than impeccable," a jounin kunoichi said as she cracked her knuckles on both of her fists as others went and retrieved their weapons. "Ladies, please." Jiraiya didn't get to finish because the next thing that followed was him futilely screaming for help and for someone to come and save him as all of the kunoichi there started beating the crap out of him. Naruto, while using his transparency jutsu, watched with a smile as the nude women there pummeled the helpless toad sage. Meanwhile, Anoka and Karen were talking and getting to know each other as they were passing by the bathhouse when they heard Jiraiya's loud screams and cries for help. Evidently some poor soul is being ambushed and beaten by the women in there, Karen commented as she adjusted her glasses. Whoever the pervert is probably deserves it, Anoka remarked. I wonder if Naruto-kun returned home yet. How should I know? You never showed me where Naruto-kun and you are staying at, Karen replied. You know, you're absolutely right. Come with me, Anoka said. Was there a choice? Karen said cynically as she followed her fellow Uzumaki to Naruto's apartment, while ignoring Jiraiya's screams. 30 minutes later at the Uchiha district, Sasuke was back in the Uchiha library looking through books and scrolls again. Nothing he found was based on how Madara achieved possessing the Mangekyo Sharingan. As powerful as that man was, why wasn't anything pertaining to how he acquired the Mangekyo Sharingan documented? Sasuke asked in frustration. It's as though the clan wanted to erase as much of their history with Madara as possible. Sasuke sat back in his chair and ran his hand through his hair. He thought about what Kakashi might teach him, and he wondered how what he might learn prove effective against Naruto. I never in my life thought I'd be worried about facing Naruto in a fight, and even today I admitted that I'll lose in a fight against him. That dope must have some kind of weakness, besides peeping at girls. Since I can't find information on how Madara achieved possessing the Mangekyo Sharingan, I might as well look for information on how I can strengthen the power of my Sharingan and Taijutsu. Before doing that though, Sasuke stood up and stepped out of the library. He went outside and sighed to himself. The place was quiet as usual, which he didn't mind. Sometimes he favored the silence. There were no distractions or anything else. No one to pressure him or fangirls to bother him, no more people with sympathy in their eyes that looked at him, or anything else of that sort. Here was a place where no one would annoy him, and he was surrounded by the memories of what he had to do with his life. He had to make the Uchiha district full again one day while ensuring that history doesn't repeat itself, and avenge the blood that had been spilled here. Sasuke reached at the side of his neck where he was bitten by Orochimaru. Looking for more power? A feminine voice asked from the shadows. Sasuke immediately turned to the direction the voice came from. Who's there? Show yourself. Sasuke demanded. You're in no position to make demands out of me, dick face, the kunoichi replied. You're trespassing on private property, and I'm within my rights to. Are you bothered that you can't use the curse seal that Orochimaru-sama generously gave you? The kunoichi asked. Sasuke paused on hearing the question asked and how the teen kunoichi addressed Orochimaru. How would you know about that? Sasuke asked. I know many things, you cockless stupid ass, and it's no secret that you have a raging hard-on for your teammate's girlfriend Hyuga Hinata, is it? The kunoichi mocked. I know you don't have the balls to, but I'm pretty sure that there are times you've considered the option of drugging and raping the Hyuga heiress since you can't have her any other way. Sasuke growled in rage on hearing that insane accusation as the curse seal started acting up again. Sasuke threatened, when I find you you're no match for me, Uchiha, even with your Sharingan. I'll have your ass handed to you in seconds if you choose to fight me. And I see that you're clearly trying to resist the influence of the curse seal instead of embracing it like I did, you little pussy, the kunoichi stated. That caught Sasuke's attention. You also have the marking of the cursed seal? Sasuke asked. Are you really that slow, you numbnut prick? I said I embraced it. And it gave me power beyond what I thought I'd ever achieve, the kunoichi said. Power that Konoha won't allow you to have, that Orochimaru-sama was willing to give you. But clearly you don't know how to use and control that power. Why would Orochimaru be interested in me? What's the catch? Sasuke asked. Orochimaru-sama sees potential in you, potential that's being shitted on and not enhanced. He instructed me to help you see some of the benefits to using that curse seal, the kunoichi explained. Who are you? Sasuke asked. What's your name? There was no answer as silence filled the district again. A moment later, Sasuke dodged a kunai thrown in his direction. The Uchiha then flipped away from several shuriken that came flying at him. He landed on his feet and took a stance showing that he was ready to fight before looked to see his attacker walking from out of the shadows and into the light. He looked and found an attractive teenage kunoichi a year older than him with long red hair with light tan-colored skin standing in front of him with a dirty smirk on her face. The almighty Uchiha Sasuke and Rookie of the Year, the kunoichi mocked as she clapped her hands with false ovation. Sasuke grunted and stated, I don't care what you think. Now tell me your name, Taiyuya. If you must know, numbnuts, Taiyuya revealed as she crossed her arms over her breasts. Taiyuya, Sasuke repeated as he saw the symbol on her head protector. You're from Otogakure. Obviously. Taiyuya confirmed as she rolled her eyes. I guess that brain of yours works for something more than just daydreaming about tying Hinata down before bending her over and raping the hell out of her ass and forcing her to get pregnant with your little bastards. Sasuke's anger grew hot as bloodlust leaked out of him after listening to Taiyuya vulgarly insulting him about Hinata again. It was clear to the older girl that Hinata was a touchy topic for Sasuke, and Taiuya made a mental note to exploit and manipulate it. I'd appreciate if you would stop making degrading and offensive statements like that, and you know nothing about Hinata. Sasuke growled angrily while doing his utmost to keep a composed demeanor. Look at you, Taiuya sneered. You pride yourself about being an uchiha, yet pathetically you don't have the balls to move on and get over a girl who clearly don't want anything to do with you. You're no different from the fangirls you hate, you're just like them. You're nothing more than a punk-ass Hinata-obsessed fanba. That was it. Sasuke picked up one of the kunai and shuriken on the ground and threw them directly at the older girl in front of him. Taiuya saw this and moved at a speed Sasuke couldn't see. What? Sasuke remarked, and before he could blink, Taiuya was suddenly upon him, and she knocked him hard to the ground face down with a strong right hook. Sasuke now sported a busted lip as Taiuya moved to stand over him. She kicked him to the side hard enough to turn him over on his back, forcing him to face her as she placed and pressed her right foot down on top of his chest to hold him down to the ground. You'd be wise to watch your actions around me, you stupid fuck, or I'll shove my foot so far up your ass you'll be sucking my toes till the Chunin finals, Taiuya warned. I'm not one of your useless fangirls you're used to here in Konoha. I'll beat the shit out of your limp dick ass without so much as breaking a sweat if you piss me off, fanba. Sasuke was furious after seeing what just happened to him, especially in his own clan's estate. For him, it was both insulting and disgraceful. Regardless, he wasn't going to allow his anger to get the better of him as he maintained his calmness. She's strong, Sasuke thought cautiously. This Taiuya must be either high Chunin or low Jounin level. It's good to see that you can tell when to back down. I know you want to match and beat Naruto so badly. You hate that you're inferior to him, and want power to bring the Uzumaki down a notch or two. And besides that, you want revenge against Itachi for massacring your clan, and for that you want to become stronger. Sasuke's eyes narrowed at Taiuya, but he maintained his composure. Orochimaru couldn't beat Naruto. How could that Sannin help me? Sasuke replied despite the position he was still in with Taiuya holding him down with her foot. Orochimaru-sama admitted that he underestimated Naruto due to lack of sufficient information on that Jinchuriki, but that was also because he wasn't fighting him at full strength. It was a mistake Orochimaru-sama swore not to repeat but to learn and grow stronger from, Taiuya said. If you're as smart as many believe you to be, then you're best not to underestimate Orochimaru-sama, because I'm sure that Naruto was smart enough not to either, since he didn't have the balls to fight Orochimaru-sama himself, and just let clones do the work for him. That just shows how much you know. I saw Naruto fight Orochimaru, you didn't, Sasuke remarked. Taiuya snarled and whipped out a kunai and threw it at the left side of his face and into the ground. Sasuke didn't budge one bit despite the small cut now on his left cheek. He just looked at Taiuya defiantly. I see that you have potential to grow a pair of balls after all. But you won't get far against Naruto or Itachi on your own, even with your sensei's help. You'll need the help of a Sannin if you want to start catching up with either of them. Sasuke was quiet as he thought about what she was telling him. And if you accept Orochimaru-sama's offer to be taught and trained by me, I'll have to stay and reside in this district of yours, Taiuya stated. Is that supposed to be some kind of joke? Sasuke sneered. No, you dumb cross-eyed prick with a duck's ass for a haircut. Orochimaru-sama instructed me to keep a low-key profile and stay with you during your training if you choose to accept what's being offered to you. And as much of a pain in the ass it is to me as well, he made it painfully clear to me that I'll have higher chances of getting my ass caught and arrested by Konoha Ninja or the ANBU themselves if I'm constantly going back and forth to see to your new training, Taiuya explained. It's not like I want to live in this gloomy memorial site with your Hinata-obsessed ass, but I'm under orders to do so. Like it or not, you'll have to bend over and take it. Sasuke wasn't thrilled with the catch that Orochimaru's training through Taiuya came with, especially if he had to continuously put up with Taiuya's vulgar mouth and crude attitude. The only plus side to this was that she wasn't an annoying fangirl. I'll be back tomorrow night at this very hour. Give me your answer then, Taiuya said before giving him one warning, and don't be a dumbass in telling anyone of this meeting or that you saw me, or I'll burst your fanba ass. With that said, Taiuya disappeared in a cloud of smoke, leaving the Uchiha alone on the ground with his thoughts. Sasuke wasn't ignorant of Orochimaru being a dangerous missing nin, but recalling his fight with the Sannin, he found that Orochimaru wasn't easy to match and Orochimaru had him totally beat. Many questions occupied Sasuke's mind, especially after Taiuya reminded him of his want for revenge against Itachi and desire to surpass and become stronger than Naruto. Sasuke stood back up and cleaned himself off before he started walking to his house, while contemplating on everything he heard moments ago. Besides considering what Taiuya told him about she was offering to him from Orochimaru, he thought about the other thing Taiuya said of him. Pathetically, you don't have the balls to move on and get over a girl who clearly don't want anything to do with you. You're no different from the fangirls you hate, you're just like them. You're nothing more than a punk-ass Hinata-obsessed fanba. An obsessed fanba, Sasuke said lowly with disgust. She looked down on me and put me in the same boat as those annoying useless fangirls. What Taiyuya said and did to Sasuke struck several chords within him besides wounding his pride. Sasuke had much to reevaluate and think about that night. Meanwhile at the bathhouse, as the group of kunoichi came out fully dressed from the women's bath, Naruto, dressed in his clothes again, approached them with a warm smile and greeted, "Good evening, ladies. I trust that you all had a relaxing time." "Yes, we did, until one unwelcomed guest showed up. But we gave him a fitting greeting for his unwelcomed arrival," the lead kunoichi replied. "I apologize for whatever displeasure his appearance had caused," Naruto said. "Oh please Naruto, we all know that you peep in women's bathhouses also," another kunoichi remarked. Naruto admitted charismatically, "Guilty as charged, as I can't help but admire and appreciate strong-willed women and kunoichi like yourselves with my undeserving eyes. Fangirls are a mockery and disgrace to true kunoichi, and they don't arouse such inspirational appreciation and admiration from me. For this reason, I succumb to my desires to find such kunoichi as the ones standing before me, whose lethal beauty and femme fatale spirit inspire me to work hard to become the ninja worthy of their time and focus, even on pain of consequences for yielding to such selfish longings." The group of women giggled and blushed at Naruto's words. The lead female went over and ruffled his head and said, "You're quite the charmer, Naruto. You weren't expecting us to fall for that, were you? I'm ashamed to believe that you would think that I would insult your intelligence," Naruto replied while not feeling the least bit intimidated. "We'll let you slide this time, Naruto, but we won't let you off that easily if we catch you peeping," the female jounin said. "Too late for that, I already took pictures of all of you naked after you all beat the crap out of Jiraiya. Those pictures will make great references for my book series I'm working on," Naruto thought mischievously. "I'll be sure to remember that. By the way, what happened to that pervert you girls beat up? He managed to get away after giving him something to remember." "Anyway, Naruto, we'll be seeing you," the female jounin said before she and her posse left the bathhouse. After they left, "You!" Jiraiya growled as he appeared behind Naruto, who turned to face him with a jeering smile. "Did Naruto-chan show you a good time, my lord?" Naruto asked mockingly. For Naruto, it was hard to believe that as much as he enjoyed reading his godfather's Ika Ika Paradise book series, part of him hated the man for never being around for him all his life. "I barely survived and escaped from those vixens just now because of that stunt you pulled," Jiraiya retorted while looking ready to clobber the hell out of Naruto. "You're wrong, because both of your arms and 4 of your ribs aren't broken and your internal organs aren't ruptured at all. All in all, despite the brutal gang assault, you pretty much came out in one piece and you're still conscious without the need to be hospitalized. Clearly, I should have done the job myself, seeing that those women went easy on you," Naruto remarked coldly. Jiraiya was startled by the injuries Naruto described to him just a moment ago. They were the exact ones Tsunade lashed out against him years ago for peeping at her in the bathhouse once. That experience was the first time he ever came close to death. How the hell did this gaki describe the exact severe injuries Tsunadeheim inflicted on me? Jiraiya contemplates seriously. "Anyway, what the hell are you here for exactly?" Naruto asked coldly. "Watch your mouth, gaki, and show some respect to your elders," Jiraiya retorted. "My respect is earned, not freely given, and you certain never earn any of my respect, godfather," Naruto spat. Jiraiya's eyes widened upon hearing the title Naruto referred to him by with such disdain. It was clear to the Sannin that Naruto knew who his parents were, and it was also crystal clear to Jiraiya that his godson was not happy to see him. "So you know about your mother and father and my past connections with them," Jiraiya said, stating the obvious. "Not much of connections from my standpoint, seeing that you never once inquired of my well-being or sought to establish any form of communication with me just to know that I was still alive before and after the hell this village made me suffer through for the first 13 years of my life. No, your research and spy network took priority over the well-being of your godson because it was for the good of the village, so to hell with me." Naruto Jiraiya interjected, but he was cut off by the said teen. "Oh, don't worry, Jizan already gave his explanation. Your parents made many enemies in IWA, Kumo, and some within Konoha. We kept their identities and your familial heritage a secret to protect you from their enemies. We did what we thought was right at the time. I'm sorry for the harsh and cruel life you were forced to live as a scorned orphan and village outcast, in spite of the fact that you had no say in it, and that everything that happened wasn't your fault," Naruto said calmly, though his anger was clearly seen. Jiraiya knew that wasn't exactly what Hiruzen told Naruto, but the Sannin saw the point Naruto was making through his mock speech. Jizan and Kakashi-sensei were among those who knew the truth but kept me in the dark with their unacceptable excuses that denied me from knowing and learning of my heritage and familial roots. Besides telling them both off, I already lost a lot of trust and respect for them as a result, and you, godfather, are number 1 on my shit list, with Jizan and Kakashi-sensei coming in at a close second and third. The only person who rivals you for first place is my teammate Uchiha Sasuke." Jiraiya sighed patiently while trying to come up with something to say. At the same time, Jiraiya couldn't help but wonder what it was about the said last Uchiha that placed him in such a derogatory light in Naruto's eyes. Naruto, I know you're angry at me and I won't make excuses. But I'm sure Sarutobi-sensei told you about why it would have been difficult for me to watch over and raise you while I was far outside the village dealing with important and dangerous matters that threaten not only the village's safety but yours as well, Jiraiya said. Most of Konoha could care less about my safety and they wouldn't hesitate to sell me out if it meant payback against Kyuubi, Naruto said. To be honest, I was always under the impression that Sarutobi-sensei saw to it that you were in good hands during my absence outside Konoha considering who your parents were, Jiraiya admitted. My parents would be proud to see what Jizan has in my behalf while only today I'm meeting you for the first time, Naruto remarked with sarcasm. Was life here for you here really that bad? Jiraiya asked. For a spy master, it's pitiful that your spy network was incapable of even checking up on my well-being or checking to see if I wasn't already killed by either one of Konoha's so-called enemies or by members of Konoha themselves. Jizan at the very least tried to be there for me, although those dicks and fossils in the council made sure to make life for me difficult until recently when I took steps to put an end to their horse shit. Now they have to live with guilt and shame of their actions since I forced them through Jizan to explanation to their families and friends my heritage and familial roots. Jizan himself will have to give a public address of my familial roots and my clan and status as a Jinchuriki very soon. Naruto, do you seriously want word reaching Iwa and Kumo that again? Jiraiya was sharply cut off by Naruto as the blonde continued, spare me that your parents made a lot of enemies shit. My whole clan had shinobi nations, not small villages but nations that hated and feared us more so than they did the Uchiha and Senju combined to the point that they wanted and sought our complete extermination though they failed. Being forced to become a Jinchuriki gave me enemies within Konoha in case you didn't realize that by now. And what made matters worse was that until only a few months ago I never knew about my heritage and roots, which didn't help or serve to protect me, period. It helps no one not knowing their roots and origins and I won't buy into that bullshit that it was for my own good and protection. It's for no one's good not knowing about their families or if their parents loved and cared about them. You know what it's like waking up every day knowing that everyone else has roots from a family or clan while you're looked at as an abomination with no roots. You have any idea how nights I cried myself to sleep because I could never understand why I was hated for something I never knew about, and was never my fault? Do you know what it's like growing up and living with so much hate and bloodlust for a people that half you want to slaughter with your own hands if not through Kyuubi himself because of their cowardice? Because they thought they were getting payback against the Kyuubi no Kurama by abusing me, with the spineless Hokage making excuses for them? And get this, I found out that there were clans where wanted to adopt me. But Jizan allow a corrupt council and hierarchy to overrule him, and those clans. I made it very clear how baseless their reasons for their actions were, and trust me when I say that my Uzumaki cousins and I here in Konoha will never trust them again. Uzumaki cousins? You mean to say that you found survivors of your clan? A shocked Jiraiya asked. Anokane and Karen, only recently I found them, and I will war with anyone who so much as look at them with hostility, Naruto warned. That's quite a bold statement, Naruto, Jiraiya commented. I've educated and trained myself over the years and learned to survive and deal with ninja like you. Your former team Orochimaru had to learn that about me firsthand today after he got his ass kicked by me, Naruto replied. What are you talking about? Jiraiya asked skeptically. Read my report. But I know Jizan is filling in the blanks on what I left out, Naruto replied cryptically. For what it's worth, Jizan and others in the hierarchy will have me and my girlfriend Hinata-chan under a thicker magnifying glass since they can't make us out. What do you mean by that? Jiraiya inquired. What I mean is that Jizan and many others don't know Hinata-chan and I as well as they thought. They know only what we want them to, and that had to be the case since there has been many both within and outside the village that we couldn't trust and had to stay alert to. And Shimura Danzo would have loved nothing more than to make me his weapon and personal pet, something I would never allow, Naruto answered. Earlier you called Kyuubi Kurama. Why is that? Jiraiya stated. Because Kurama is his actual name. I know all of the names of the 9 Bijou, Naruto replied. I also know that you had been more of a godfather and teacher to Nagato, Yahiko and Konan of Amigakure for 3 years and not to your actual godson, not to mention that the one named Nagato has the Rinnegan. Jiraiya did his best to hide his shock but failed miserably. This Gaki knows things he shouldn't know. It's completely uncanny and I don't know how to explain this. Don't bother asking me how I know what I know. I just do, and I've been using what I know and learned to train and strengthen myself and make me stronger, Naruto made clear. It helped me so far over the years and I truly can't complain about the fact that I've been my own instructor, teacher and trainer. So don't try to claim any sort of parental control over me. Jiraiya saw that he and Naruto were off to a very bad and rocky start, which was more than an understatement. Naruto, I know I have a long way to go before I can earn your forgiveness and trust. I know nothing I say or do will make up for my time away. I'll be sure to inquire and ask Sarutobi-sensei for an explanation as to why so little was done for your sake, Jiraiya promised. I'm sure you'll love his explanation as much as I loved yours, Naruto replied cynically. Naruto, I'm truly sorry that my absence away from Konoha had resulted and contributed to the life you were forced to live through. For what it's worth, Kushina would have beaten me and Sarutobi-sensei to within less than an inch of our lives if she was alive to see the damage that was done, Jiraiya commented. Don't humor me, she'd have had the civilian council and most of Konoha suffer her wrath with my father being unable to calm her violent rage since he never won an argument with her from what I've heard from Kakashi-sensei, Naruto retorted coldly before calming himself down and continuing. Thankfully there were a few precious people in my life that helped me through my trials and tribulations despite what others said, and thought of them foremost is my girlfriend Hinata-chan, her younger sister Hanabi-chan, their father Hayashi along with others from their clan, Tuchi and his daughter Ayam. Hinata-chan and I went through a great deal together, and she stuck with me even through the worst of times and trials before we became official genin. Tuchi and Ayam treats me with kindness and fairness, and never once discriminated against as they allowed me to eat at their establishment. Hayashi treats me as a surrogate main house member of his clan and never had an issue with me being around Hinata-chan and Hanabi-chan. Hayashi gave you that kind of familial treatment? Jiraiya asked with a surprised tone, considering the kind of person he had known Hayashi to be. I will admit that it's somewhat hard to believe considering the kind of rigid man I knew him to be. Not everyone are assholes, Jiraiya, though I know of some of my age group who are, one in particular in my team. But that's another story, Naruto stated, so tell me Jiraiya, why are you here? It must something urgent, otherwise you wouldn't have bothered to return to Konoha, let alone see your estranged godson. This Gaki truly hates me, the Sannin sighed lowly. I'll go straight to the point. I came back as fast as I could because there are missing nin who are after you. From what I saw not an hour ago, your peeping at those naked kunoichi had placed great emphasis on the urgency of this revelation, Naruto remarked with sarcasm. I'm being serious, Gaki. Jiraiya retorted. I am too. I couldn't think of a better spot to meet my estranged godfather other than the inside of a bathhouse with the best view for peeping at girls and getting a hard-on, Naruto countered. Jiraiya growled lowly under his breath. Get mad at me all you like, it's not like it affects me one bit. I face things worse than you, Naruto slighted. This new dangerous organization that's forming is unlike any enemy you've ever faced, Jiraiya stated. Even if you're as strong as you believe yourself to be, alone against them, you'll surely lose. I'm listening, Naruto said, knowing that to underestimate his enemies would mean death. They're going by the name Akatsuki. They're a group that's targeting Jinchuriki like you. From what I uncovered, there are 9 members and all of them are S-class missing nin. Naruto quietly thought for a moment. He considered his own investigation behind what happened to his mother years ago during his birth and how very few knew of her status as a Jinchuriki. Naruto knew that whoever it was that attacked his mother and fought his father was clearly an S-class criminal. He started to wonder if the same Uchiha who attacked his mother and engineered Konoha's attack through manipulating Kyuubi 13 years ago was also part of that organization. Out of curiosity, is there an Uchiha that's in that organization? Jiraiya had raised eyebrows and answered, It's funny you should ask, because it just so happens that the one known as Itachi is in that organization. The one that massacred the Uchiha clan, huh? I see, Naruto commented, acknowledging that Itachi wasn't the one he was looking for. Is there another Uchiha besides him? That's all I know of, unless you know something I don't, Jiraiya replied. I wouldn't want to become unjustifiably presumptuous now, would I? Naruto remarked. Enough with the sarcasm, Jiraiya said. Why are they after me and the other Jinchuriki? Naruto asked. Their goals right now are unknown. It's being kept completely confidential. I do know that Orochimaru was once part of that organization but left for reason unclear, Jiraiya responded. Next question, how am I to identify these Akatsuki members? Naruto inquired. They dress themselves in black robes with red cloud designs around them, Jiraiya revealed. Do you know the identities of all these members and what their abilities and strengths are? Naruto asked. With the exception of Itachi and his partner, and by extension Orochimaru, I wasn't able to retrieve further information about the other members, Jiraiya admitted. Who's Itachi's partner? Naruto probed. His name is Hoshigaki Kisame, Jiraiya revealed, one of the former members of the 7 Swordsmen of Kirigakure, who was also known as the Monster of the Hidden Mist. I heard of him, from Zabuza, and about his crimes in Kirigakure, Naruto interjected. Zabuza told you about Kisame? Jiraiya asked. You don't sound surprised that I met the man, Naruto noted. Your exploits in Nami no Kuni traveled far. Even I was surprised to hear about it after word reached me of how you single-handedly brought about the end to Gato, and his control over that country, and its people. And only then did your spy network receive word that I still exist, Naruto replied emotionlessly. If this Akatsuki is as great of a threat as you say they are, then what helpful suggestion, if any, are you offering me, your godson? Kakashi is your team sensei, right? Jiraiya said. I'm sure there was some things that he didn't teach me a damn thing. If you were paying attention earlier, you'd have heard me make it clear that I taught and trained myself over the years. I learned and became smart and strong with no help from either the Ninja Academy or Kakashi-sensei, and some of the instructors at the Ninja Academy sought to sabotage the teachings and training they were supposed to give me but failed before paying the price for it in full. I learned on my own how to survive and fight because I wouldn't allow anyone to destroy me as a person, and what I learned and trained and I inculcated into my faithful and loyal girlfriend Hinata, whom I personally taught and trained, and seeing that her match in the Chunin finals is against Sabaku no Gaara, I'm going to have to intensify Hinata's training because I'll be damned before I'll allow Gaara to do to her what he did to those 3 aimed genin he brutally killed in the Forest of Death, and what he tried to do to Lee during the preliminaries. Naruto then emphasized with a hardened tone, I will break Gaara before he's given the chance to kill Hinata if I have to. Jiraiya didn't take Naruto's words lightly, and considering everything else he was told, he knew Naruto was serious. Since that's the case, how about I do something Kakashi and others have failed at? Jiraiya proposed. You're strong and I won't question that, but I can train you and make you even stronger than you are now. Is that right? Naruto commented. If you don't believe me, test me out and let me train you for the next month before your Chunin finals begin, Jiraiya offered. It can be my start to make amends for my mistakes concerning you, though I acknowledge that it won't buy back the years of your life I wasn't there for. Regardless, there are a lot of things I can teach you, things you need to learn and how to get a handle on Kurama's chakra without hurting yourself. I never once resorted to using Kurama's chakra for practically anything in my life like a crutch, Naruto said. Jiraiya countered, but your father believed that you'd find some way to make use of Kyuubi's chakra in protecting Konoha, or more importantly in your case, protecting those precious to you, like Hinata for example. Naruto stayed silent as he considered Jiraiya's offer. The blonde was no fool. He knew Jiraiya was a strong ninja and even he himself wouldn't underestimate the Sannin in a straight fight. But Naruto's anger against the man was still present, causing some of his rationality to be blurred. I need time to clear my head and think things over. I'll give you my reply tomorrow, Naruto said before he turned to leave. A few seconds later he stopped to add something further, and one other thing, Jiraiya. Jiraiya stood there quietly as he waited for Naruto's last words. I'd better not catch you using my favorite peeping spot for your research again. I already staked my claim on it, Naruto warned before he shunshined away in a short dash of wind. The Toad Sage allowed the information to process, and when it did, he smiled brightly and giggled enthusiastically. The Sannin turned and headed out of the bathhouse to his next destination. 30 minutes later at the Hokage Tower, Hiruzen was at his desk finishing up his work for the evening. As he was finishing up, many questions about Naruto and Hinata continued to occupy his mind. Both genin effectively hid their true abilities and strengths, and now he was scrabbling to figure out just how strong both genin were. Putting his thoughts about Hinata and Naruto to the side for now, the Hokage decided to leave his office after finishing the last of his work. Before the Hokage was able to leave though, it's been a long time. Sarutobi-sensei, Jiraiya greeted as he appeared outside on the balcony. The aged Hokage sighed and turned his head to his left to see his former pupil entering and standing by his desk to the left. Indeed. It's been years, Hiruzen said. I'm surprised to see you back in Konoha. I wonder if we're to be expecting Tsunade soon, seeing that Orochimaru came and made his presence known to us earlier today. So I've heard, from Naruto that is, Jiraiya exhaled. So you met the boy today, I see, Hiruzen acknowledged. Before arriving here, Jiraiya confirmed, he expressed how he truly feels about me. My godson truly despises me and I can tell that much of him wants nothing to do with me. Naruto went through difficult experiences while growing up here, Hiruzen replied. I did everything I could to help the boy, but not everything I did met with success. That's more than an understatement, and you know that. I want a full detailed explanation about Naruto's life and everything he went through while in this village, and why so little was done for my late pupil's son. Spare no details, and I don't want you hiding anything from me, Jiraiya demanded in calm manner. Hiruzen sighed lowly to himself. It was clear that Jiraiya was not happy and wasn't in the mood for an endearing reunion between sensei and student. At the Hyuga compound, an hour later, Hanabi was in her room thinking about everything that happened. It was so much to take in, and the fact that Hinata personally had Neji hospitalized with serious injuries shocked her completely. Even more so was that Neji wasn't anywhere near a challenge to her older sister. I wonder if I'll become just as strong as Nei-san, Hanabi wondered. Naruto-kun did promise to train me and help me create a whole new Juken style. If he got Nei-san to come this far, I wonder how far I'll get with his training and guidance. Hanabi went to her closet and opened it. She moved away a small drawer to reveal small storage compartment in the wall. She opened it to see the stash of expensive wine Naruto gave to her as gifts with the 2 wine flutes hidden with the 2 bottles. I wonder if Naruto-kun will come and see me much later tonight, Hanabi wondered to herself as she reached out and retrieved one of the glass flutes. As she held and looked at the glass, she smiled as she thought about all those times she and Naruto shared and drank wine together, as they hanged out together. It's almost like we're a secret cool. Hanabi froze and blinked when she realized what she was about to say. What the hell am I thinking? This is inappropriate thinking. Naruto-kun is Nezen's boyfriend. No. I shouldn't be thinking or looking at Naruto-kun in such an inappropriate manner. Besides, if Nei-san were to find out that I like Naruto-kun more than just as a dear friend, Hanabi wondered what Hinata's reactions would be. She was sure that Hinata wouldn't do to her as she did to Neji, but the possibility of anything else that Hinata might do to her surprisingly left some fear in Hanabi. A moment later there was a knock on door. Hanabi? Are you still up? Hinata asked from outside the door. A little startled by Hinata's sudden arrival, Hanabi quickly moved to put the flute back in its hiding spot with the rest of the wine before closing the storage compartment and pushing the drawer back over it, hiding it again. After calming herself, she went over to the door and slid the door open. Yes, Nei-san? Hanabi, do you have a minute? Hinata asked. Why? Is something the matter? Hanabi asked. It's just something I've been meaning to talk to you about, privately, between us sisters, Hinata answered. Hanabi sighed as she allowed Hinata into her room. Once inside, Hanabi slid the door close and turned to Hinata. So what was it you wanted to talk about? Hanabi asked. Hinata decided not to brush around the subject and go straight to the point. Hanabi, during the clan meeting I saw the way the expression on your face changed the moment you praised and thought of Naruto-kun, and you were most open about it in front of the whole clan. What's the big deal? It's not like I haven't praised and complimented Naruto-kun in front of the whole clan before, Hanabi replied. True, but the look in your eyes and face revealed more than that today. Hanabi, I know, and you can't fool me, Hinata said. Hanabi again sighed, seeing no point in denying the truth any further. Okay, Nei-san. I admitted I love Naruto-kun as my closest friend, and I see him more than just as my dearest and closest friend. There, I said, now you know, Hanabi confessed. Does this make you upset at me? Hinata said nothing for a moment. Hearing the truth from Hanabi's own mouth was all she needed to hear to confirm her suspicions. She walked over to the wall and leaned against it before slid down to the gown sitting up against the wall. She gestured to Hanabi to come and join her. Quietly Hanabi complied and sat up against the wall with Hinata at her older sister's right-hand side. I'm not angry at you, Hanabi. It just means that you're growing up and starting to notice boys a little early than others, and perhaps father might want you to, Hinata said with an understanding sisterly tone. To be honest, I went through the same thing you did when I was your age. Did you really? Hanabi asked. Your fascination and curiosity about Naruto-kun is just like mine. I will admit that I unwittingly led your attraction to Naruto-kun to happen, Hinata confessed. Hanabi looked at Hinata oddly for saying that, but the older of the two continued. All those times I told you to ask Naruto-kun himself all those questions you had for him. You're developing curiosity about Naruto-kun despite his treatment by the villagers and why father treats him the way he does. All those times you'd spy on him. You knew I was spying on him? Hanabi asked, feeling a little embarrassed. No, but you just now confirmed that you've been doing so, Hinata grinned. Hanabi blushed a shade of dark red and frowned when she saw how Hinata tricked her into revealing the truth. Hinata just smiled back at her sister. You're really annoying sometimes, Hanabi remarked. Don't be so mad. We're alike more than you know because I used to do the same thing too, Hinata revealed. You did? Hanabi asked with a surprised expression. Back then, I had very low self-confidence, and I was too shy and afraid to approach Naruto-kun at the time. So I resorted to doing what you've been doing while doing my best not to get caught by either Naruto-kun or anyone else. I stopped doing that after Naruto-kun told me he knew about what I was doing and asked me to become his friend. It was only right before the Genin exams he asked me to become his girlfriend, Hinata explained. So you weren't his girlfriend for all those other years? Hanabi asked. No. But after we started dating, Sasuke sought to convince me to break up with Naruto-kun and become his girlfriend instead, Hinata said with a tone that revealed some of her irritation of Sasuke. I already knew that, Nei-san. And frankly, I don't like that uchiha, period. I would love nothing more than to see Naruto-kun put him in his place, Hanabi said. Naruto-kun is to face Sasuke during the finals. You'll get to see him in action in a month, Hinata suggested. Great. But that means he won't have time to train me like he promised. Hanabi figured. Knowing Naruto-kun, he'll come up with something for you, Hinata assured. He better, or I'll hunt him down like last time for neglecting me, Hanabi remarked. It's funny. A few years ago you wouldn't be talking about Naruto-kun like this. It's amazing how close and attached you've become to Naruto-kun, Hinata giggled. I know he's your boyfriend, Nei-san, and I know he loves you very much. Please believe me, Nei-san. I never expected that my wanting to find out and learn more about Naruto-kun and why you love him so much would have led me to start liking him too. It wasn't something I was purposing to happen, I swear. No one can expect or predict when we would start liking or crushing on someone. But I will admit that I thought at some time you would see Naruto-kun as your big brother or something, Hinata asked. If that were true, then I would have referred to him as Naruto-Nizan. But to refer to him as that while liking him more than as a friend would make me feel weird. And why would I wish Naruto-kun was my big brother while having this huge crush on him? It sounds rather creepy, Hanabi expressed. It would be like you having a huge crush on Neji while you referring him as Neji-Nizan, which you do refer to him as. The only difference is that Neji and I are too closely related and that's indecent, Hinata replied. Not everyone thinks that way, Nei-san, Hanabi countered. I heard how in some clans that. Let's change the subject please, Hinata interjected, not wanting to any further into the topic. Regardless, Nei-san, I'll work through this. I'm sure that in time I'll get over Naruto-kun. I wouldn't want to give the impression that I would set myself up as a rival for his affections. I already saw where that led Sasuke, who set himself up as Naruto-kun's rival for your affections, Hanabi said. Hinata wrapped her right arm around Hanabi and assured, I'm sure you wouldn't and I do trust you. Hinata then added, plus you're too young to be thinking you could pose as a possible rival against me for Naruto-kun anyway. What are you talking about? He already promised to train me, so I'm already your rival for which one of us Naruto-kun will train harder than the other, Hanabi retorted. I got more than 3 years ahead you with Naruto-kun, so you have a long way to go, Hinata replied. You wouldn't be talking so cocky like that right now if it wasn't for Naruto-kun, Hanabi rebutted. We wouldn't be having this conversation while challenging me right now if it wasn't for your desires to be close to and trained by Naruto-kun, Hinata stated. Both sisters started hard at each other, before they both burst out laughing. After calming their laughter down, Hanabi asked, but on a more serious and important note, do you think you can handle yourself against Father tomorrow? Father is a very strong fighter and ninja. It would be foolish to underestimate him and presume that I can easily beat him, Hinata said. Tomorrow I'll have to be more careful against him than I was against Neji-Nizan. During our match I gave Neji-Nizan 3 chances to yield and admit defeat. After the 3rd time, I was forced to paralyze him, though it's only a temporary condition. So Neji wasn't even a challenge to you since it was made clear that you held back against him. I wonder if Naruto-kun will be there to watch tomorrow. Because knowing him, he always has ways of finding out things, Hanabi commented. Hinata couldn't help but silently agree with her younger sister. It's getting late, so I'll leave and return to my room for the night, Hinata said before she got up and headed to the door. Upon reaching the door, by the way, Nei-san, Hanabi asked as she stood up and looked at Hinata, how exactly did you pass all of Naruto-kun's training during the years he trained you? To put it simply, I lived through it, Hinata replied before opening and exiting through the sliding door, closing the door behind her while leaving Hanabi to cringe a little while wondering what kind of harsh and brutal training did Naruto put Hinata through. Meanwhile, Temari was in the shower, letting the running warm water wash down her body. She was in the bathroom showering for a while now after Baki and Kankuro retired for the evening. Gaara for himself went out to do who knows what due to his inability to sleep. After Kankuro had found and brought Temari back to the hotel via Baki's instructions, Baki dismissed Kankuro, wanting to talk to Temari in private. While thankful that it wasn't in front of her younger siblings, however, her private conversation with Baki wasn't one of her more favorable ones. In their conversation, Baki confronted her about the way she was amorously looking and admiring Naruto during his match with Tenten. He also pointed how he observed her looking at Hinata with jealousy and envy during the preliminaries. Temari wanted to heatedly deny Baki's words, but she knew that to do so would be both unprofessional and undignified, as her actions would only prove his point. Baki reminded her that though they discovered a lot more about Naruto during the preliminaries than they were expecting, that she wasn't to allow emotional attachments and romantic attractions to distract her from completing her mission, and that Naruto was a strong Konoha ninja, thus a threat, not an ally. Though she apologized for losing sight of her original objective, she felt embarrassed that her actions led her to be lightly chastised by her sensei. Despite that, Temari had to deal with an internal conflict between her duties as a Suna Kunoichi and her developing feelings and attractions for Uzumaki Naruto, who was already dating the Hyuga heiress. The thought of that girl alone made Temari growl lowly in contempt, and she was especially surprised that Hinata wasn't as feeble and incapable as she deceptively carried herself out to be. Her fierce and determined character against Neji was as shocking as it was impressive. While I admit that I underestimated that girl, Temari thought, I'm not down for the count yet. I almost had Naruto that time at the bathhouse, and I'd have succeeded in seducing and having him to myself had it not been for Baki-sensei's unexpected interference through Kankuro. Temari blinked when she realized what kind of thoughts she was having. Her eyes widened when a realization came upon her. What the hell am I thinking? Temari shouted in her mind as she clasped both of her hands to her face. How did I go from being a strong-willed, battle-hardened ninja to a lovesick schoolgirl desiring and flirting with someone else's boyfriend? Am I that shallow? I am far from worthy of possessing, let alone touching, such exceptionally polished gemstones such as the one standing before me. Yet, just to be able to look, even from afar with my unworthy eyes, gives me reasons to appreciate strong women who refine themselves into kunoichi that are more than meets the eyes. Why am I remembering and being haunted by Naruto's words all of a sudden? This was supposed to be an assigned mission to retrieve as much information on Naruto as possible. I was supposed to get him to open up and reveal as much about himself and his abilities to me as possible so my team and I could reassess our resources to see how we could better deal with Naruto before we enact the plan. Temari thought as she tried to clear her mind and make sense of what was going on in her head and with her emotions. They don't know a good thing when they see it because of their fear to approach you. You being the daughter of the Kazekage is what you are on the surface, but that doesn't say who you are underneath. Naruto's words came back again, which was followed by Baki's words. You're a dedicated and capable ninja of Suna, Temari. But I advise you, don't be foolish in allowing emotional attachments and romantic attractions to the son of Konoha's late yandame to distract you from completing your mission. Such actions will only cloud your judgment, lead you into committing a folly you'll later regret. Bear this in mind, Naruto is a strong ninja and Jinchuriki of Konoha, thus he's a threat, not our ally. In spite of Baki's words, Tamari was still frustrated and torn between fulfilling her duties to her village and her desires to learn more and become close to Naruto than she was supposed to. She fell to her knees in the showers while her tears mixed with the running water as a couple of sobs escaped her mouth, with her next thoughts being verbalized between sobs. It wasn't supposed to turn this. It wasn't supposed to turn into me liking Naruto this much. It wasn't supposed to turn into me being so angry and jealous of Hinata for being Naruto's girlfriend instead of me. It wasn't supposed to bother me this much. I know that Naruto made no actual advances at me yet. Why am I thinking so much about this? While Baki and Kankuro slept and with Gaara away, Temari gave herself this one private moment to try and wash away her sorrows and frustrations. 2 hours later at the Hokage monument, Naruto was alone on top of the head representing his father. He sat there for the last 3 hours in the effort to calm his anger and grief down while meditating on everything that happened 3 hours ago between him and Jiraiya. After so many years, his godfather finally decided to show up, and the first thing he resorted to was peeping at women and young girls at the bathhouse. I should have expected nothing less out of that man, Naruto remarked. I wonder what my parents ever saw in him in the first place. Perhaps more than you're giving him credit for, a voice said from behind. Naruto didn't bother to turn and acknowledge Kakashi approaching and standing behind him. Why are you here, Kakashi-sensei? Naruto asked. I was summoned and sent by the Hokage to find you, Kakashi answered. He asked me to personally bring you into his office now, Kakashi said. It must be something of importance if this can't wait till morning, Naruto figured as he up off the floor and went over to Kakashi. Well then, let's be on our way, Kakashi suggested. They both made their trek to the Hokage Tower. 20 minutes later, Naruto and Kakashi both arrived at Hokage Tower and made their way to see the Hokage. Upon arriving at his office, they entered and found both Hiruzen and Jiraiya waiting there for them. Naruto, how nice of you to join us, Hiruzen greeted. I wasn't expecting to be called in. I see that Jiraiya is here with you, Naruto noted. Yes, he is. He arrived shortly after his meeting with you, Hiruzen informed. Both him and I had much to discuss. I understand. So what did you want to see me about, Jizan? Naruto inquired. Kakashi by that time closed the door behind them. Both Kakashi and Naruto went further into the office where Hiruzen and Jiraiya were. Naruto, I'm going to be announcing your status as the Jinchuriki of Kyuubi and your familial roots and heritage in 2 days' time. Everything concerning your parents and clan along with your clan's connections with the Senju clan will be revealed in that announcement to the general populace of Konoha, civilian and shinobi alike, Hiruzen started off. I'm down with that, Naruto said in approval. I have no complaints about that. I'm sure that will draw some unwanted attention to both you and your clan's women after this announcement is made, Hiruzen said carefully. Anokane, Karen and I will handle ourselves accordingly, Naruto expressed. The matter concerning Karen though is another topic. Currently she's affiliated with another village, Kusugakure. We can't simply say that she's a Konoha ninja, Hiruzen pointed out. True, but seeing that she's an Uzumaki by blood that makes her part my clan, which is now officially acknowledged again by you and the Shinobi Council of Konoha. Surely some diplomatic negotiations of sorts can to be arranged for Karen to leave Kusa peacefully and be returned to her clan demanding her rightful return. And you certainly know that Kusa isn't a major power that could pose as a threat or challenge to Konoha, Naruto stated. We can arrange for that, Naruto. We'll see what can be done, Hiruzen assured. That's good news I like to hear, Naruto replied. Is all you wanted to tell me? Hiruzen sighed and responded, No Naruto, there's more. HM? Naruto muttered. Naruto, as you're already aware of, the Chunin exams is in a month, Hiruzen began. I understand you'll be preparing hard before that time. Of course, Naruto stated, after everything I did, everyone participating will be looking for methods to counter me obviously. I can't afford to slack off after coming this far. I was also informed about your intentions to train the Hyuga heiress before the finals, Hiruzen brought out. Yes, I did make that declaration, didn't I, Jiraiya? Naruto remarked. Jiraiya simply gave a small nod. I was also informed of what you intend to do during the finals if you feel Hinata's safety is threatened during her match with the one called Gaara, Hiruzen then added. I see, so what about it? Naruto asked. Hiruzen knew how much Naruto loved and cared for Hinata, which meant that Hiruzen knew that if something happens to Hinata during her match things could get very ugly fast with Naruto, and with many foreign dignitaries, nobles and daimyo watching and placing bets during the match, Naruto's outburst could spark a blemish light on the village. The Chunin exam is a very important event which is used in the selection of the next batch of Chunin not only for our village but also for foreign ninja participating in he exams. The Chunin finals is a most important event during the Chunin exams as many foreign dignitaries, nobles and daimyo will be invited to come and watch our village demonstrate our might and skills. Through this, we have the prospect that they'll seek out services and businesses thus adding to Konoha's prosperity. The Chunin finals also strengthens the reputation of the villages, Hiruzen explained. Yes, Jizan, I understand what you're saying. So what does this have to do with Hinata-chan? Naruto asked, sensing where this was going. Hiruzen stated, Naruto, as you're already aware of, killing and death is expected during the Chunin exams and the Chunin finals is part of the Chunin exams. Please accept that Hinata understands the risk, and chose to participate out of her own free will while knowing the dangers and what's expected out of her as a Konoha genin. But be assured that I will make sure that her match with Gaara doesn't get out of control. To this Naruto retorted, oh? The same way that you were supposed to protect and take care of me from the villagers and make sure that I was okay growing up. Do you really believe that I care for the reputation of this village that did everything in its power to make my life as hard as it can? I care more about Hinata-chan than anything else in this village, and if I have to pass over you to protect her I will. Consequences be damned, and I made clear to you before Jizan, 3 months ago. Or have you forgotten? Kakashi interjected. Naruto, do you know what you're saying? Naruto replied, is that such a surprise? From one side I have my godfather that was like a father to my father, who never had to but chose to abandon me for his mission and research, and never once came to see if I was fine, let alone alive until this evening. Also we have you Kakashi-sensei, the student of my father that was supposed to be like my big brother but also chose to abandon me and bury himself in his work until he was assigned to become my genin team sensei. Next we have Jizan, who allowed a group of fossils and a corrupt council to walk over him and make my life as hard and bitter as they could until the day I became a genin. Finally we have Hinata-chan, my first true friend who became my girlfriend and the first person that saw me as a human, and loved and cared for me for the past few years. So if you think for even a second that I won't face and fight any of you or this entire village and die doing so in order to protect Hinata-chan, then you're very wrong. The three of them knew that Naruto wasn't joking, and what made him dangerous was that they have no real idea how strong Naruto really is, and that was without Kyuubi's chakra and influence. Plus they knew that Anoka and Karen are loyal to Naruto, thus both of those female Uzumaki would become additional problems if something were to set Naruto off. Hiruzen knew how much Naruto, as a scorned orphan and outcast, cherished and valued bonds and ties he's able to make with those he considers precious to him, and to lose even one of those bonds and ties was unthinkable to Naruto. So much so that the young teen would fight to his last breath to protect those bonds. After what felt like an eternity, Hiruzen was about to speak when, well Gaki, none of us here wishes for such an extreme outcome. Jiraiya broke the silence cool demeanor, and from what I heard about your girlfriend from both you and Sarutobi-sensei, I'm certain she wouldn't want anything happening to you either, especially before having a legacy of your own with her to carry on your familial line. Everyone in the room knew the underlying meaning behind Jiraiya's latter words. Hearing those words though served to calm Naruto down, even though he didn't actually raise his voice during the meeting. No, she wouldn't, Naruto agreed before he looked to Hiruzen and said, you said moments ago that you'll make sure that Hinata-chan's match with Gaara doesn't get out of control, but we both know that neither of us here can predict the outcome of any of the 4 matches in the finals. No, we cannot, Hiruzen admitted and then added, but we can still take the necessary steps to shape the possible future outcomes that doesn't violate the rules and nature of the Chunin exams and finals. And shape it I will, count on it, Naruto stated with a determined tone. Is there more here that you wish to say to me? No, there's nothing further beyond this, Hiruzen confirmed. In that case, I'll retire for the evening. More than enough excitement happened today as it is, Naruto turned to Jiraiya and said, I'll meet up with you tomorrow at Ichiraka. We can talk further then. I hope you're not a 3-hour tardy ninja like Kakashi-sensei here. Guilty as charged, Kakashi said dully with a shrug as Hiruzen and Jiraiya looked over at him. Naruto turned and made his way out of the office and left the three older ninja to their thoughts. That Naruto is more of a hardened and seasoned ninja than I was back then, Jiraiya commented. I didn't even experience half the shit he did at his age. Very few have, Hiruzen commented, but for what it's worth, he's a walking anomaly as a number of aspects about his character and abilities don't add up. I know, Jiraiya said, it's beyond us for now how he knows what he knows without it being explained to him. I'm deeply shocked about what really happened between Naruto and Orochimaru. Knowing that twisted bastard, he'll be more cautious with Naruto next time, though knowing him he'll want the boy dead. As I already mentioned earlier, I and a few others have been hard at work trying to figure Naruto out, Hiruzen said, but it's like that more we discover that deeper the puzzle Naruto turns into. Be that as it may, but I won't worry too much about that for now, Jiraiya responded. While I hate the hell Naruto was forced to live through all his life, I'm just as guilty for never being there for him in the first place. I hope someday he'll come to forgive me. Jiraiya turned and headed to the window when, however, Jiraiya noted, Naruto and I have a mutual bond of sorts that can possibly be used as a stepping stone for our reconciliation. And that is? Hiruzen and Kakashi inquired simultaneously. We both peep and appreciate hot beauties at bathhouses for all they're worth. Jiraiya chuckled heartedly. That Gaki and I are kindred spirits. Perhaps I can bond further with the Gaki while earning his trust through common joys and satisfactions. Jiraiya laughed and leaped out of the window and over the balcony. Both Hiruzen and Kakashi sweated dropped at Jiraiya's last actions. Great, Hiruzen groaned, now we have two Jiraiyas. One a godfather, and the other his godson. We can only wonder what will result with that kind of combo, Kakashi remarked. The next morning, it was bright and early. Many in the village were already getting themselves ready to the day's activities. Meanwhile, Hinata was already fully awake, having woken up at dawn to eat and meditate before performing her routine exercises alone outside the compound at one of the training grounds. Part of her had hoped she would run into Naruto along the way, but to her disappointment he didn't show up. When she was done 2 hours later, she returned to the compound. Upon her arrival, one of the cadet branch members approached and greeted her. Hinata-sama, your father said he'll give you 30 minutes to prepare for your match with him, Ko said. I understand, Hinata said as she went the house to get herself cleaned up and ready for her match. She was now in her room preparing and dressing herself in her clan's traditional sparring gi. When she was done, she left her room and started on her way to the site her father instructed her to meet him and the rest of the clan at. Meanwhile, the Hyuga courtyard wasn't always bustling with people. However, that was not the case today. Members from the Hyuga Council, as well as the cadet branch and main house, were in the courtyard at the designated training field east of their compound. Hayashi, standing in the center of the arena floor dressed in his own sparring gi, was waiting patiently for his oldest daughter to show up since everyone else arrived to watch the event, including Ko after giving Hinata the message. A moment later, Hayashi and the others looked to the distance and saw someone approaching them. The sun high above made the teenage girl heading in their direction look like a walking silhouette from a distance. When Hinata came into view, she saw that everyone from her clan was present, except Neji for obvious reasons. Hanabi was eager to see what Hinata could do, wanting to see how strong Hinata became through Naruto's tutelage. One of the clan elders, being the proctor of the match, stepped forward and motioned for the clan leader and clan heiress to come close. When they got close, both father and daughter bowed to each other, and then the elder spoke. I expect you two to give your all. The last one standing wins. That means you can only win by knocking your opponent out, or if your opponent can no longer continue. The elder stepped away from the duo and announced, begin. Both Hayashi and Hinata activated their Byakugan. The two Hyuga started to circle the field, either attacking as they were sizing the other up. Hinata knew her father was strong, fast, and very adept in their clan's Juken. Hayashi though didn't know what his elder daughter was capable of, thus he couldn't completely predict what she would do. The two continued to circle, looking for an opening, which served to surprise both Hayashi and the other members of the clan, seeing that Hinata wasn't giving him an easy hit as she carefully observed him. But that changed as Hayashi assumed a stance and charged at her. Hinata countered by racing at him, thus commencing their match. Thanks a ton for watching, Shinobi Squad. I hope you had as much fun as I did putting this epic what if together. Make sure to smash that like button, subscribe, and hit the bell icon so you never miss a single twist in the story. Drop your thoughts, theories, or even wild ideas in the comments. I read every single one. And hey, if you're craving more awesome Naruto content, go check out the other videos on the channel. I've got plenty of heat waiting for you. Until next time, stay sharp, stay awesome, and remember, even a shadow clone needs love. Peace out, Shinobi.